Hey, and welcome to Learn Blender in 6 hours. Ever dreamed of being a 3D artist but can't really afford the very high prices of 3D applications? Well, then it's time you take a look at Blender. Blender is 100% free and open source, which means it's being developed faster than any other 3D application currently out there. New features are being added all the time, and any existing bugs get fixed very quickly because of the nature of being open source. Blender has completely redesigned its interface, and I personally think it's one of the most practical and user-friendly interfaces available. Once you've completed this course, you will be able to navigate the interface, create your own amazing 3D models, using lights to light your scene, design your very own complex materials, using HDRI environments to create photorealistic renders, apply modifiers to your models, how to use collections and how to parent objects to each other, create animations using keyframes and how to use the graph editor. And then we're also going to look at how to UV unwrap your models. We're going to look at physics simulations, both rigid body simulations and cloth simulations. And finally, I will show you how to rig your own 3D character ready for animating. And of course, much more in only 6 hours. Get your free copy at blender.org and become the 3D artist you've always dreamt about. Let me teach you how to use one of the most exciting 3D applications out there. Hey, and welcome to the first lesson of Learn Blender. So as you can see, I'm using version 2.83.2, but you can follow along in any other version that is 2.8 or newer. Even if you are using the new version 2.9, that should be very similar to version 2.8. So yeah, you should be able to follow along with that. So first of all, we're going to look at how to navigate the viewport within Blender. So really simply, if you hold in your middle mouse button on your mouse and you move your mouse around, you'll see that we are going to orbit around the scene. And then with the middle mouse button held down, you can also hold in Control on your keyboard, and then that's going to zoom in and out. So middle mouse button and Control. And then middle mouse button and Shift on your keyboard, that will pan around. So let's just go through that again. So middle mouse button and drag around is orbit your scene. Middle mouse and Control is zoom in and out. And then middle mouse button and Shift is panning around your scene. So that's basically how to navigate your scene within Blender. So let's look at how to create new objects in our scene. I'm just going to quickly go ahead and remove all of these objects in the scene just so that we have an empty project that we can work with. So in Blender, there are many ways to do anything really. So you can either go up to Add here at the top, and then you'll see you've got Mesh, Curve, Surface, and all of these things that you can add to your scene. So you can go Add Mesh, and you can say Cube, and that will create a cube in your scene. I'm going to delete that, and then I'm going to show you the shortcut key for that. So as always, a good idea to try and learn the shortcut keys inside of Blender, because that will just speed up your workflow a lot, and it will just make things a lot faster. So what you can do is you can press Shift A on the keyboard, and then that's going to bring up the Add menu. And now you can go to either Mesh or Curve or whatever that you want to add. And let's go to Mesh, and then I'm going to click on Cube, and you can see that we have added a cube. So I'm going to delete that again. So Shift A on the keyboard, and let's maybe add a cylinder. And that's how you add new objects to your scene. So let's add a cube again. I'm going to delete the cylinder, Shift A, Mesh, and then Cube. And then I'm going to show you how you can move, rotate, and scale within your scene. So as you can see, if I click off of my object, you'll see that this object will not be selected. It doesn't have a border. And if I click once on this object, you'll see that it's got an orange or yellow border around it, which means it's selected. And now we can go ahead and we can manipulate this object. So again, there are multiple ways to move, rotate, and scale. On the left-hand side of the viewport, you've got these controls. So as you can see, we've got one that looks like a move, and then a rotate, and then a scale. So I can click on one of these, like let's click on the move, and you'll see it's going to bring up these axes arrows on our cube. So if I just zoom in here a little bit, Now we can drag along these points and we can move our cube in that axis like so. And I can also click on the rotate button here on the side, and that will bring up the rotation controls. So then we can rotate, we can click on these axes, and we can rotate our object around those axes like that. And then if we click on the scale button, that will bring up the scale controls. So now we can go ahead and we can scale it in either a certain axis or direction, or we can just click in the center and we can just scale it like that. So I'm going to delete that and I'm going to create a new cube. And I'm going to show you the quicker way to move objects around inside of Blender. So first of all, I'm going to set this key or this button here on the side. I'm just going to set this back to the top one, to the selection mode. And now on your keyboard, there are 3 keys that you need to remember. And that is G, R, and S. So G stands for grab. Okay, so it's not move, but it's grab. So if I press G on the keyboard with this cube selected, you can see that the cube is highlighted, so it's selected. And if I press G, you can see that I'm moving it around in space. I'm going to press escape on the keyboard to cancel that. And then I'm going to press R for rotate. And you can see now we are rotating our object. I'm going to press escape to cancel that. And if I press S on the keyboard for scale, you can see that we are scaling our cube. Now, let's say we want to move it in a specific axis or specific direction. So here at the top, if you look at this area on the top right hand side, you can see the x-axis is the red line going through like that. And you've got the y-axis, which is this green line. And then z is our up and down. So let's say I want to move this cube in the x-axis. So simply what I'm going to do on the keyboard, I'm going to press G for move. And then right after that, I'm going to press X because I only want to move it in the X direction or x-axis. And now you can see that it's only moving along that axis. So I'm going to press escape to cancel that. And I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to press G for grab. And then I'm going to press Y on the keyboard. And that's only going to grab it in the Y axis. I'm going to cancel that and let's do Z. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard for grab and then Z for the Z axis up and down. So that's going to work exactly the same if we do a rotation. So I'm going to press R on the keyboard so that we go into rotation. And then I'm going to press X. And that's only going to rotate around the X axis. Okay. I'm going to escape on that and I'm going to press R and then Y. And that's only going to rotate in the y-axis. And I'm going to escape on that to cancel. And then rotate R and then Z. And that's going to rotate in the z-axis. What you can also do is you can press R for rotate. And then I can press X. It's going to rotate in that axis. And then I don't have to cancel. I can just press Y. And that's going to switch over to the y-axis. Or I can just simply press Z. And that's going to switch over to the z-axis. Now let's look at scale. So I can press S on the keyboard for scale, and then I'm going to press X, and that's only going to scale in the X-axis, or I can press Y, that's only going to scale in the Y-axis, or I can press Z, and that's going to scale in the Z-axis. Alright, so let's go back to the grab shortcut. I just want to show one more thing when it comes to manipulating or moving an object around. So what you can also do is when you press G for grab, and let's say I want to move it in both the X and the Y axes, but I don't want to move it in the Z axis. What I can do is I can press G and then Shift Z to exclude the z-axis. So now you can see I'm moving it around on the x and y axes, but not on the z-axis. So you can do the same with the other axes. So I can do G and then Shift X. So that will move it in the z and the y axes. Okay, you can also do G and then Shift Y. So that will move it in the z and the x axes. So let's look at scale as well. So if you press S on the keyboard and then press Shift Z, I can now scale in both the X and Y, but I'm excluding the Z axis. You can also do S and then Shift X to exclude the X axis, and that will scale in Z and Y. So that's the basics of moving an object around in your scene in Blender. Next, we're going to look at snapping. So whenever you are rotating or scaling or moving an object around, you can also use snapping. So to use snapping, you simply hold in Control on your keyboard. So I'm going to press G to grab my object and move it around, and then I'm going to hold in Control on my keyboard. And as you can see, it's snapping to my grid. Okay, I'm going to escape on that, and I'm going to press R for rotate, and then I'm going to hold in Control, and that's also going to start snapping to increments. You can do the same with scale, so S and then hold in Control, and that's going to start snapping. So I'm going to press escape on that, and I'm going to click on one of these axes buttons here on the side, top side view. So if I click on Y, it's going to take me into a side view of our cube. So I'm going to zoom in slightly, and then I'm just going to pan over so it's centered. And now what I can do is I can, with this cube selected, I'm going to press G on the keyboard, and then I'm going to press Z because I only want to move it in the Z axis. And then I'm going to hold in Control, and you're going to see it's going to snap on my grid, and I can place it exactly on top of that red axis line. Click. And now if I just hold in middle mouse button and I zoom out slightly, you can see that our cube is now sitting exactly on our grid, which is pretty nice. So the only shortcut to remember for snapping for now is Control. Okay, next we're going to look at how to hide and unhide an object in your scene. So again, there are multiple ways to do this, and the easiest way is to select your object like this, just clicking on it and then pressing H on the keyboard for hide. So I'm going to press H, and you'll see that that's going to hide my object. And then to unhide everything in your scene, you simply press Alt H, and that's going to unhide everything in your scene. I'm just going to create a few extra objects so that I can demonstrate this better. So I'm just going to place another cube, maybe there, and maybe one more, maybe there. So what I can do is I can click on this cube and shift click on another cube to select both of them, and then I can press H on the keyboard to hide both of them, and then Alt H to unhide them. Another way to hide objects in your scene is by using the outliner here on the side. So you can see all your objects in this outliner. This is where they all will be listed. So you can see it's got these little eye icons next to all these objects. So I can simply click on one of these eye object or these eye icons to hide and unhide my objects. I can obviously do this with all the objects in my scene, or I can also hide the collection, which is like a group. We will get into more details on that later, so you can hide that whole group and unhide it as well. So that is hiding and unhiding. So I'm going to delete some of these objects, and next I'm going to show you how to duplicate an object in Blender. So very handy shortcut is Shift D, D for duplicate. So I'm going to select my cube, and then on my keyboard I'm going to press Shift D, and you'll see it's going to create a duplicate, and I can freely move it around, and I can place it anywhere I want to. Let's say I don't want to place it anywhere, but I want to place it maybe on the X axis. I can simply just hit X on the keyboard, and it's going to start moving only in the X axis. I can do the same with Y, and I can do the same with Z. I can also do Shift Z to exclude the Z axis, and I can move it around like so. And then you just click, and it's going to stay there. So you can also do both objects at the same time. So I'm going to click on this one, shift click on this one, and then do Shift D to duplicate. And then I'm going to press Shift Z to move it in the X and Y axes, and I can place it anywhere I want to. And there we have our duplicate objects. So that's how easy it is to duplicate an object inside of Blender. Shift D. So next we're going to look at how to delete an object from your scene. So also very simple to do that. You basically just highlight or select one of your objects and then you press X on the keyboard. And that's going to come up with this OK delete, and you simply click on delete and that's going to delete that object. You can obviously do the same with multiple objects. I can click on this one, shift click on this one, and then press X on the keyboard and then confirm it by clicking on delete. Let's delete this one as well, X, and click delete. So let me show you how to select all the objects in your scene. So I'm going to create a new cube. So Shift A, Mesh, Cube, and I'm going to duplicate this a few times. Like that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cubes. And to select everything in your scene, the shortcut for that is A for all. So I'm simply going to press A on the keyboard and you can see it's going to select all of these cubes. And now I can press something like G or R to rotate or S to scale. And that's going to select everything in your scene. Let's say we want to focus in on one of these objects. So I'm just going to move this one out of the way slightly further. Maybe let's just space them out like so. Now let's say you want to focus in on this one cube. So to do that, you simply highlight that object and then you're going to hit period on your numpad. So that's the period right on the side of your keyboard. And if you press this, you'll see it's going to zoom in onto that object and it's going to focus so you can rotate around that object. So I'm going to zoom out again and I'm going to select a different object, maybe this one, and then press the period key. Now, if you don't have a numpad, if maybe you are using a laptop without a numpad on the side of your keyboard, you can still do this. So what you need to do is you select your object that you want to focus in on, and then you need to hit the tilde key. The tilde key is usually on a normal size keyboard, it's above the tab. It looks like a little minus, but a little squiggly minus symbol. And on some laptops, it is right next to the left shift on your keyboard. So if I click that, or if I press that, it will come up with this menu system. And then if you look at the bottom one in the corner, it says view selected. And if I click on that, it's going to zoom in, do exactly the same thing. So just remember, if you don't have a numpad, let's do it again. I'm going to select this object and I'm going to press the tilde key. And then I'm going to click on view selected. And that's going to zoom into that object. So next, let's look at the outliner again. So we briefly touched on the outliner here in the section here at the top. So what you can do is you can easily rename some of your objects. So let's say I select one of these objects. You can see it's also going to select the object in my outliner, and I can simply double click on it to rename it. And I can type a new name, call it my cube, and then just press enter, and you've renamed your object to something else. You can also show and hide, as I showed you guys in Guilds before. So you just click this eye icon to hide and unhide. And another really handy thing that you can do here in the outliner, if you click on this filter icon right at the top, there's some extra things that you can add to your scene. So we're just going to look at two of them. So this one that looks like an arrow, so I'm going to enable that. That is selectable. And then I'm also going to enable this little camera, disable in renders. So I'm going to enable that as well, and then just move the mouse away, and you'll see now we have, instead of just the eye icon, we've got the little arrow, and then we also have the camera. So what that means is, let's say I select this cube, and I deselect or disable this selectable, this little arrow, if I click on that. What that does is it makes this item unselectable. So if I click on this icon now, or if on this mesh or this cube, I can't select it. You can see there it's not doing anything. I can still select all these other cubes, but I can't select this one because it's not selectable. And I can do that with all my objects. I can just drag through that, and now I can't select any of these. So I'm going to enable that again, And then the render, the little camera. If I disable these, you won't see any changes in the viewport, but when we render our image or animation at the end, those items or these meshes will not be included in that render. So that's very helpful if you have a lot of things in your scene and you want to render them in separate layers. You can disable some of them, render them out, and then enable the other meshes that you want to render, and then you can render those ones separately. So I'm just going to enable all those render icons again. And lastly, we're going to look at collections. So as I mentioned before, collections are almost like groups of things. So what you can do is you can right click in this empty space and I can say new collection, and you can see it's created a collection 2, and I can double click on that and call it maybe my group, something like that. And now what you can do is you can actually move some of these items or these meshes. You can just drag them into that collection like so, and maybe let's drag these 3 into the first collection. So just drag and drop them into that collection. Now you can see we've got this collection and then my group, both collections. So now I can actually untick this my group, and you'll see that it's going to take that out from my scene. I can't select them, I can't see them, they also won't be rendered. And I can enable it again, or I can maybe hide that group completely. So on that my group collection, I can click on the eye and that's going to hide everything for me. Or I can just click on the selectable for that group, and then I won't be able to select those items inside of that collection. So it's just a really handy way to keep your scene organized and to have different groups where you have different meshes. Another good use for this is to keep a sort of backup. So what I mean by that is, let's say you are working on a very complicated model and you want to make a backup of that model. Because obviously it's easy to break something when you're doing some complex modeling, and you always want to be able to go back to a previous version of that model. So what you can do is you can duplicate that specific model that you want to kind of back up, and then you can right click and you can create a new collection, and we can maybe call this backup like that. And then I can take this cube and I can move it into that backup collection, and I can just switch it off so we don't see it, we don't accidentally change it, but it's there. If you want to go back, you just enable that collection again, and then you have your model that you've been working on. Another way to do this, I'm just going to move this cube back into my group, and I'm going to delete this backup collection. So simply right click on that and then go to delete. What you can also do is with your object selected in the viewport, I can simply right click on that object, and then I can go to move to collection. And if I click on move to collection, it's going to ask me, let me just do that again, right click, move to collection. It's going to ask me, do I want to move it to the collection or my group, or do I want to maybe create a new collection? So I can click on new collection and I can give it a name. Let's give it a name, backup, like so. And now if I click OK, you'll see it's going to create a new collection for me called backup, and it's automatically going to move that mesh into that backup collection. So I can do the same now. I can maybe select 3 of these cubes and I can right click, move to collection, and I can say I want to move it to the backup collection. And you can see it's going to move them automatically into that collection, and I can maybe switch it off if I want to keep it as a backup. So that's how collections work in Blender. So I'm going to delete this backup collection, just right click again, delete. And as you can see, we've got all our objects back, because it's not really going to delete any objects when you delete collections. It's going to bring them into one of your other collections. So I'm just going to move all of these into my group, and now they're all under that one collection again. Next, let's have a look at the properties panel. So if I select one of these objects, you can see we have all these different icons here on the side, and these are all the different sort of property panels that you can access within Blender. So we're not going to go through all of them right now. I'm just going to show you 1 or 2 of them. But here you'll find things like your render settings, like this is the top one, the render properties. And this one is your output properties. This one is your layer properties. Then we have your scene properties. Then we have your world properties, object properties, modifiers. These are the particles, physics. These are the constraint properties, and your object data properties, material properties, and texture properties. So for now, we're just going to look at one of them, and that's going to be this little square with those little corners, and that's basically our object properties. Now, if I select one of these cubes and I make sure I'm on this object properties, this is where you can see things like your transform properties, like your location, rotation, and scale. And then you can also see other things here that we're not really going to go into details right now. But the only thing you need to notice here is that we have our location details. So if I click and drag maybe on this x-axis, you can see you can change that. And I can do the same with y, and I can do the same with z. Same with rotation. I can actually drag, or I can click and type in a number, let's say 45 degrees on the x-axis, and that's going to set that rotation for me. You can do the same with y and do the same with z. You can obviously do the same with your scale here. So I can scale it in a specific axis, and I can type in a number if I want to be exact. So I want to make that 2 meters. Let's put this one back on 1 meter. So as you can see, you can set all these properties right here in your object properties panel. So if I click on another object now, it's going to change again because obviously this cube has got different properties than this one. Same with all the others. So it's just a really easy way to see exactly what those properties are of that specific mesh. So let's delete all these objects. I'm going to press A on the keyboard to select all of them, and then I'm going to press X to delete, and then click to confirm. So I'm going to create a new object, just a default cube again. So I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh, Cube. Now I want to show you how you can actually split this view into multiple different views, and you can customize the interface exactly the way you want it. So first of all, what you can do is you can right click either here at the top, right there, or you can right click here on the side. So I'm going to right click here on the top where we see this, where the cursor changes to those 2 arrows. I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to select, you can either choose between vertical split or horizontal split. So I'm going to choose vertical split, and you can see it's going to bring up this vertical line. And now I can select, or I can choose where I want to split this view. So let's say I want to split it right here. I can click, and now I can see we've got 2 viewports. So I can move around in this viewport, and I can move around in this viewport. So I can maybe zoom in here and have a look at this cube a little bit closer, but maybe in this scene I can view it from a little distance. What I can also do is I can now right click on this line here in the middle, and I can say I want a horizontal split. Now I can see I can either split this side or I can split this side. So let's say I want to split this side, and I can then choose where I want to split it, like so. And now we have 1, 2, 3 areas in our viewport that we can change. What you can also do is, let me just zoom out here. Oops. Just pressing period on the keyboard to zoom back out. So what you can also do is we can change the what type of window or what type of screen we want to show in a specific area. So what you can do is any of these windows right at the top, you can see it's got a little drop down there, and if I click that drop down, it's going to show you all the editor types. So currently we are looking at the 3D viewport for all of these different screens, but let's say I want to change this one to something else. I can click on that drop down, and I can say I want to have the UV editor on this side of the screen. So I can just simply click there, choose UV editor, and that's going to show me the UV editor on this section of the screen. I can also change it to maybe the graph editor, and there you have your graph editor. can do the same and maybe go over to a text editor. It's going to give you the text editor. So there are many different editors that you can actually show you. You can have your texture node editor here, so many different options. But yeah, I just want to show you that you can split your view into multiple views if you want to do that. So I'm going to change this one back to 3D viewport. And now if you want to join these windows back together again, I can right click on one of these lines and I can say join areas, and then it's going to give me these arrows. So I can either choose, do I want to join this bottom one upwards, or if I want to join this top one to the bottom. So if I do this one, you'll see that it's going to join both those sections into one. And then if I want to join these two together again, I can simply right click here in the middle and I can say join areas, and I can choose which way I want to join. So I want to join this way to the right. So I'm going to click here and you're going to see it's going to join all of those back together into one viewport again. Then just something else I want to mention. If you look right at the top of your screen, you've got layout, modeling, sculpting, UV editing, texture painting, shading, animation, rendering, compositing, scripting, and then also a plus where you can select different layouts. So these are layouts that's been created and saved as presets. So if you click on modeling, it's going to take you to the modeling workspace. Sculpting will take you into the sculpting workspace. Same with UV editing, it's going to automatically have that split screen with your 3D viewport and the UV editor on this side. Same with texture painting, very similar, and shading will look a little different. Shading, you will actually see the environment, the HDRI that's been loaded. We're going to go into more details later on that. And then it's going to bring up this node editor at the bottom. So don't worry too much about this. I just want to show you that you have these different panels or these different layouts. Same with animation. So animation will give you this dope sheet here at the bottom where you can see your keyframes, etc. And then you have your 3D viewport on this side, and then also a area on this side where you don't have the grid. So it's just been set up like that. And then the same with rendering, compositing, and scripting. So usually I just stay in layout if I do most of my work, but we will jump into some of these different layouts like UV editing, shading, and maybe animation later on. So that's been an overview of the Blender interface. So the best thing to do is practice, practice, practice until you are very comfortable with creating new objects in your scene, moving, rotating, and scaling your objects, and just how to use those different shortcuts, the GRS for grab, rotate, and scale, and then also your different axes, your X, Y, and Z, if you press them. So the best thing to do is just to play around and practice those shortcuts, create some different objects, move them around, rotate them, scale them, rename them in your outliner. You can create some collections to play around with that. But yeah, that is basically just the overview of the interface. Get familiar with everything, and I will see you in the next lesson where we are going to jump into modeling. I'll see you then. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at modeling, how to actually change your geometry and create anything that you can imagine. So first of all, I'm going to delete the camera and this light that you see here. So I can simply just drag a box around this light, press X on the keyboard, delete that. And then the same with the camera, just select the camera, X, and then delete. Now, let's say we want to start modeling something, and we are going to start with a basic cube. Because usually what you will do is you will add a primitive item like a cube or a cylinder or a sphere, and then you will start from there and you will change that mesh and start modeling from that mesh, and then you'll be able to create anything from there. So let's say we are starting with a simple cube like this one, and I've got this cube selected. As you can see, I clicked on it and it's got the yellow or orange outline, and then simply we are going to press Tab on the keyboard to go into edit mode. So if I press tab, you'll see that things are going to change slightly. I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit, and you can see we've got some of these little points on the side, and then right here in the corner, top corner, you'll see it says edit mode. If I press tab again, it's going to take me out of edit mode and back into object mode. So you can also change that while you have this object selected. You can also click this drop down here at the top where it says object mode, and then you can also just select edit mode like that. But it's usually easier just to use the tab shortcut on your keyboard. So now we are in edit mode, and you can see we've got these little dots on the sides or the corners of this cube. So basically in any 3D software, you get 3 elements that make up any 3D geometry. So that is vertices, edges, and faces. Now let me show you what these are. So right here in the corner, you've got these 3 icons, and the first one you'll see looks like a little dot. Second one is a line, and then the third one is a flat square. So the first one is vertices, second one is edges, third one is faces. So with the first one selected, the vertices, I can now click on these little dots on the corners. These are the vertices. Okay. Now I can click on one of them, and the same controls we use to move, rotate, and scale an object, you can use those exact keyboard shortcuts. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard for grab, and now you can see that I am moving that one point around in 3D space. I can also press Z to just move that in the Z axis, or X to move it in the X axis, or Y to move it in the Y axis. Okay, I'm going to press escape to cancel that. Now we're going to go into edge mode. So it's the middle icon here right at the top. And edges are these lines connecting vertices together. So you'll always see there will be a vertice on each side of an edge. Now, same thing again, I can press G on the keyboard and I can move that edge around, or I can press Z to move it in the Z axis, X or Y. I can also rotate. So with that edge selected, I can press R on the keyboard and I can rotate it, and you can see how that's changing our shape. And we can also do scale. So I'm going to press S on the keyboard and you can scale that edge like so. And you can see that's changing the way our cube looks. And then the third one is face. So if I click this third icon, now we can select these flat faces in between these edges. So same thing again, I can select one of them and I can press G on the keyboard to move around. I can press one of the axes, X, Z, or Y, and I can also rotate like that. I can rotate in, let's say, X axis, Z axis, or Y axis. I can also scale. So with this face selected, I'm going to press S on the keyboard and I'm going to scale it up and down. And obviously you can scale it in a certain axis as well. So I can do Z or Y, or if I press X, it won't be able to scale in the X axis because it's basically just a flat edge or flat face, and you can't scale it in the X axis. You can't scale it this way, if that makes sense, because it's just a flat object. Obviously, if we select something else like this one, I can scale this one in the X axis. Y axis will do something slightly because it's not perfectly flat in that axis. And then the same with the Z, we can scale it that way. Now, shortcut keys to toggle between vertices, edges, and faces. Very, very important little shortcut that you need to remember, and that's 1, 2, and 3 on your keyboard. So if I press 1, it's going to jump to the first little icon here at the top, and that's my vertices. So I can select my vertices, or I can select 2 vertices, and I can maybe scale them, or I can maybe move that one to there. And now if I want to go into edge mode, I simply press 2 on the keyboard, and that's going to jump to this second little icon here at the top. And now I can manipulate my edges. So I can click on that edge, I can move it around, or I can select multiple edges by holding in Shift again, maybe select that one as well. Now I can scale it. So that's scaling those two edges. Or I can obviously rotate, scale, G for grab. Now if we want to go into face mode, 3 on the keyboard, press 3, and now we can access these faces. So I can now grab, rotate, and scale. Next, what we're going to look at is subdividing. So subdividing is basically something where you want to create more geometry in a certain area of your mesh. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say we want to create some extra geometry on this face that I've selected here. So simply with this face selected, I'm going to right click and you can see subdivide. Now if I click on subdivide, you'll see it's going to subdivide this face into 4 new faces. So now I can go ahead and I can maybe just click on this face and I can scale it down, or I can G for grab, move it around, or rotate that one face. What I can also now do is I can select these faces together, holding in shift, and I can right click, subdivide again, and now I can see we've got a whole lot of geometry. So now I can go in here and I can maybe just do something with these two faces, maybe just grab them out a little bit like that, and maybe I want to rotate those two faces slightly like that. So as you can see, it just gives us more control to create some new geometry. So that is subdividing. So I can go to this side, right click, subdivide, and you can see it created those for us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out of edit mode quickly. So I'm going to press tab on the keyboard, and now I can see we can't select those edges, faces, or vertices, and I'm going to delete this model. Just press X on the keyboard and then delete. And I'm going to create a new object for us, and this time I'm going to create a sphere. So on the keyboard, pressing Shift A, mesh, and then I'm going to create a UV sphere, and that looks something like this. And now I want to go back into edit mode. So with this sphere selected, press tab on the keyboard, and we're going to go into edit mode. And as you can see, it's actually made up of all these faces going around. So lots and lots of little faces that you can change. So obviously we can go in here into one of these faces, and I can right click, subdivide, and it's going to create 4 faces inside that one face. Or I'm going to undo that, so just Control Z on the keyboard until we get back to that one face. What I can also do is I can press A on the keyboard, and that's going to select everything on this mesh, as you can see. And now I can right click, subdivide, and as you can see, it's going to subdivide all those faces into 4 faces, and it's going to create all these extra geometry for us to work with. So that is basically how you subdivide a face. So I'm going to undo that again. And what you can also do is you can subdivide an edge as well. So I'm going to go into edge selection by pressing 2 on the keyboard, and now we can select these edges. So let's say we want to subdivide this one edge. I'm going to zoom in there, and I'm going to right click with that edge selected, and I'm going to select subdivide. Now what you can see, it actually split that one edge into 2 edges. And an easier way to see that is if we go into vertice select mode. So you can press 1 on the keyboard, or you can click this icon here at the top, and you can see it actually inserted a vertex right there. So it kind of just split that edge into 2. So I can now select this vertex, and I can press G, and I can move it around like so. So you can also do it with multiple edges. So I'm going to go back into edge mode, or press 2 on the keyboard for the shortcut. And I can say I can select this edge, hold in shift, click on this edge, right click, subdivide. So now as you can see, if I go back into vertices select, which is 1, it created these 2 vertices, and then it also connected those 2 vertices with a new edge. So now if I press 3 for face select, I can either manipulate this one face here, or I can manipulate this face right there. So that is subdividing. Next, we're going to look at extruding. Now, extruding or extrude is probably one of the most used tools when it comes to 3D modeling. Now, extruding is simply, let me show you what that is. Let's say we select this one face and I want to extrude that face. Simply hit E for extrude on the keyboard, and you'll see that we are extruding that face. We're not just moving that face, we're actually extruding it. So if I click again, you can see that we created something like that. Now I can extrude this face again, so I can click on this face and hit E on the keyboard, and it's going to extrude that again. And as you can see, we've got extra faces that it actually created. And now I can go ahead and I can click on this face here at the bottom, press E on the keyboard to extrude, click on this face, extrude, click, extrude, and yeah, as you can see, you can go completely crazy and create some very, very interesting shapes really, really quickly by just using extrude. So you literally just select the face that you want to extrude and then press E on the keyboard to extrude that. Okay. What you can also do is you can extrude multiple faces at once. So I can click, hold in Shift, and then select some of these faces like so, and then hit E on the keyboard, and it's going to extrude all of those faces together, and it's going to create this extra geometry for us. What you can also do is you can extrude an vertice. So I'm going to go to vertice select mode, which is 1. And now I can go in here and I can maybe select one of these vertices. You can either just click or you can drag a little box around one of them. And now I can press E on the keyboard and it's going to create another vertice for me, as you can see there. And it's also going to connect those two vertices with an edge. So now I can select this vertice, I can press G on the keyboard and I can move it around. So as you can see, there is our new vertice that we created from this one, extruded it. Now I can also go and you can select this new vertice we created, press E on the keyboard, and that's going to extrude it again to there, and I can carry on like that and extrude it again. You can do the same with edges. So I'm going to go into edge select mode, which is 2 on the keyboard. And now I can click on one of these edges and I can press E on the keyboard to extrude. And as you can see, it's actually extruding that edge and it's creating a face between those two edges, if that makes sense. Let's do it again on one of these parts that I extruded. So let's say we want to extrude this edge right there. So I've got that edge selected and I can press E on the keyboard to extrude. And as you can see, we created that new face in between those two new edges. Now I can obviously go and I can, with this edge selected, I can G to move it around, R to rotate, S to scale. So if we look at extruding, we actually have 3 different types of extruding tools that we can use inside of Blender. So I'm going to go back into face select mode. So that's 3 on the keyboard. And let's just focus in on an area of this interesting looking sphere. So what I've shown you before is if we select multiple faces like that and I press E on the keyboard to extrude, you're going to see it's going to extrude in that direction automatically. And all of them will be connected together like that. Now let's say that's not exactly what you want to do. I'm going to undo that. So I'm going to press Ctrl Z on the keyboard. And I'm going to select all of these again, like so. And just a little handy tip here, if you want to select maybe one face and you want to select a whole bunch of other faces in between up to a certain point, what you can do is you select your first face and then by holding in Control and then clicking on another face, it's going to select the shortest path or the shortest route between those two faces, and it's going to select everything. So you can either do Shift, click, 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 like so, or just click the first one, hold in Control, click the last one, and it's going to select everything in between. So let's say we want to extrude these faces, but you don't want to extrude them all as one piece of geometry. You want to kind of separate them. You can right click. And then as you can see here, we've got 3 extrude tools. We've got extrude faces, which is the normal one that we used earlier, which is E. Then you have extrude faces along normals. And then you also have extrude individual faces. Now I'm going to go with this extrude individual faces first. And now you can see if I increase that amount, it's actually extruding them separately, if that makes sense. So it's not just extruding them as one piece of geometry, it's extruding them all separately. And now you can go ahead and you can maybe extrude just that one, and you can extrude that way or do whatever you want to. Now, the other way that you can also extrude is to extrude along the normals. Let me explain. So let's say you want to extrude this face right there at the bottom. I'm going to zoom in there slightly. And then you also want to extrude this face. I only want to extrude those two faces. So shift click on that one and then shift click on this one. Now, if I just do a normal extrusion for those two, as you can see, they are facing in different directions. This one is facing more downwards, and this one is facing more kind of this way. Now, if I just hit E on the keyboard, you can see they are extruding in the same direction. Okay, now that's not what we want. I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to select them again. What I want to do is I want to extrude them along their normals. Now, the word normal in 3D applications means a direction, and that's the direction that the face is actually pointing towards. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to go extrude faces along normals. Now you can see that they are extruding in the correct direction, if that makes any sense. So you can also extrude inwards, as you can see there. But I'm going to extrude them like this, and now I can see clearly that this one extruded more towards the bottom, and this face extruded more towards the side. So a cool thing that you can do, I'm going to go out of edit mode, so press tab on the keyboard. With this object selected, I'm going to delete it. So just press X and then delete. And I'm going to create another sphere. So I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh, and then UV Sphere again. And with the sphere selected, I'm going to go into edit mode. So press tab on the keyboard. And now I want to select all these faces. So you just hover with your pointer over it and press A for select all. And now I'm going to right click and I'm going to go extrude faces along normals. Let's see what happens. So it's just kind of scaling our sphere. So that's not what we want to do. I'm going to undo that again, and I'm going to select all those faces again, and I'm going to go right click, and this time I'm going to select extrude individual faces. Look at that. So now you can see it's extruding each individual face as a separate mesh almost, and it's extruding that separately out towards just the direction that face is pointing. So that is basically extruding. So just remember, you get the 3 different ways of extruding: the normal way, or just the extrude, and then extrude towards the normal direction, and then also extrude individual faces. So those are the 3 very, very handy tools that you will use in Blender. Next, we're going to look at something called the loop cut. So first of all, I'm going to delete this mesh. So I'm going to press tab to go out of edit mode, and then X, and then click to delete. And this time I'm just going to create a normal basic cube. So I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh, Cube, and then we're going to go into edit mode. So with this cube selected, press tab on the keyboard, and you can just click somewhere to deselect all those faces. Now let's look at loop cut. So loop cut is also an extremely handy tool when it comes to 3D modeling or any 3D application. And that's basically creating a loop cut around a section of your mesh. Let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to press Ctrl R on the keyboard, and that's a shortcut for loop cut. You can also use these icons here on the side, and you'll see one of them says loop cut. And if I click on that, I can choose where I want to create this loop cut. or I can just do the shortcut. So I'm going to just go back to my selection tool here. And if I hover over my object and I press Control R, I can now point to one of these edges and say, I want a loop cut around that area. So I'm going to just click there. And now I can also choose where exactly I want to put that loop cut. So I can either right click to cancel out of that to put it right in the center, or I can move it up and down. Or if I right click like I did now, you'll see at the bottom it says loop cut and slide. And if I click this little panel here, it will open up this properties panel. And now I can actually increase the number of cuts. So I can say I want 3 cuts. And as you can see, it actually created 3 cuts. And you can also change the factor. So you can slide this exactly where you want those cuts to be. I'm going to put this in the center again, 0. And then you can just click anywhere to accept those settings. So next I want to create a loop cut over the top. So I'm going to press Control R again. And this time I'm going to point to this edge here at the top. So I can click there. I can drag it around if I want to move it, or I can right click if I want to just put it in the center. So right click, there you can see it's in the center. And if you want to, you can now increase the number of cuts again. So I'm going to make this one 2, and then just click somewhere to accept those settings. And now I can see we have all this extra geometry. So we can do a loop cut around this way as well. So Control R, then maybe point there. And let's say I want this one to be here at the front like so. And then I'm just going to click to accept those settings. And maybe we want to create a loop cut on this side as well. So Control R, click, and then drag it to the side, and then just click again to accept that. So now you can see we've got these extra faces to work with. So now I can go into face select mode, which is 3. And I can maybe select this face, hold in Shift, click on this face, hold in Shift, click on this face, hold in Shift, click on that face. And now I can do something like a normal extrusion, which is just E on the keyboard. And that's just going to pull it up. And we have created something like that. So let me show you where that comes in handy. I'm going to delete this model again. So I'm going to go out of edit mode, tab, X to delete, click. So I'm going to create a new cube. So Shift A, mesh cube. And then we're going to go into edit mode. So I'm going to press tab, and we are in edit mode. So let me quickly show you how handy that loop cut and extrude combination can be. So first of all, I'm going to select this top face, and I'm going to move it down towards the Z axis. So I'm going to press G to move, and then Z to move it in the Z axis. And let's do something like that. Okay. Next, I want to create a loop cut. So I'm going to press Control R, and I want to place a loop cut right here at the back, like that. Okay. And then here at the bottom, I want to create a couple of loop cuts. I'm going to do Control R, and I'm going to create one on this side. And then I'm just going to set it to maybe point. I'm not going to worry about the exact number right now. So I'm just going to kind of slide it to where I want it. Obviously, you can be exact by entering a specific number. And then I'm going to click it like so. And then I'm going to create another loop cut, Control R. And I'm going to just click and slide it over to this side, maybe something like that. And then one more, Control R. I want to do a loop cut this way, like that. So now what we can do with this extra geometry, I can go to face select mode, which is 3. And I'm going to select this face, hold in Shift, this face, hold in Shift, this face, hold in Shift, and that last face. And then I'm going to simply press E on the keyboard to extrude. And I'm going to extrude it down to something like that. Click. And now on the top section, I want to extrude this face, hold in Shift, this face, hold in Shift, this face. And I'm going to press E on the keyboard to extrude. And there we have a chair. Simple as that. So as you can see, loop cut and extrude is basically one of those tools that you will use all the time when you are creating 3D geometry or 3D models of anything. So remember, your extrude and your loop cut, those are your friends. So next we're going to look at bevel. So bevel is basically taking a sharp edge and kind of making it not sharp. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to go into edge select, so you can press 2 on your keyboard, and I'm going to select this edge here at the top. I'm going to do shift, click on this one, and then click shift this last one. So you have those 3 edges selected. Now I want to bevel these, okay? So I'm sure you can use one of these shortcuts here on the side. You can see there's bevel there, or you can right click and I can do bevel edges. But we're going to look at the shortcut, which is Control B. So if I press Control B on the keyboard, you will see it's going to create this line. And if I drag it, you'll see it's going to create this kind of like a bevel area on that edge. And if I just click, you'll see that our edge is not sharp anymore. So now this is going to open up the bevel properties here in the corner, the bottom. And here I can set things like the amount of segments. Now, if you look at how this bevel currently looks, you can see it's kind of flat. And if I increase the segments, you can see that it's adding more segments. So you can make it nice and round. So you can increase this maybe quite a bit, maybe like 20, nice and smooth. And then another thing you can do is you can change the offset. So if I click and drag the offset, you can change how big that rounding area is of your bevel. And then you can also set the profile. So currently the profile is set at 0.5. So I can drag this down. You can see what's actually happening there. It's going kind of flat. And then if I drag it down even more, it's going to go inwards. So that's if you want to create almost like an inverse bevel, something like that. Or I can also take it the other way. So if I just drag it this way, you can create something that's a little bit different than a normal bevel. If I take it all the way to 1, you will get a sharp edge again and your bevel won't really be doing anything. So I'm just going to drag this down until we have something nice and smooth like that. And then you can just click away and there you have your bevel. So we can do this maybe with this section as well here in the center of our chair. So I can click this one, shift click on this edge, shift click on that edge. And let's use the shortcut. So it's Control B for bevel. And I'm going to pull this out. And you can see that it's actually saving our settings from our last bevel. So if I click once, this is going to come up again. And now I can change some of these things again. So I can maybe make my segments a little bit less. Maybe I want 8 segments. And maybe I want to change the profile a bit so it's not as round. Maybe I want to have it maybe as something like that. And then I can just click away to save that. So you can do the same with these edges on the side or front. So I can click this one, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click. And then the same on this side. So we've got all those edges selected all around. And now I can do Control B for bevel. And I can pull this out slightly and then click. And I'm going to leave all the settings the same. And now I can see we have that nice smooth edge on the top as well. So if we go out of edit mode, if I press tab on the keyboard, now you can actually see that smooth edge that it created. So obviously there's a little bit of an issue here because we have these 2 bevels that's actually intersecting each other. So there will be ways around that, but don't worry too much about that now. The only thing we are focusing on is the bevel. So you can see these sides here on the front actually looks good. You can see those 2 bevels meeting each other right there. And yeah, that is looking perfect. So that is bevel. So next we're going to look at something called an inset. So I'm going to go back into edit mode. So I'm going to select our chair and then I'm going to press tab on the keyboard to go into edit mode. And now I'm going to show you how the inset function or operation works. So there are a couple of ways to do an inset. You can either use the icon here on the side, which is this one, inset faces, or we're going to use the shortcut, which is always faster and better. So I'm going to go into face select mode. So that's 3 on the keyboard. And then I'm going to select this face right there in the middle. Okay, so we've got this face selected. And now we're going to do our inset. So either you can press this icon, or we're going to use the shortcut, which is I for inset. So if I press I on the keyboard and I move my mouse inwards, you can see what it's doing. It's creating an inset face inside of that big face. So I can click there, and you can set some settings here, but I'm going to leave this all default, and I'm just going to click away. And now you can see we've got these extra faces that it created, as well as this center face. So now you can do something like you can extrude this, maybe. You can extrude it up for some reason if you want to do that, or if you want to extrude it inwards maybe for some strange reason. I'm going to undo that. And obviously what you can do now again is you can click on this face and you can inset this one again. So I'm going to press I again and then inset that again, and I'm going to do it again, I smaller. So now you can see it's creating all these extra geometry for you to add some details. Now let's say we want to add some details on this leg. So what I can do is I can click on this one face on the leg, press I to inset, and it's going to create something like that. And now I can do maybe a extrude and just pull it in slightly. And now we've got something like a little detail on that leg. You can also do the same with multiple faces at the same time. So I'm going to click on this face and then shift click on this face and then press I to inset. And you can see that it's trying to inset both of those at the same time. So that's also pretty handy. You can also try and do faces that's not kind of touching each other or not in the same area. So I can select this face and then select this face and then press I on the keyboard, and I can create two identical insets on both of those. And now I can do extrude and maybe move them in slightly to create some interesting looking details there. So as you can see, a lot of uses for that inset. Next, we're going to look at something called the fill operation. So filling is basically, the way I think about the fill command is to connect two things together. So you can either connect two vertices together, or you can connect two edges together to form a face. So two vertices connected together will be an edge, two edges connected together will be a face. So let me show you how that works. Really, really simple. So I can go and let's go into edge selection mode. So I'm going to press 2 on the keyboard, and then I'm going to select this edge right there. And then I'm going to shift click on this edge on this side. So we've got this edge selected and this edge selected. And then on the keyboard, I'm going to press F for fill. And that's going to fill in the space between those two elements that I selected, those two edges, and it's going to automatically create a new face for us. So if we look at this from the other side, you can see it's a flat face that it created, and we can do the same with, let's say we want to join this face and this face together. So I'm shift clicking on these two to select both of them, and then I'm going to press F on the keyboard, and it's going to fill that with a new face. So let's go to the bottom, and you can see that this is just a hollow section. You've got a face right there, and then you've got a face right here. Let's say I want to join these two together. So I'm going to go to edge selection again, select this edge here at the bottom, shift click this edge, and then press F on the keyboard, and it's going to fill that in, as you can see. Now let's have a look at how to join two vertices. So what you can do is I'm going to go into vertex select mode. So that is 1 on the keyboard. And now I'm going to select this little vertice right there, shift click on this vertice right there. And I want to extrude these two vertices upwards. So on the keyboard, I'm going to press E to extrude. And then I want to go Z to extrude in the Z axis like that. Now you can see it automatically extruded the face and everything together because we extruded both of those vertices at the same time. So I'm going to undo that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one vertice just this one on the right, and I'm going to press E to extrude, and then Z to extrude in the Z axis. And I'm just going to guess the distance, just something like that. And as you can see, it basically created another vertex with an edge connecting to that other vertex that we extruded. Now I'm going to do the same with this side. So I'm going to click on this vertex. I'm going to press E on the keyboard to extrude, Z to extrude in the Z axis, click, and now you can see we've got another vertex right there and another vertex right there. So now I can go and I can select this vertex, shift click on this vertex, and then I'm going to press F on the keyboard, and as you can see, it's connecting those two vertices with a new edge. Now what you can do is you can go into edge select mode, so 2 on the keyboard, and I'm going to click on this edge right at the top, and I'm going to shift click on this edge right at the bottom. So we've got these two edges selected, and then I'm going to press F on the keyboard to connect those two edges with a new face. So we can do the same with this edge. So I'm going to extrude, or let's rather extrude the vertices. I'm going to go back into vertex selection mode, and I'm going to select that vertex right there, that white one, and I'm going to zoom out, E to extrude, Z for the Z direction or axis, and I'm going to do the same on this side. So I'm going to zoom in here, click on that vertex, zoom out, E on the keyboard, Z for the Z axis, and click right there. So now you can see we've got these extra vertices, and I'm going to select this vertex and that vertex, press F to connect them, and now I want to connect these two vertices together. So I'm going to click on this vertex, shift click this one, press F to connect, and let's do the same on the other side. So I'm going to spin around, click on this vertex, shift click on this one, and then F to connect those two with an edge between them. So now we can go back into edge selection, which is 2 on the keyboard, and now I can click on this edge, shift click this edge, press F to create that face in between, and I'm going to do the same on this side. So click on this one, shift click this one, press F to connect, and then the same on this side. So click on this one edge, shift click the other one, F to fill them, and then the same at the top. So click there, shift click there, and F to close that down. So not sure why we will create this geometry, but just for demonstration purposes, that is how to fill something using that F command. Okay, next I want to show you how to increase and decrease your selection in Blender. So let's say we go into face select mode, and let's say we click on this one face right here in the center of this area, and I want to increase my selection by 1. So what I can do to increase my selection is on the keyboard, the shortcut is Control plus, and as you can see, it just increased that selection area for me. So I'm going to press Control plus one more time, and you can see that increased it once again. And I can do it another time, Control plus, and you can see it's selecting all those faces for me. You can also reverse this by pressing Control minus, and you can see that it will shrink our selection, Control minus again, and then Control minus again. So that's really cool if you are trying to select a certain area of your mesh, but you don't want to go around and you want to kind of click all the faces. So let's say we want to select this back leg. So what you can do is you can simply click on this bottom face like so. And now I can do Control plus, and it's going to select all those connected faces for me. And then if I do Control plus again, it's going to try and increase that selection. As you can see, it's now selecting these faces here in the center, and I can go Control plus one more time and it's going to select that. But now it actually went around and it selected everything else because these things are also all connected. So a good idea to do something like that is, let's say we have some more details on the sides. So I'm going to do select this face. I'm just going to do a quick inset and then a quick extrude. Do the same with this one, inset and extrude, and then the same on this side. So inset and then extrude. So something like that, which is all around kind of the similar amount of faces. So now if we select this bottom face and we do Control plus, you can see it's selecting all those faces around. I can do another Control plus, and I can see it selecting that again. But yeah, I think you get the idea. So Control plus and Control minus is just increasing and decreasing the selection that you are currently selecting. So also really handy for just quickly selecting an area of your mesh. So let's say if I click this top face there, Control plus, 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 you can see how it's actually increasing that selection for you. So I think this example here is probably the best, because obviously if you want to select this whole area, you can either click and then hold in shift and then kind of click around them, or you can click and drag, and that will also select all the faces that you drag over, or you can just select that middle one and do Control plus, 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 and now you have selected all those faces. So that is selection increase and decrease. Next, we're going to look at how to join and separate meshes. So currently, if you look in your outliner, you can see it says cube, and this is because we started with a default cube. So this is just one object in your outliner. It's just one thing basically. So let's say we want to separate some of these parts and create a separate object. So I think let's start with a new mesh. I'm going to go out of edit mode. So press tab on the keyboard and then let's delete this one. Press X and then delete, or you can save it if you want to. And now we're going to create another cube. So I'm going to press Shift A, mesh, cube, and I'm going to go into edit mode. So I'm going to press tab. Okay, now we're in edit mode, and I'm going to create a loop cut around this. So the shortcut for loop cut is Control R again. So Control R, and I want to cut it right there in the center. So I'm going to click there and I'm going to right click just to center that, and then click to confirm that. So now what I want to do is I want to separate this into two different meshes. So very easy to do that. You select the faces that you want to separate. So I'm going to select this face. Oh, sorry, we need to be in face select mode, 3 on the keyboard. So I'm going to select this face, shift click this one, shift click this one, shift click this one, and shift click this one. So I want to separate those faces from this mesh. So with those faces selected, you simply right click, and then you can see there's separate. And now I can either choose separate by selection, by material, or by loose parts. And we're going to go selection because I selected those faces that I want to separate. And if I click selection, now I can see we have two objects in our outliner. So I'm going to go into object mode by pressing tab on the keyboard to go out of edit mode. Now I can see we've got two different objects. So I can click on this one object and I can press G on the keyboard and I can actually move that away, and you can see we have two different meshes. So obviously you can see it here in the outliner as well. Now let's say you want to join these two together again to form one mesh. Now one mesh, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to have connected geometry to be one mesh. Let me show you what I mean by that. So you can take these two objects now. I can click on this one, shift click on this one, and then I can right click, and now I can go join. So if I join these two together, you can see in the outliner it basically created a new object which is just called cube. So it's just one object. And now if I go into edit mode on this object by pressing tab, you can see that they not connected, but they're still one object. So I can now go in here and I can enable vertex mode, and I can select that vertex and I can select that vertex, and I can join them together by using that F shortcut. You can see it created that edge between those two vertices or vertices, and I can select this one and this one, press F to join, and now I can go into edge mode, which is number 2 on the keyboard, select this edge, shift click on this edge, and then press F to fill that in for me. And I can do the same with these. I can select this edge and this edge, press F, Same on this side, this one, F. So you don't have to do this. I'm just kind of showing you that you can have one object that's not connected to each other, or you can obviously connect them to each other like that. Another thing you can do is I'm going to undo that. So we still have these two sections, but one mesh. So as you can see, we still just have one mesh in our outliner, and I'm going to go back into edit mode. Another thing that you can do is let's select this one section here. Or no, what I can actually do is, because they are not joined together or welded together, you can right click anywhere and you can say separate by loose parts. Now this will automatically separate these two objects into two different objects because they're not touching each other, so they are loose parts. So let me show you. If I right click, separate by loose parts, it's going to create these two objects. And if I go out of edit mode now by pressing tab, it's going to have these two objects automatically. So I don't have to specify that this one is not connected to this one. It will know that they are loose objects. So that is how you can join and separate meshes inside of Blender. Next, we're going to look at linked selection, or select linked faces. So I'm going to join these two together again to form one mesh. So I'm going to click on the one, shift click on the other one, right click, join, and that's going to give us one mesh again. And now I'm going to go into edit mode. So tab on the keyboard. And now let's say I want to select this object right here. Now remember, there is that shortcut A to select everything. So if I just kind of have my mouse pointer anywhere in this area and I press A on the keyboard, it's going to select all those faces inside of this mesh. Okay, that is A. Now I'm going to click to deselect that. And let's say we want to select all the faces connected to this one object basically, or this one section of our mesh. So I simply have to hover my mouse over this part of the object, and then I'm going to press L on the keyboard, L for link, and that's going to select all the linked faces basically. So I can do the same with this side. I can just hover my mouse over the side, press L on the keyboard, and that's going to select all those linked faces or linked geometry. Now let me show you what is quite interesting. If I select all of this and I move this section over so it's intersecting with this one, I'm going to press G on the keyboard, and then I'm going to press Y to only move it in the Y direction. I'm just going to kind of put it here in the center so it's kind of intersecting. You can see it's going through the other object, coming out the other side, and this will still work. So if I point with my mouse pointer to this object and I press L, it's still only going to select that linked object, because even though it's intersecting this object, it's not linked together. So there's no vertex that's connecting to another vertex of this model via an edge, if that makes sense. So there's no vertex to vertex or edge to edge or a face to face connection between these two parts. They are still loose parts. But sometimes it's when it's intersecting like that, it's quite difficult to, let's say this face actually had a subdivision. Let's just subdivide it a little bit more. So now you can see we've got all these little sections, and it's quite difficult to get inside here to select some of these edges. So that's why you just point towards this area and then press L on the keyboard, and that's going to select everything that's linked together. And now I can press G and Y and then move it out again to there. So that's just an easy way to select different parts of your model. And lastly, we're going to look at the X-ray view. So right here at the top, you've got some different views of your viewport. So you've got your wireframe there. So it's going to show you wireframe. You can also do the normal shaded view, which is this first one, viewport shading. Then you have your look dev mode or viewport shading. That's viewport shading. And then the last one, we have your kind of render view, or this will be your basic render view. So I'm going to leave this on the second one, which is the normal viewport shading. And then if you look to the left of that, there's two little squares, and the one has got like a little squiggly line. If you click on this, this is X-ray mode. And as you can see, we can now see through these objects, and you can see some objects in the background, or you can see the faces in the background. Now, this is really handy if, let's say, I'm going to switch this off first, and I'm going to look at this from the side, and I'm going to select some of these faces. So just dragging a box like that, and you can see I've selected all those faces. But if I turn around, you can see these faces at the back. They are not selected at all because I couldn't see them. So even if I drag a box like this around this whole object, still the back faces will not be selected because they weren't in view. But let's say I enable X-ray mode. Now you can see those faces actually behind these faces. So now if I draw a box around this area, it's going to select everything through, because we're actually looking through those faces. Same thing if I just do a small selection here in the center, it's going to select these two or these four faces right in the front, and then we also selected that face in the back because we are using X-ray mode. So this can be quite handy. Obviously I can do something like this to select this top face and this back face, but if you don't want to select through the objects, you just disable this X-ray mode again, and now I can drag a box right there, and it will only select that one face, and it won't select any of the other faces. So that is X-ray mode. So yeah, we've come to the end of the modeling lesson. So the best advice I'm going to give you is to keep on practicing and try and create some very, very simple models of things that you can see around you, like that basic chair that we created earlier in this lesson. So just look at things around you and try and create them, try and create a cube, and then go from there. Use the extrusion tools, use the loop cut, use the inset and all of those different tools, and see how you can create some of the basic objects around you. Don't try and model something very complicated. Don't try and model a car, for instance, right away. Try with simple, basic things. And then once you get the hang of the workflow of 3D modeling, you can kind of move up and try and create some more advanced or more difficult models. But yeah, the key thing is to just practice, 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 and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at pivots, and also we're going to talk about the 3D cursor in Blender. So first of all, I'm going to delete the light and the camera. So I'm just going to select those two and press X on the keyboard, and then click OK or delete to confirm that. And then first of all, let's quickly just talk about the 3D cursor. So I'm going to move this cube out of the way. So I'm just going to press G and then X to just move it on the X axis. And you'll see there right in the middle of our scene, we have this cursor, and that's called the 3D cursor. Now, there are many different things that you can do with the 3D cursor, and I'm going to show you some of the things, just how you can actually utilize this 3D cursor. So just know that that is the 3D cursor, and you can move it around. I'm going to show you in a second how to do that. And then we can also see the pivot point of this cube. So if you look at the cube, you'll see a tiny orange or yellow dot in the center of that cube, and that is the pivot point. So if I select this cube and I press R on the keyboard for rotation, you'll see that it rotates around that dot or around that pivot point. So that's the kind of the center point of this cube. Now, to change that, there are a few different ways to change that pivot point. But an easy way that I'm using to change the pivot point is actually using the 3D cursor to change that pivot point. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say we want to move this pivot point of this cube, and we want to set it on this corner of this cube. Maybe we want to rotate it around this corner, or maybe this edge, or maybe anywhere else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into edit mode while I have this cube selected. So with the cube selected, press tab on your keyboard to go into edit mode. You can also do that here at the top as I showed you before. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select where I want to place this pivot point. So I'm going to go into vertex select mode. So press 1 on the keyboard so you can select or see the vertices. And I'm going to select this vertice right here in the corner. As you can see there, it's highlighted. And now what I want to do is I want to move this 3D cursor to this vertex. Now again, there are a few different ways to do it, but we are going to use the shortcut Shift S. So if you press Shift S on the keyboard, you'll see this menu pop up, and there are different selections that you can choose here. Selection to cursor, selection to active, and so forth. And right at the bottom, you'll see cursor to selected. So that is our selection, that vertex, and that is the cursor. So if I click this, you'll see this cursor is going to jump to this vertex. So cursor to selected, and there you can see that 3D cursor actually jumped to that vertex right in the corner. Now we can go out of edit mode. So I'm going to press tab on the keyboard to go out of edit mode, or you can change this here at the top to object mode. And now you can see we can't see those vertices anymore because obviously we are in object mode. Now with this cube selected, you can go to object right here at the top, and then you'll see set origin. Now the origin is the same as the pivot point for an object. So set origin, and now you have a few different options that you can choose, and the one we are going to choose is origin to 3D cursor. Okay, so if you keep your eye on this pivot point right in the center, I'm going to go object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor, and you're going to see that little dot is going to jump from the center to that 3D cursor. So you can see it's right in the corner now. So now if I rotate this cube, you'll see it's going to rotate around that corner. So now we can go ahead and we can reset this 3D cursor back to the world origin. And really easy to do that. You just press Shift S on the keyboard again. That's that snapping shortcut. And then we're going to choose cursor to world origin. Now the world origin is the center of our world. So if I click this, you'll see that that 3D cursor is going to jump back to the center of the world, because we don't really need it to stay on that vertex anymore. We can use that 3D cursor for some other things. So if I rotate this cube now, you'll see that it's still going to rotate around that new pivot point. Now let's say you want to reset this pivot point back to the center of this cube. Very easy to do that. So you can just select this cube again or highlight this cube. And then we're going to go to object, set origin, and then you can use origin to geometry. You can also use origin to center of mass or surface and volume, but usually I just click on origin to geometry, and you'll see it's going to snap back to the center of that cube. You can see the pivot points back to the center, and now if I click or press R on the keyboard, it's going to rotate around that center again. So let me show you that you can actually use something. You don't have to use a vertex to snap that 3D cursor to. You can either use edges or you can use faces as well. Let me show you. So I want to set the pivot point of this cube to the center of the bottom face. So to do that, I'm going to go into edit mode with this cube selected. So press tab on the keyboard. And now I want to go into face selection mode. So press 3 on the keyboard. And then I'm going to select this bottom face, just like that. So now what I want to do is I want to snap this 3D cursor to this bottom face. So with this face selected, we're going to press that shortcut again, Shift S, and I'm going to go cursor to selected. So it means it's going to take the 3D cursor and it's going to move it to this selection, which is this face. So cursor to selected, and there you can see our 3D cursor jumped to the center of this face. Now we can go out of edit mode again, so press tab. And with this cube selected, you can go to object, set origin, and then origin to 3D cursor, and you're going to see that pivot point is going to jump. There we go. It's going to jump to the center at the bottom. And now if I rotate this cube, it's going to rotate around that face. As you can see there, pretty cool. So we can do the same with edges. So I'm going to go back into edit mode again. And this time I'm going to press 2 on the keyboard to go into edge selection mode. And let's say we want to set our origin in the center of this edge that I've selected here on the side. So I'm going to click on this edge and then that shortcut again, Shift S, cursor to selected. So we're going to jump, you see the 3D cursor will jump to that edge in the center of that edge. And now we can go out of edit mode again. So tab and then object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. And you can see that origin jumped to that edge. And now if I rotate this cube, it's going to rotate around that edge. So obviously if I press R and then maybe Y, you'll see it's going to rotate in the Y axis or X or Z. So you can see there, it's actually rotating around that point. So that's basically how you change the pivot point of an object. There are still some other uses for the 3D cursor that I'm going to show you now. So let's say we have, I'm just going to reset this 3D cursor back to the world origin. So I'm going to press Shift S and then cursor to world origin. It's going to jump back there. And maybe let's just reset the pivot point of this cube as well. So with the cube selected, go to object, set origin, origin to geometry, and it's going to jump back to the center of that cube, as you can see. So I'm going to duplicate this cube. So with this cube selected, press Shift D for duplicate, and then I'm just going to press X on the keyboard to just move it in the X direction or X axis, and I'm just going to place it somewhere right there. So let's first talk about pivot points and multiple objects. So if I select both of these cubes, I click on the one and I shift click on the other one to have them both selected. You can see they have their pivot points in the center. And if I now click on or press R for rotation, you'll see that it's going to rotate around the center point of those two objects. Okay, so you can see there, it draws a little line from the center, and that's how it's going to rotate. Now, there are different ways to change how that works. So right here at the top, you'll see this little drop down next to global. And this is basically called the transform pivot point. So as you can see, it looks like two circles with a little dot in the center of those two circles, which means if you have multiple objects, those are the circles, the pivot point will be in the middle of those objects, as we can see when we do a rotation. So if we click on this drop down, you'll see we have different options: bounding box center, 3D cursor, individual origins, median point, and active element. Now currently we have median point selected. As you can see, this is the two circles with the pivot point in the center, but we can also do individual origins. And as you can see, we've got these two circles with two dots inside of each circle, which means the origin will be in the center of each object, if that makes sense. So let's click on this one to select it, individual origins. And as you can see, it will change that icon at the top. And now if I press R for rotation with both of these cubes selected, you'll see that they will rotate around each of their own pivot points, as you can see there. So I can press R and then maybe Y to rotate around the Y axis or X or Z. Okay, what you can also do, let's see what other options we have here. So we've seen the individual origins that we just tested, also the median point, and then there's 3D cursor. So if I click on this one, now it will actually use the 3D cursor that's right here in the center as the pivot point for this selection. So if I press R on the keyboard, you'll see it's going to rotate around our 3D cursor. Pretty cool. So if I press R and then Z or Z, it's going to rotate around the Z, around that 3D cursor. Now we can also change this to active element. Now let's talk about the active element in your scene. So basically, if we have multiple objects, I'm going to duplicate one of these cubes one more time. And this time I'm going to press X to move it in this X direction. Maybe let's place it there. Now, if I select an object, you'll see that it gets this outline, which is kind of orange yellow. And if I shift click on another object, you'll see that the new one is going to turn bright orange yellow, and the previous one that was selected turns to kind of a darker orange or red. Now, if I shift click on this third object, you'll see that both of these previous ones turned kind of dark orange, and this new one is a brighter yellow. Now, this will be our active object, the one that you selected last. So now if we change this pivot here at the top and we change this to active element, this will mean this cube is the active element, and that's going to be the pivot point for the selection. So I'm going to change it to active element. And now if we press R on the keyboard for rotation, you'll see that that selection is actually going to rotate around that active object. So you have many different options to choose from. Usually the default is median point, to have that in the center of your selection. But as you can see, there are many other ways to actually change the way that pivots work inside of Blender. Now we can also use pivots and the 3D cursor to snap objects to a different location in our scene. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say we want to snap this cube to this cube, and we want to snap this cube's pivot to an area on this cube. Now, I'm sure that doesn't make 100% sense, but I'm going to show you, and I'm sure it's going to make sense once you see what I mean. So first of all, I'm going to take this object, and I want to set the origin to this side face. I want to set the origin to that center of that face. So I'm going to go into edit mode, and then I'm going to go into face selection, which is 3 on the keyboard, and I'm going to select this face. And now I want the 3D cursor to jump there, so I'm going to press Shift S and then cursor to select it. Okay, so you can see we've got our 3D cursor on that face. I'm going to go out of edit mode, so press Tab. And then with this cube selected, I'm going to go Object, Set Origin to 3D Cursor. So now you can see we have the origin of this object on this face. Now let's go into this object, and I want to set the 3D cursor to this face, and then we're going to use that to snap these two objects together. So with this object selected, I'm going to go into edit mode, so press Tab. And then still in face selection mode, I'm going to select this face. And then I'm going to snap the 3D cursor to this face. So that shortcut again, Shift S, and then cursor to select it. So you can see there is our 3D cursor in the center of that edge. And now we can do the snapping. So I'm going to go out of edit mode. So press Tab on your keyboard. And I'm going to select this cube where we change the origin. And with this cube selected, I'm going to go Object. And then we're going to go to Snap. And this is where we can actually do snapping to a certain area or a certain object. So now you can do all these different options here. And there's one that says Selection to Cursor. Now, this is our selection. That's the cursor, the 3D cursor. So let's see what happens. Object, Snap, and then Selection to Cursor. There we go. So you can see it took the pivot point of this object and it snapped that to the 3D cursor. So these are still two objects. As you can see, I can still move them around. They're not connected at all. They just moved together or closer together, and they're exactly at that same area or that same distance from each other. So you can also do something like, I'm going to go into this object. I'm going to press Tab to edit. And then I'm going to go and press 1 on the keyboard to select a vertex, that vertex on the corner. And I want to snap the cursor to that vertex. So Shift S and then cursor to select it. You can see our 3D cursor is now on that corner. And I'm going to go out of edit mode. So press Tab on the keyboard. And this time I want to snap this object's origin, or this object I want to snap to the 3D cursor, but because the origin of this cube is right in the center, that center of this cube will be snapped to that position. So let me show you what I mean. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go to Object, Snap, and then I'm going to go Selection to Cursor. So Selection to Cursor, Object, Snap, Selection to Cursor, and there you can see that the center of this cube snapped to that location. So as you can see, this is a really powerful way to snap objects together, or to move an object to a specific location in your world. If you want to maybe reset an object back to the center of the world, very easy to do. So you will do Shift S and then cursor to world origin to get that cursor back to the center of your world. And then you can choose an object with, so let's say this cube with the pivot centered. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go to Object, Snap, and then Selection to Cursor. And then you can see our object is now perfectly in the center of our world again. So yeah, that's how you can use pivot points and also the 3D cursor in Blender to move things around and also change the way you can interact with your objects in your scene. So give that a practice, change the pivot points around on some of your objects, snap some objects together, and just play around and get familiar with how to use the 3D cursor. It's a really powerful tool that I haven't seen in many other 3D applications. So this is quite unique to Blender, I will say. I might be wrong, but I haven't seen that before in any other software. So play around with that, get familiar, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to add a reference image or a photo that you can actually use to, when you're modeling something, to use that as a reference. So first of all, I'm going to delete the lamp and the camera. So I'm just going to select those two and then press X on the keyboard and then delete. And then what we're going to do is we're going to press Shift A to create a new object, or you can go to Add here at the top. And then we're going to choose Image and then Reference. So this is going to add a reference image for us. So it's going to ask you what do you want to add, and you can browse on your computer or your network and then find an image or anything that you've downloaded, maybe a blueprint of something, and you can load that reference. Now, as you can see, it actually loaded it in on an angle, because it will load it depending on what angle you are viewing from, but we can reset that really easily. So if you select this reference image and you go to the properties or the object properties panel here on the side, you can see that the rotation has got some values, and we're going to zero that out to set this flat on the grid. So I'm going to change this, just press 0 and enter, and then the second one, 0, enter, and then the same with the Z rotation, 0, enter. Now you can see that is flat on the ground. Now we can scale this, rotate this, move it around exactly the way you're going to move a normal object. So with this object selected, I'm pressing S on the keyboard and I'm going to scale that up. And you can see it's a blueprint of some type of ship. So we've got the top view and the side view and also the back or the front view right there. So for this demonstration, I'm just going to show you how to use maybe the top view of this reference. So with this reference image selected, I'm going to go into the reference image properties. So you'll see there's an icon that's called Object Data Properties. Looks like a little picture with a triangle in front. So if I click on this, this is going to give me the properties of this reference image. So there's a few things that you can change here. So the depth is on default. You can either set that front, so it's going to be in front of your object. So even though your object is above this reference image, the reference image will always appear to be in front, or you can change it to back. So it will always appear at behind your object. So you can see there, it's always behind it. So I'm going to change this back to default so you can actually see it's intersecting our object. And then the same with side. So this is what side will be visible. So you can do front. So the front side of our reference is visible, but if you look from underneath, it's invisible. So you can't see it from that side. And then the same with back. So back will only show the back side, but you can't see anything from the front. So I'm just going to leave that on both for now. And then you can also change the transparency of this reference. So if I enable transparency here on the properties panel, I can change, just drag your mouse, and you can see that will adjust the opacity of that reference. So let's set that to maybe, we can actually adjust it right now. So right here in the corner of your viewport, you've got all these axes. You've got your X and your Y and your Z, and you can see how they are rotating if I move around in my scene. So let's say we want to view the scene from the top down. I can simply click on this Z icon in this area right here. And if I click on Z, it's going to take me exactly to a top view of my scene. So now I can use middle click and shift to pan around, and I can still use zoom. But the middle or the minute that I'm going to just do a middle mouse and drag, it's going to take me out of that top view and back into perspective. So I'm just going to click that Z again to go back into top view. And now I can see we have our ship top view right there, and we can start modeling from this cube. So the way I will do this is I will select my cube, and let's just move it around and kind of get it in the center of our reference. But it's always good to be able to see through your objects when you're doing any modeling of this type. So there are a couple of ways you can do this, and I'm just going to enable X-ray view. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go into X-ray view, so this icon right here at the top, and then I'm going to go into edit mode. So just press tab on the keyboard, and you can see we have our cube right there. So now we can go ahead and we can start moving some of these vertices around. So I can take these two vertices, press G on the keyboard to move them around, and maybe position them right at the front for now. And maybe let's position these two right at the back. So I'm going to press G, and maybe we should do this accurately and press X as well. So we're only moving it in the X axis, and I'm going to place it right here at the back. Now we need to add some extra geometry into this model. As you can see, if I just go out of top view, you'll see that we only have this box right now. So we can add some edge loops to create some extra geometry on this cube or this rectangle. So I'm going to press Ctrl R to go into this loop cut, and I want to cut it right around like this. So I'm just going to click once, and then I don't want to move it. I'm going to right click to go out of that. And then I'm going to open the properties of this loop cut here at the bottom. Just click on this panel, and I want to increase the number of cuts. So I'm just going to increase this, and you can see it's adding more and more geometry for us to use. So let's maybe add about 8 of those loop cuts, and then I'm just going to click to apply that. Now you can see we have all those extra geometry to work with. So now if we go back into the top view, if I click on this Z right there, you can see we have all those vertices. So now I can simply go, just make sure that you have X-ray view turned on, because if you don't have X-ray view turned on, you're only going to select the top edge or the top vertex, and you're not going to affect, you see there, the bottom of your model. So if you do that and you move everything or move something around or maybe scale something, it's only going to affect that top section unless you select the bottom ones manually. So always make sure if you do something like this that X-ray is turned on. Let's go back into the top view, and now if I drag a box around those vertices, it's going to select all of them all around, as you can see there. So let's go back to Z, and now I'm going to start just scaling these two or these vertices that I've selected. I'm just going to press S on the keyboard, and I'm just going to scale them down. And as you can see, we can try and match our reference picture. So I'm going to do the same with these two at the front. So just select them and then S on the keyboard to scale them down like that. And now we can just go ahead and do the same with these as well. And let's do these ones as well. S on the keyboard, select S on the keyboard, select S to scale. And as you can see, this is also quite a powerful way of creating your models. And then right at the back, scale that down. So now if we zoom out and we go back into our 3D view, I'm just going to disable this X-ray so you can see the model. And now you can see there is our basic shape of our ship. So what else can we do with this reference? Oh yeah, also a very good thing, if I go back into object mode, so I'm just going to press tab on the keyboard. So usually you don't want to be able to select this reference image, because sometimes you're working and maybe you accidentally click on that and you move it around and now everything is kind of messed up. So I'm just going to undo that, Control Z. So what you can do is I usually set my reference image to be not or non-selectable. Now remember, in the first video I think I showed you how to disable selectable on a specific object. So in the outliner we're going to click on this filter right at the top, and then I'm going to enable this arrow, which is the selectable. So now you can see our empty, or our reference, has got that selectable enabled. And if I click on that to disable it, now we can't select this reference image anymore. And that's exactly what we want. So now we can go back into top view, click on our object, go into edit mode by pressing tab, and then we can enable X-ray again. And then we can start moving these things around again and exactly see what we are doing. And that's how easy it is to use blueprints inside of Blender. So the best thing to do is go onto Google and search for some blueprints and see if you can find some interesting stuff that you can load into Blender and maybe just play around with and see if you can model some different shapes by using reference images. And yeah, that way you will just practice how you can actually start modeling more advanced things in the future. So I'm sure you can find a lot of car blueprints online, or anything really. Maybe if you want to do a ship, you can try a ship as well. So yeah, play around with that, see how that goes, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson we are going to look at smooth shading and flat shading inside of Blender. So first of all, I'm going to delete my camera and my light. So select them, press X on the keyboard, delete. So in Blender and most other 3D applications, you have a smooth shade option and also a flat shading option. Now, there are many ways to smooth out an object inside of a 3D application. You can add a whole lot of extra geometry to make it more smooth, or you can use something like a subsurf modifier. And we're going to look at the subsurf modifier later on in this this course. But for now, I'm going to show you a way that kind of fakes the way that objects are displayed, so they will look smooth, but the actual geometry is not really smooth. So this is really handy if you are creating low poly models for maybe like a game, or you're taking it from Blender to Unreal or to Unity or any other gaming engine. It's always good to work with as low poly meshes as possible, and that is where smooth shading comes in quite handy. Now, it doesn't work on everything. You can't really just add smooth shading to any object in your scene because it won't look right. So let me show you an example. So this cube, if I right click on this cube, you'll see that we have shade smooth and shade flat. Now if I click on shade smooth, you'll see something will happen and we will get this kind of smooth shading, and it looks quite interesting, but it doesn't look right because we can't see these edges on this cube. And yeah, it just doesn't look right. So I can now right click again and set this back to shade flat, and now I can see we can see those hard edges again, which looks right. So obviously for a cube you're not going to add that. So I'm going to delete this cube, just X and then delete, and then I'm going to add a cylinder. So I'm going to go Shift A, and or let's add a UV sphere first. So I'm going to select UV sphere, and as you can see, we have this UV sphere. You can obviously click on this Add UV Sphere panel here at the bottom, and you can increase your segments. And as you can see, that will smooth it out. Also the rings, increase that. But this way, we'll just add all this geometry. If I open up edit mode, if I click tab, you'll see that it's got all of these faces and all of these geometry. That's just extra geometry that you don't maybe really need. And as you can see, right here at the bottom, it tells us that we have 17,538 faces currently. So that's a lot of geometry just for a simple sphere. So I'm going to delete this again, and I'm going to add the sphere back as default. So UV sphere. And in the settings, I'm going to change the segments back to 32 and the rings to 16. So that's kind of the default geometry if you add a UV sphere. And I can see obviously it's not smooth at all. You can see all the faces. If I go into edit view, you can see we have a lot less faces and vertices and edges. And if we have a look at the bottom here, we can see that we only have 512 faces, which is a lot better than something like 17,000 or whatever it was. So with a sphere selected, you can now right click and I can go shade smooth. And instantly you can see we have this amazing smooth looking sphere. Now, if you look closely to the edge of our sphere, you can see it's not really smooth. You can actually see those corners, and if I click on it, you can actually see it a little bit better. So it's kind of like a little bit of an illusion. It changes the way how the light is interacting with those flat faces. So it's kind of a way of cheating something to look smooth inside of any 3D application. So if I export this sphere now to, let's say, to Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine will read that smooth shading and it will keep that smooth look. So a really cool way to save on geometry if you're trying to keep your poly count low. So if I select this again, you can right click again and set flat. So you can easily just change between that because it's not really changing the actual geometry. It's kind of just faking it. So I'm going to delete this sphere. And let's say we want to add a cylinder. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, and then I'm going to add a cylinder. Now I can see a cylinder. You can also change the settings here at the bottom to increase it, but I'm going to leave it on 32 for now. Now a cylinder is quite interesting because I want the sides to be smooth, but if I just select my cylinder and I right click and go shade smooth, you'll see this is going to happen. So the side of our cylinder is actually looking pretty good. You can see it's nice and smooth, but if you look at it from an angle, you can't see this edge going past here at the top and the same at the bottom. It looks kind of weird, doesn't look right. So the way you want to do this is you want to go into edit mode first and then only apply the smooth shading to a specific area of your object. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to right click on this cylinder again, and I'm going to set it back to shade flat, back to normal, so we can see that edge again, which is good. So now with this cylinder selected, I'm going to press tab to go into edit mode. And now what I want to do is I want to select everything but the top and the bottom face. So I want to select all these faces going around in the center, but not select the top and the bottom. So some easy ways to do that with everything selected as it is. You can simply make sure you're on face select mode. So you can press 3 on the keyboard, and then you can do shift click on the top face and shift click on the bottom face to deselect them. You can see they are gray, they're not selected, and everything else is selected. Another way to do this is I'm just going to click to deselect everything. You can just drag a box like this, but just be careful. If you rotate around, you'll see that you have not selected any of the faces at the back. So you can do shift and just kind of shift and highlight them like so. Or another way will be is just to enable X-ray view here at the top and go to the side like a side view, and now you can just drag a box and that will select everything through that model. So you can see it's selecting everything through it. And now if we switch off this X-ray view, you can see that's also a perfect selection. Another way to do this is you can click on one of the faces and then you can control click on another one. It's going to select everything in between. And now I can go all the way around, maybe to here, control click, and then control click again, like so. So many different ways to select those faces. And now with those faces around selected, I can right click and then I can go to shade smooth. So here at the bottom, shade smooth and shade flat, shade smooth. So now I'm going to go out of edit mode. So press tab on the keyboard. And now you can see that the side of this cylinder is nice and smooth, but we can still see that hard edge at the top and also at the bottom. So that's kind of what you want. Now, just be careful when using smooth shading on everything. You kind of need to have a reason that you are using it. So remember, for low poly assets, for gaming assets, for things like that, try and use smooth shading if that is the look that you're going for. If it's not the look you're going for, then maybe leave it on flat shading. And if you're not worried about your poly count, you can always just add a subsurface modifier. And we're going to look at that later, but as I said, that's going to add a lot of geometry to your scene. But if that's not something you are worried about, you may be making a very high density, high poly count model, then that's fine. Then you don't have to use the flat shading and the smooth shading at all. So yeah, play around with that, see how you can create different smooth shapes by using this smooth and flat shading inside of Blender. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at lights, adding lights to your scene. So first of all, we're going to delete everything in the scene, start with a blank scene. So simple way to do that is press A on your keyboard to select everything, and then X to delete, and then click to confirm. So now we have a blank scene. Just something else I want to mention about the 3D cursor. So the 3D cursor will always be the origin of a new object that you're adding to your scene. So if we have, for instance, if we move this 3D cursor to the side and we create a new, maybe a new cube, it's going to create that cube where that 3D cursor is. So that's why most of the time all your new objects that you create will be in the center, because the 3D cursor is in the center of your world. So anyway, we're going to create a plane or a ground plane first for our scene. So I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh, and then Plane. Now the plane is literally just a flat face, as you can see. It doesn't have any thickness, so we're going to use that as our floor. And I'm going to scale that up. So with that plane selected, I'm going to press S and then just drag it out so we have a bigger plane, something like that. And now I want to add a cube on top of this plane. So I'm going to press Shift A again, Mesh, and this time we're going to select Cube. Now you can see that our cube is not sitting on top of the plane, it's kind of in the center of it, and we want to move this cube up. So with this cube selected, I'm going to press G for grab, and then Z for Z or Z axis, and then I'm going to hold in Control to snap, and you can see there it's snapping, and I'm going to snap it right to the top, on top of that plane. Click, and now you can see that our cube is sitting exactly on that plane. So next I want to add a light. So you can either add a light by going up to Object and then, Add, and then add lights here. Or the normal way we always do it is Shift A, the shortcut, and then we're going to go to Light. And then you'll see you have some different options. You've got Point, Sun, Spot, and Area. So we're going to look at Point first. So I'm going to click Point, and it's going to create that light inside this cube now because it's creating it on that 3D cursor. So I want to move that light up a little bit. So I'm going to press G, and then I'm going to press Z to move it in the Z axis, like that. And now I want to move it over to the side. So I'm going to press G again, and then Y for the Y axis. Maybe let's put it somewhere there. And yeah, we can't really see anything, but our light is there. So let's quickly talk about these different views in Blender again. The first one, if you look right at the top next to X-ray, so that will be the X-ray. So if we look at the one next to it, the little wireframe one, this one is a wireframe view. So if I click on this, you'll see everything is wireframe. You're not going to see any materials or any lights or anything like that. The second one is the one we usually work in, and that's solid mode. So if I click on this, you'll see everything solid. It's also not going to show you something like a shadow or a reflection or a material or anything like that. And the next one we have is material preview mode. So if I click on this, this one will actually show materials. So it's like a way that you can preview how your objects will look. You'll see the different colors of those objects, and if they have materials, you'll see those materials. But again, we don't see any shadows or reflections or anything like that. And then the last one is our render preview. So if I click on this render preview, it's going to go into kind of like a weird gray look because we don't really have set any properties to this light, so it's not very bright. But you'll be able to see shadows and reflections and everything inside this render preview mode. Now, just remember that in Blender, you have different renderers that you can use. So the two main ones are called EV and then also cycles. EV and cycles. We're not really going to use Workbench. So EV is a real-time renderer, which is kind of similar to something that Unreal and Unity and all of those applications use. It's a very, very fast renderer, but it doesn't give you 100% accurate results as in the real world. So in this course, we are not really going to focus on the EV renderer. We are going to focus on the cycles renderer, which is the kind of better renderer. In my case, it's a lot slower than EV, but it's going to give you accurate results. So whenever you want to go with something photorealistic or something just really, really nice and realistic, you will always use the cycles render engine. But you can still get some really, really nice renders by using EV, but it does require a little bit of extra work to kind of fake some of your reflections and some of your shadows. So I'm going to change this from EV to cycles, and you can instantly see that something is happening. We can kind of see a shadow forming here as this is rendering. My computer is slowing down a lot, so I am just going to go to performance, and I'm going to change the threads to 2. So it's only using 2 CPU threads, so it's going to be a little bit slower, but that's fine. So as you can see, if I'm moving this around, it goes all pixelated, and that's because we're trying to render that image using this render preview. So now with this light selected, I'm going to go to the light properties. So once you click on your light, you'll see a little light bulb appear here in this icon section. So if I click on this light icon, you can see we have all this light properties here. So first of all, you can see color, which is white, power, size, and max bounces. So let's increase the power. So as you can see, currently the power is set to 10 watt, and I'm going to click there. I'm going to change this to 200. So just type in 200, enter. And now you can see our light is a lot brighter. You can see it's actually reflecting off this floor, off this plane. And I can also see that we are getting some nice shadow from this cube. And if I just rotate my scene, you can see it's going to go all pixelated again, and it's going to start to try and render that scene again for me. And you can see it's looking pretty cool. So let me just zoom in here slightly so we have a little bit of a better view, something like that. So let's change the color of this light. So I can click on this color, and let's say we want to make it a little bit more blue. So I can just drag this into the blue area, and instantly you can see our light is now blue, and it's obviously affecting the look of the other objects in our scene because they're all white. And we can also increase the power maybe. Let's make it 400 watts. You can see that's brighten it up a bit. And then we have the size. So the size is basically the size of your light. And the size of your light will affect the way shadows look. So if I make this smaller, I'm going to set this to 0.1, press enter, and you can see our shadow is a little bit sharper. So the edges of our shadow is a little bit sharper. That's a bit sharper. We can even take it smaller, maybe make it 0.01, enter. And now you can see we have this very, very sharp shadow because our light source is very, very small. If I make this bigger, I'm going to click and I'm going to make this 0.5, so half a meter. Now you can see our shadow is a lot softer again. So I can even increase this maybe to 1 meter. And now you can see our shadow will be nice and soft. So we also get a different few types of lights, as I showed you when we pressed Shift A and then light. You have these different options, but you can change them within the properties of that existing light. So you can click on your light, and then in the light properties, you can change them between point, sun, spot, and area. So let's change this one to a spotlight. We're going to get back to sun. So click on spot, and you'll see it's going to change the way this light looks in your scene, and it's going to create the spotlight. So now I can click on this light and we can rotate it. So maybe we want to rotate it in the x-axis. So I'm going to press R and then X to lock it to that axis. And now you can kind of point it exactly where you want to point that light. You can also click and drag this yellow dot. So you can just literally drag this around in your scene to drag it to a very specific location like that. You can also change the power. You can also change the size. So everything else is still exactly the same. Don't worry too much about max bounces. This is probably just a way that the renderer will work out where the light's going to bounce and how many times it's going to bounce. So usually I just leave that default. You can also enable cast shadow. If you don't want to cast a shadow for some reason, you can take that off or enable that again. So let's look at sun. So I'm going to click on sun, and you can see how a scene is going to brighten up quite a bit. So currently the strength is on 400 because we are at 400 watt, but this is very different to that 400 watts of a point in a spotlight. So I'm going to set this down to 1, and usually a low number is pretty good for a sun. And as you can see, that our sun is giving us a very, very sharp shadow right there. So you can also then change the angle. So this will be the angle of that sun, and that will affect the shadow density, or if the shadow is sharp or soft. So that's the angle of that sun. So obviously we can increase and decrease the strength. We can maybe make it 2, and that's going to be a lot brighter. And then you can also just drag this yellow dot around in your scene to set that angle of how the sun is actually affecting your scene. Now lastly, let's look at area. So I'm going to click on area. An area light's going to create like this flat plane almost. And I'm just going to drag this yellow so it's kind of pointing in the direction of our cube. And now you can see we can change the shape of our area light. So you can, if you click on this drop down, you get square, rectangle, disc, and ellipse. So this is square, so rectangle, you can change it to rectangle, or disc, which is like a flat round disc, as you can see there. Or you can change this to ellipse, and that will create an ellipse. So this is just different kind of shapes. So I'm going to set this back to disc. And then we need to increase the power. Currently it's set to 2 watts. So I'm going to change this to maybe 400. And I can see it will just kind of affect your scene differently. You can see this fall off of this light is looking a little bit different than spotlight or point light. And you can obviously also increase the size and decrease the size to change the way that your shadows look. So let's create one more light. So I'm going to press Shift A, light, and this time I'm just going to create a point light again, and I'm going to move it up. So G and then Z to move it up on the Z axis, and then we are going to press G and Y to move it in the Y axis, maybe to this side. And let's change the color of this light to, let's make it red. And then I want to increase the power as well. So let's make this one 500. Now you can see we are mixing these two colors together. So we've got the blue light coming from this side. I'm just going to make this blue kind of more dark blue. And you can see the red light coming from this side and the way those shadows are actually changing. So that is how easy it is to add lights to your scene inside of Blender. Play around and create some different scenes and add some interesting looking lights to your scene, and just see how they affect the way your scene looks. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about HDRIs, which is quite a cool way of introducing some very realistic lights into your scene. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at HDRIs and how to add them to your scene and what they will do to your scene. So first of all, an HDRI usually is a 360-degree high definition photo of an area or a room or a scene. And we use HDRIs for realistic lighting. So those pixels that are stretched 360 degrees around your scene will actually cause your scene to be lit. So actually using those real life pixels, or you can use it to cause your reflection in your objects to reflect that real world scene around your world. So let me show you what I mean. So first of all, I'm going to delete the light and I'm going to delete the camera as well. So just delete those two and we only have this cube in our scene. And maybe let's add I'm going to delete the cube as well. And I'm going to add a sphere. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, and then we're going to add a UV sphere. And I want to make this one a little bit smoother. I want to add a little bit more geometry. So I'm going to click on this panel here at the bottom and increase the segments to 64 and then increase the rings to, let's make that 64 as well. Okay, click away and now we get something that's a little bit smoother. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the world properties. So you'll see this little icon on the side. It looks like a little planet, red. And if you click on that, this will give you your world properties. Now currently the world is set to this gray color. Okay, so there's actually think of a big sphere that's actually around your whole scene or your world, and that sphere has got a color that is dark gray. So I can click on this and I can actually change this. You're not going to see it changing here because we're not in a view that you're going to see any textures. So if I make this more kind of blue, you're not going to see any changes. But if we go to our render view, which is this last icon there, you can see our world is now blue. And that blue light is obviously reflecting against this sphere. And that's why this sphere is now looking blue. So the sphere is not really blue. It's just reflecting the light coming from outside. So let's say we want to change, instead of having just a solid blue, we want to change this to an HDRI. What we want to do is under this world tab, next to this color, you'll see this little dot. So we're going to click this little dot and then we get all these options. And we want to change this to an environment texture. Okay, so I'm going to click on environment texture. And everything's going to go this purple pink color because we haven't specified an actual texture. So it's kind of just like a placeholder telling us that we need to specify a texture because this is just the default no texture purple color. So I'm going to click on open right here below environment texture. And then I'm going to browse to a folder on my computer where I've saved all the HDRIs that I use. So as you can see, we have all these different rooms that I've downloaded, and you can just Google free HDRIs. There's actually a website called HDRI Haven, which is completely free, and you can go there and you can download your HDRIs. So I'm going to choose one of these, maybe just like this warehouse or an old bus depot, and I'm going to click open image. And now you can see, if we rotate around our scene, you can see this massive 3D scene. So it's literally just a 360 image that's now wrapped around our scene. And you will also see that our sphere is looking a lot more kind of realistic. It's getting shades and light from different areas because it's actually using those pixels in the background to create light. So if we look at, let's say, if we look at this area of our HDRI, you can see it's quite dark on that side at the back. And if I look at the light coming from that side onto our sphere, you can see it's kind of in the shadow. But if we look at these bright windows on this side, if I rotate around to that side, you can see there's a bright light coming from that area onto our sphere. So that's why it's actually changing the way that your objects will look, because it's actually getting that realistic light from all different angles. We don't have any other lights in our scene. And with this, on this HDRI, you can actually set the strength. So you can see the strength is currently set to 1. And if I drag this down, you can actually increase the intensity of that HDRI. So I'm going to set this to about 0.3. And now if we rotate around, you can see that we're getting a nice soft light on our object coming from all different angles. Now, if we should give a reflective material to this mesh or to this sphere, we should be able to actually see our scene inside this reflection. So Later on in this course, we're going to go into materials and how to create your own materials and all the different settings. So don't worry too much if the next step doesn't make any sense. We're going to get to that later in this course. So let's just change the material of this. So I'm going to go to material, don't follow along. I'm just going to click on new and I'm going to give it a name. Let's just call this new MAT for new material. And I'm going to give it a base color. I'm just going to make it maybe a little bit green. And then I'm going to increase the reflectivity of this green. So I'm just going to bring down the roughness, make it nice and shiny, and maybe bring the metallic up as well so it's more reflective. So you can kind of see it's starting to reflect something. But because we have all these low poly, we don't have a lot of smooth, or we don't have a lot of geometry, so it doesn't look very smooth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on the sphere and I'm going to set the shade to smooth. So there you can see the reflection of this actual warehouse in this sphere now. So if we go to this side, you'll be able to see the bus somewhere. There's the bus. And that bus is right here behind us. There's the bus. So it's actually giving you that realistic reflection. Obviously, when you do your rendering, you're not going to see the HDRI. You can render with an HDRI, but usually you will not render with that HDRI active. So let me just show you what I mean. If I go to my render settings right at the top, this little camera. So just note that we are currently using Eevee, which I said we're not really going to use Eevee, but for now it's nice and quick to see reflections and light. But we can actually change this to cycles and it's going to slow everything down, but everything's going to be more realistic. It's going to look a lot more realistic if I zoom in here and let's just render that for a second. So you can see it takes a lot longer, but the reflections and everything will just look so much more realistic when using cycles. So under this render settings, you can go down to film, and then if you expand film, you'll see transparent. Now if I enable this, you'll see that our HDRI will be transparent. It's not going to be displayed in our scene, but the interaction on your objects will still be exactly the same. So the light will still be coming from that HDRI, and the reflections will also be there when you do your renders. So this is something I always enable just before I do my renders, or you can actually enable them when you just add your HDRI, because you don't really need to see that HDRI around your scene. You just want to look at your scene and see how everything is looking. And then later on, once you render this, you will use some compositing software to maybe place it inside a real scene that's similar to that HDRI that you used. So yeah, just a very quick way to create some very realistic lighting in your scene. So go to Google and just search for free HDRIs and see if you can download a few, and then test them inside some of your scenes. Just create some random objects, maybe create a floor, maybe create some nice looking things, and then add an HDRI to your scene and see how that will change the way your scene looks. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey and welcome back, and in this lesson we are quickly going to look at the modifiers in Blender. So modifiers are like tools you can apply to different meshes to create different outcomes. So if I select my cube in the default scene, and on the side where you find all these property panels, you'll see there's one which looks like a spanner or a wrench. And if you point to that, it will say this is the modifier properties. Now, if I click on this, this is where we can add all these different modifiers. So as you can see, you get different types of modifiers. You get the modify, generate, deform, and then simulate as well. So in the next few lessons, we are going to look at some of these specific modifiers that you can add to your meshes and what they will do. So in this lesson, it's just an overview. So you basically select your object and then you go to the modifier properties panel, and this is where you will add your modifiers. So once you click on a modifier, you'll see it will have some properties, and then you can also add another modifier. So let's add an array modifier maybe below that. So as you can see, it will actually stack them together, and then you can also use these arrows to move them up and down. So let's say you want the array modifier before the triangle modifier, you'll put that one above. So it will apply these modifiers from top down. And once you're happy with a modifier, you can just apply or copy, or you can just cancel that modifier by clicking on that X. So in the next few lessons, we are going to go into specific modifiers and how they work. So I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at the array modifier. So in our default scene, we can go ahead and we can delete the camera and the light. So I'm going to select those two and press X on the keyboard and then confirm by clicking delete. And then we're going to select our default cube and we're going to add a modifier or an array modifier to this object. So with this object selected, I'm going to click on the little spanner to open up the modifier properties panel on the side. And then you can click this drop down, add modifier, and then we're going to go for the array under generate. So if I click that array, you'll see something has happened with our cube. You can see it almost looks like two cubes next to each other, but you can't see any space between them. And in the properties panel, you will see you have a count, and then you have a constant offset and also a relative offset. Now, if I increase this count maybe to 3, you can see it just added a new cube next to the second one, and you can increase this all the way to whatever number you need, and you can see that it actually created an array of that one cube. Now currently the offset or the relative offset is set to 1, which means it will take that 1 unit of that mesh and it will just separate them according to that. So if I increase this number, you can see that we're actually creating a space between those cubes, because those cubes are 1 by 1 by 1. So if I set this to 2, you'll see there will be an exact space of 1 cube between each of these cubes, and that way you can create a whole array of the same object. So just remember, this is still one object. So if I select my cube and I zoom in here and I click on, or I press tab on the keyboard to go into edit mode, you'll see if I move any of these vertices around, you'll see that all my other cubes will actually do exactly the same. So let's go in here and maybe I select this face and I right click and say subdivide, and maybe let's subdivide that again, and maybe let's extrude some of these faces. So I'm going to select those faces, press E on the keyboard, extrude, and as you can see, that is happening with all these other arrays as well. So I'm going to go out of edit mode by pressing tab, and then you can also specify the direction in which you want to have your array. So currently you can see this is X, Y, and Z. So we have a relative offset of 2 in the X axis, which is that axis. So if I change this to 0 and maybe change the Y to something like 1.5, you'll see that our array is now happening in the X axis. And I can obviously do the same with the Z as well. So I can set that back to 0 and maybe set the Z to 1.1. And you will see that our array will now be on that Z axis. You can also make this negative, so it can be -1, and then that will go down. Or you can also use something like -1 on the Y axis, and that will then just make that array go the other way. Now you can also increase these other numbers at the same time. So I can set this to maybe 1, and then maybe the Y to 1 as well, and then it will be something like that. You can also play with a Z, so you can kind of see how easy it is to maybe create something like stairs. So let's quickly do that. I'm going to delete this object completely, and then I'm going to create a new mesh. So Shift A on the keyboard and then cube, and I'm going to scale this one slightly. So let's just zoom in there by pressing period. And then I'm going to press S for scale, and then Z for Z direction, and then S for scale again, and then we're going to press Y to scale it in the Y direction like that. So we have that one step. So now I'm going to go to the array or the modifiers panel, click on add modifier array, and then I'm going to set this to on the X axis to 0, on the Y axis to maybe 1, And the Z I can increase slightly, maybe to something like 0.7. And now we can just increase this count. And as you can see, we are creating a staircase. Easy as that. So now we can go in here and I can press tab to go into edit mode. Now I can take this face and I can just press G on the keyboard to move it around, and then I want to move it in the X axis, so I'm pressing X, and now I can adjust the width of my staircase. Click, and there you have a perfect staircase. Now just remember, as I said before, this is still just one object. You can't really edit these objects now, but what we can do is if we go into this modifier panel, you can apply this modifier. So if I go apply, that modifier will actually disappear, and then this will become one object. So if I highlight it, press tab to go into edit mode, now you can see I can actually go in here and I can modify these steps individually. So I can change the length of one of them, maybe make that one a bit shorter. So as you can see, I can go in here and I can change them like that. So always make sure that you are happy with your results before you apply your modifier, because you can't really go back now and adjust the amount of steps. You will have to create a new array maybe from one of these objects and then carry on from there. So that is an overview of the array modifier. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at the mirror modifier in Blender. So I'm going to start off by deleting the lamp and our camera. So select those and delete them. And then we're going to use this cube as an example for the mirror modifier. So using a mirror modifier is a very, very powerful tool when it comes to 3D modeling, because it means you only have to model the one side of your object and then everything will be mirrored on the other side. Now again, there are a few different ways to enable mirroring in Blender, but I'm going to show you how to do it via a modifier. So first of all, I'm going to delete half of this cube. So it's always a good idea just to delete half of the model that you're starting with, and that way it will mirror the other side, and then you can start modeling only on the one side of that model. So with this cube selected, I'm going to press tab on the keyboard to go into edit mode, and I want to put a loop cut right in the center, so I have a center line that I can actually break this apart. So on the keyboard, I'm going to press Ctrl R for loop cut, and I want to set that loop cut right here. So I'm just going to click once, and then I don't want to move it around. I'm just going to right click to center that, and then I'm going to click away to accept that. So now you can see we have a cube that's got this line going through the center, so we can now easily remove this one side. So I'm going to make sure I'm in face select mode, so pressing 3 on the keyboard, and I'm going to click and hold in shift, and I'm just going to select all these faces on this side, also at the bottom. So all of those faces are selected, and then I'm going to press X on the keyboard to delete them, and this is going to come up with a little bit of a different menu because it's actually asking me now, do I want to delete the vertices or the edges or the faces? So I'm just going to click on faces. It doesn't really matter because yes, we don't want to delete these middle vertices, so the best option will probably be faces. So I'm just going to click on faces, and I can see we removed half of this cube. So we only have a half, and as you can see, it's hollow. So now we are ready to add our modifier to this half cube. So I'm going to go out of edit mode, so press tab on your keyboard, back into object mode. And with this half cube selected, I'm going to go to the modifiers panel on the side, which is this spanner or the wrench. And I'm going to click on add modifier, and then we're going to select mirror. So you'll see that there is the mirror modifier. And if I apply that, you can't see that anything is happening on our screen in the viewport, because we need to make sure that the axis we are mirroring from is correct. So if we look at this little axis here on this icon here on the side, you can see that we need to mirror on the on the Y axis. The X axis is this red line going this way, and the Y is this green one going from left to right. So we need to mirror on the Y axis, and by default this mirror modifier is set to mirror across the X axis. So I'm going to untick X, and then I'm going to tick Y. And there you can see it mirrored this one side to the other side, and we are back to a perfect cube. Obviously, if you want to mirror from top down, you will use the z-axis. Also, if you have an object in the center of your two sides, you can also use a mirror object. Then you just click on this little dropper and you select that center object, and then it will mirror around that object. But for this example, we're just going to use the axes. Then here at the bottom, you have some options. You can enable merge, which means it's going to merge the vertices when they get to the center, which is always a good thing to do. And the merge limit is 0.001 meters, which means if those vertices come closer to each other and they get to this threshold, they will snap together and become one vertex. Another thing to enable, which is also very good, is this clipping. So clipping will basically allow or not allow you to move something over the mirror line, or this x-axis basically. So if I'm in edit mode, I won't be able to, maybe let's say if I go into vertex mode, I can't take this vertex and move it across this line. You can see it's actually clipping it there. So you want to enable that on here as well. And now we are ready to start modeling. So make sure you go into edit mode by pressing tab. And now we can start by, let's say, extruding this side. So obviously we can't select anything on the right hand side because that is just a mirror image. We need to work on the side where we started. So I'm going to select this face right there, and I'm going to press E on the keyboard to extrude, and you'll see the same is happening on the other side. So now I can scale it down as well. So I'm going to press S on the keyboard and I'm going to scale that down, and let's extrude it again. Maybe let's extrude from here, extrude to the front, and maybe let's scale that up, and maybe let's extrude that again, extrude again, scale down. Maybe let's go to this area right here. I'm going to extrude that out. I'm going to scale that in the X or in the Y direction. So S and then Y, and let's extrude that again and extrude that again. Scale it down. And as you can see, it's very, very simple to create some very interesting looking things really quickly by just using the mirror modifier. Really cool for creating some spaceships or anything really that has got a mirror image on the one side. So I can extrude both those. Maybe I have something here on the side that kind of might be a wing or something. So you can move them around, move them in the X direction. And as you can see, I'm just creating some very random looking things here. And there we have a very weird looking spaceship. So yeah, that is basically the mirror modifier. And always remember not to apply this while you're busy doing your modeling, because I can now go and if I go out of edit mode by pressing tab, I can always go in and I can go and apply this modifier, and that will remove the mirror modifier, but it will make everything editable. So let me show you. So if I click apply, that mirror modifier is going to disappear. And if I go into edit mode right now, I can now start and I can do things on the one side and it will not replicate over to the other side. So you always need to kind of decide when you are ready to apply that modifier. But a good example is to just duplicate your object before you want to delete that modifier or apply that modifier, and then maybe move that object into a backup collection so that you have an option if you want to go back and carry on with that mirror modifier, you can. So just save it into a separate collection, switch that collection off so you don't see it, and then that will be your backup. So I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome to this lesson where we are going to look at the Boolean modifier. So first of all, we are going to start by deleting our lamp and our camera, and we have this cube in the center. And then we're going to go to our modifiers panel on the side, the little wrench. And then if you go to add modifiers, you'll see there is a Boolean modifier, third one from the top. So we're not going to click it yet. I just want to show you that it's there. So what is a Boolean modifier? So I think it's better to show you what it does than to try and explain what it does. So I'm going to take this cube and I'm going to scale it up. So I'm just going to scale it up a little bit bigger like that. And then I'm going to create a cylinder. So I'm going to do a Shift A on the keyboard, mesh, and then cylinder. And I want to scale that cylinder because currently it's inside that cube, but I only want to scale it in the Z axis, up and down basically. So I'm going to press S on the keyboard, and then I'm going to hit Z. And I'm just going to pull out, maybe pull it out a little bit further, like that. So we have these two objects. So we have the cube, which is just a normal cube, and we have this cylinder, like so. So let's say we want to use this cylinder to make a hole inside of this cube. And that is when you're going to use a Boolean modifier. So let me show you. So I'm going to select this cube first, and then I'm going to shift click on my cylinder. So now I can see that our cube has got the darker outline and our cylinder has got the lighter outline. And then I'm going to click on add modifier Boolean. So as you can see, nothing is really happening. So let's say we want to use this cylinder to make a hole inside of this cube. That is when you will be using a Boolean modifier. So I'm going to select the cube because that's the one that we want to cut. And then I'm going to go to my modifiers panel. So click on this wrench, and then under add modifier, I'm going to click Boolean. All right, now this is going to ask me what object do I want to use to create this Boolean. So I'm going to click on this little dropper, and then I'm going to click on this cylinder. And we can't really see anything happening, but if we click on the cylinder, and I'm going to hide it, so here in the outliner next to cylinder, I'm going to click on the little eye icon, and I can see we actually have that hole cut into this cube. Now the thing is, if I unhide this cylinder, and if I click on the cylinder and I move the cylinder around, I'm going to press G on the keyboard, I'm going to move it around, and you can see the hole is not there when I move it around, because it's actually doing this Boolean as we speak. It's actually doing it live. So if I maybe place this cylinder right there, and I'm going to hide the cylinder again, you can see that that hole actually moved with that cylinder. Okay, so what that means is we need to apply that Boolean for that to be a permanent hole inside of that cube. So I'm going to select this cube again, and then I'm just going to apply this Boolean modifier. So I'm just going to hit apply, and it's still just going to stay as normal. And now I can actually click on the cylinder and I can move it out of the way, and you can see there we have that cut. Now there are a few different operations that you can use with a Boolean. I'm just going to delete both of these objects, and I'm going to create a new cube. So we start fresh. So Shift A, mesh, cube. And this time I'm going to try and do something else. I'm going to scale this up again, and I'm going to create another cylinder. So Shift A, mesh, cylinder. And I'm going to scale that up again. Scale, and also in the Z direction. So like that. And this time I want to do a different type of Boolean. So I'm going to select this cube again, and I'm going to add a modifier, Boolean. And I'm going to still do the object as my cylinder. So I'm going to click on the dropper and then cylinder. So now we have exactly the same that we actually had before. If I hide the cylinder, you'll see we've got the hole, but that's not what I want to do. So if we go back to the cube and go back to our modifier, you'll see that we have this operation, and it says difference. So if I click this drop down, you'll see that we have intersect, union, and difference. So difference is the one that we just saw, where it's cutting a hole inside the cube. But if I'm going to change this to, let's try intersect. Now what intersect is doing, it will only leave the geometry that's intersecting between those two objects. So now if I hide my cylinder, you can see this is only the part that's going to be left over. That's the part between, or of the cube and the cylinder, that's intersecting, if that makes any sense. So I'm just going to change this, and let's see union. So union will basically join those two meshes together to form one mesh. So it's basically a union between, it's basically joining two objects together. So if we apply this one, and if I've hidden the original cylinder, so you can unhide that and you can still move that one away if you want to, like so. So it's still an existing mesh. But if we click on this new mesh that was created, and I click on or press tab to go into edit mode, you'll see that we can actually start changing this as one object. So it's not two objects anymore, it's basically joined together. So those are the three different types of Boolean modifiers you find in Blender. So yeah, play around with that. They're really powerful to create cuts or holes inside of other objects. Yeah, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at the solidify modifier. So first of all, I'm going to delete everything in my scene. So I'm going to press A on the keyboard to select all, X to delete, and click to confirm. So I want to add a plane. So I'm going to press Shift A on the keyboard, mesh, and then plane. And we can scale this up a little bit to see it a bit better. So I'm just going to press S on the keyboard and scale it up like so. And now if we go to our modifiers panel, this little wrench, and click on add modifier, I'm going to add the solidify modifier under this generate column. So what that will do is this will actually give us some thickness, because remember, a plane is literally just one flat face. It doesn't have any thickness. Now this solidify modifier will actually give it thickness, and you can, under this mode, you can change the thickness. You can just increase it like that, or you can even go into the minus or the negative to bring that up to the top. So yeah, just a really easy way to give something thickness. You can apply that, and now you have a rectangle that you can start editing, as you can see there. So many uses for this will be if you are maybe modeling something. Let's say I'm gonna just create a plane again, and I'm gonna start modeling from this flat plane. So I can go now and I can go into edge selection, which is 2 on the keyboard, press on this edge here, and then I'm going to start extruding from that. So I'm just going to extrude like that, and maybe extrude up, maybe this way. So you can see we have some strange thing happening here, and I'm going to maybe extrude this face on the side as well, and maybe this one here to this side. And maybe I'm just building something. I can also extrude some of these vertices. So I'm going to select this vertice, and I'm going to go extrude in the Y direction, so to there, and maybe I can connect these two together. So select those vertices, press F on the keyboard, and then go back into edge selection, which is 2, and then I'm going to select this edge and this edge, both of them, press F on the keyboard to connect that. So maybe we have something like this, and it's all just flat faces. So now if I go out of edit mode, press tab on your keyboard to go into object mode, and we go to our modifiers, and I'm going to add a solidify to this. And now I can increase the thickness, and there you can see we are starting to get some thickness, and now you can actually start to maybe change some of the properties of this mesh. So if I go into edit mode, I can see that it's got thickness, and you can start to adjust some of these vertices around, and yeah, just create something from that model that you created. So the solidify modifier is quite handy to use, as you can see, very powerful, and it's just very easy to give thickness to your model. So that's solidify. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use the subsurface modifier in Blender. So first of all, let's get rid of our light and our camera. So I'm just going to select those, press X on the keyboard, and then click to confirm that. So subsurface modifier, if you go to your modifiers menu on the side, this little wrench, you'll see under add modifier, we have subdivision surface under generate. Now, subdivision surface is probably one of the most popular modifiers to use in almost any 3D application. Now, what it does, it actually smooths out your models by adding more subdivisions to your models. So you need to be careful when using this because it's going to add a lot, or it can add a lot more geometry or faces and vertices to your models. So let me show you quickly what I mean. So if we select this cube, you can see it's got sharp edges. And if we look at the bottom, if we look here at the bottom of the screen, you'll see faces is 6. So there's a total of only 6 faces in this scene. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go to my modifiers, the wrench, add modifier, and then I'm going to click subdivision surface. Now you're going to see something strange happening in your viewport because it's trying to take those 6 faces and it's adding subdivisions to smooth it out. But as you can see, it's not giving us a desired effect because it doesn't have enough faces to begin with. So what we can do is I'm going to delete this modifier, and then I'm just going to subdivide this once so it's got more faces to actually work with. So I'm going to go into edit mode, so press tab on the keyboard, and then with all the faces selected, I'm going to right click, subdivide, and then maybe let's subdivide it once more. So right click, subdivide. And then I'm going to go out of edit mode, so press tab on the keyboard, and then with the cube selected, I'm going to add that subdivision surface modifier again. And now you can see we have something that is a little better. So you can see it's smoothing the edges. Now, under the subsurface modifier, you can see some settings. We have the amount of subdivisions, and you can set that for render and for your viewport, which is really nice because sometimes you don't want to increase the viewport subdivisions too much because that will slow down your computer and will slow down Blender. So this is really nice to have both of these options. So if you set your render value to 2, it means it's going to render 2 subdivisions, but because the viewport is set to 1, it will only display 1 subdivision inside of the viewport. So let's say we increase the viewport to match the render, so we just increase this to 2. You can see that our model is a lot smoother. We can even increase that to maybe 3, and you'll see it's going to smooth it even more. Let's take it up to 4. Now you can see it is very, very smooth. So now with on setting number 4, or the amount of subdivisions, you can see now here at the bottom we have 24 or over 24,000 faces. So this is really a nice way of smoothing out your models, but I will recommend rather setting your render to 4 and then your viewport bring that down to about 1 or 2, so you can kind of see it's smoothing it out, but you don't have to worry about your viewport slowing down that much. Another way of disabling this in your viewport is by using these icons right at the top. So the first one is to enable render. So if I take this off and I do a render now, the render will not have this subdivision surface applied because I disabled it here. You can also do the same with viewport. So I can enable render and then disable viewport. So in the viewport, it's just going to look sharp, but when you do a render, it will have 4 subdivisions in that render, and it will be nice and smooth. So just some different ways to use it. One more thing I want to show you, I'm just going to delete this cube completely and start with a new cube. So Shift A, mesh, and then cube. And let's add this subdivision surface modifier again, and then we get this strange round looking thing. So what we can do is, if I have this model selected now and go into edit mode, so press tab on the keyboard, you can see it's still showing me the outline of that original mesh, which is this cube. So what we can also do is, instead of going in and selecting all these faces and then subdividing them to create more subdivisions so it can easily smooth that out, we can add some loop cuts that will do something similar. Let me show you. So on the keyboard, I'm going to press Ctrl R for loop cut, and then I'm just going to click somewhere and I'm going to drag it. And as you drag it around, you can actually see what is happening with our subdivision surface modifier. So I'm just going to drag this out to close to the edge, somewhere there, let it go. And then I'm going to do another loop cut, Ctrl R, click and drag it this way, close to the edge. And I'm going to do the same with the other way around. So I'm going to do a loop cut again, click there, and then drag it to this side, and then maybe one on that side as well. So loop cut, click and drag, and then we need to do one across like this as well. So click there, drag it up, and then one more, drag it down. And now you can see it's actually starting to look like a cube again. So now I'm going to go out of edit mode, so tab, and then we can increase our viewport to 2 subdivisions, and you can see it's starting to smooth it out nicely by just adding those few loop cuts. So this is just a nice little trick. If you get something that looks strange, just add a loop cut and slide it as close as possible to that edge, and then you'll get something that looks nice and smooth. So we can increase this now to 3 on the viewport. You can see that's looking nice. So then what I will do is I'll bring my viewport down to 1 again, so it's nice and fast, and then I'll increase my render to 3, so I know when I do my final render it will render at 3 subdivisions. So yeah, that's just a really useful modifier to use inside of Blender. Just make sure that you remember to set your viewport to something low, and also just remember, if you are creating models for maybe a game, you want to keep those subdivisions as few as possible. You don't want to increase your face count or your poly count too much by applying subsurface modifiers. So play around with them, see what you can create, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at something called proportional editing. Now, proportional editing is also a very powerful thing to use inside of Blender. First of all, I'm going to delete my camera and my light. So select those, X, delete. And we're going to use this cube to show how to use proportional editing. So first of all, I want to increase the amount of geometry or the faces that we have on this cube. So with this cube selected, I'm simply going to right click on it, and I'm going to go to, we need to go into edit mode first. So select your cube, tab for edit mode. And then I'm going to make sure I'm in face select mode. So that's 3 on the keyboard. And then I'm going to select this top face where we're going to add all those extra faces. So I'm going to start by right clicking and then click on subdivide. And that's going to divide it into 4 different faces. And with all those 4 faces selected, I'm going to right click again, subdivide, right click again, subdivide, right click again, subdivide, until we have quite a few faces on this one face. So now we can go and we can click on one of these faces, and let's say I want to move that face around. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard, and I can now grab that one face and I can move it around. I can press Z on the keyboard to just move it in the Z axis, and you can see we can do some things, and you can maybe move that there, and you can maybe move this one slightly more, maybe move this one slightly more to create something like that. But that is very tricky to create some nice organic shapes using this method. So I'm going to undo this, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, until we are back to a flat face like this. And there's a way to use proportional editing that will change the way you will try and model any shape that's kind of organic. So let me show you what I mean. So right here at the top, you've got this little circle. So this is just next to this pivot area, and you've got your snapping. And then next to that, you've got this little circle with a dot in the middle of that circle. And that is proportional editing. So the shortcut key is O. So you can just press O on your keyboard, and you'll see that it's going to activate. And then if you press O again, it's going to disable it. Or you can just click this little circle, and that's going to activate it as well. So now if I click on one of these faces and I hit G on the keyboard, you will see this circle. Now you can use your mouse wheel to determine the size of this circle. And this will be the effect that it's going to have on the faces around it. So I'm going to increase it to around this size. And now look what happens if I move this one face around. You can see it's also affecting the faces next to it proportionally. So you can pull it down, pull it up, and you can create some really nice organic shapes by using this proportional editing. So if I want to, I'm just going to undo that quickly. So undo, and I'm going to press G again, and I'm going to make this circle smaller. So I'm just going to scroll on my mouse wheel until it's nice and small like that. And now if I pull this up, you'll see it's only going to affect those faces around it. Now we can also change the profile. So if you look at this icon here at the top, you'll see that it's got this little shape next to it, which is the profile. And if you click on this, you'll see you have all these different types of profiles. So currently this is set to smooth. So we can do something maybe like sharp. So if we set it to sharp, press G on the keyboard, I'm just going to increase this size a little bit. And now I can see if I press Z to only move it in the Z axis, you can see it's a bit more like a sharper looking profile. So I'm going to undo that again, and we're going to change this to maybe something called like random. So now G and Z, now I can see it's creating this nice random effect. So really nice for creating some landscapes, anything like that. That can be really interesting to use that random function. Let's see what else there is. We also have linear. So if we press G and then Z, and that will just create a very linear, almost like a triangle. There's no real like curves or smooth areas, just kind of linear like that. So as you can see, this is also a very, very powerful way to create some interesting shapes or interesting organic shapes when doing modeling inside of Blender. So play around with that. Use the shortcut key O to disable and enable proportional editing. And yeah, just play around with it and see what you can create. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at collections. Now, I know we touched on collections earlier in this course. I think it was in lesson 1 or 2. We looked at how to use collections, but I thought I'm just going to create an extra lesson that's just going to be focusing on collections. So I'm going to leave all these items in my scene, my camera, my light, and my object. And currently you can see in the outliner here on the side, we've got a main collection right at the top, which is called scene collection. And right below that, we have a collection. And then below this or underneath this collection, we have our camera, our cube, and our light. So if I disable this collection by clicking this little tick box next to it, you'll see that everything in our scene will disappear and they will be not active. I can't select them. And then you can just tick that box again to bring them back. Now, collections are almost like a way to organize your scene. You can also use it in very different ways. You can use it as a backup, or you can use it to separate certain objects from each other and have different kind of groups where you control different things separately, or just have them all grouped together. So let's say we have a few lights in our scene. So I'm going to duplicate this light. So with this light selected, just Shift D, move it around, Shift D, move it around, Shift D, move it around. So now we have 4 lights in our scene, and you can see them here in the outliner as well. So what I can do is I can create a new collection and maybe call that collection lights and have all my lights inside one collection, just so it's kind of easier to see what's going on in my scene. So an easy way to do that is I can select all these lights. So I'm just dragging a box around them in my scene, and then I'm going to right click and I'm going to say move to collection right here at the bottom, or you can use the shortcut key M. And if you click that, it's going to ask you, do you want to move it to the scene collection, to collection, or do you want to create a new collection? So let's create a new collection. So I'm going to click new collection, and then we can give it a name. And I'm going to give it a name lights, like that, and click OK. Now you can see here in the outliner that we have a new collection called lights. And you can see all the lights that we have in our scene is underneath that collection. Now you can also minimize this collection to make everything just look a little bit neater. So you can click this little down arrow next to lights. You can just click that and that will collapse that group. And you can see that this will show you that you have 4 lights inside this collection. So you can still see them, your lights will still function. You can toggle them off here by this eye if you want to just switch them off maybe temporarily. They will still render in your scene, but you can't see them in your scene. You can also enable selectable. So with this filter here at the top, click that and then enable this little arrow, selectable. And now you can say that I don't want to be able to select any of these lights. Maybe I want to keep them there. I want to see they are there, but I want to work on some other stuff around it, but I don't want to select them. So then you simply, next to that lights collection, I'm going to click on that selectable or the little arrow just to disable that. And now I can't select any of these lights. I can still select the camera and I can still select my cube, but I can't select any of those. So let's maybe move our camera into its own collection as well. So I'm going to select the camera in the scene, and then I'm going to simply right click on it, move to collection, and I'm going to create a new collection. So click on new collection, and I'm going to call this camera or cameras if you have multiple cameras. Click OK, and you can see that we have a camera collection and we have our camera below that. And now we can also maybe just minimize that or collapse it. We'll see there's a camera inside, and then I can also switch off selectable if I don't want to accidentally move my camera around. So as you can see, it's a really simple way to just organize your scene, and you can also drag and drop. So let's say if I do Shift A and I just create a few different objects in my scene, maybe let's create a cylinder as well, move it out of the way. So you can simply go and you can take this cylinder, move it into a collection, just drag and drop. Same with the plane, drag and drop, and you can see all those items are now below this collection. So you can also duplicate a whole collection. So if I want to make a backup maybe of my scene of these 3 objects, I can simply right click on this collection, go duplicate collection, and I can see it's going to create a new collection for me that's got another cube, cylinder, and plane underneath. So now if I click on this cube, cylinder, plane by holding Shift, I can move them around, and you'll see it's actually a duplicate of our objects. So that's also just a very good way to create a backup. So I'm just going to delete this quickly, and I'll show you what I mean. So let's say we have a whole scene with some lights. I'm going to move the lights back into our main collection, and I'm going to move my camera in there as well. And then I'm going to delete these duplications that we just created, and I'm going to delete these 2 empty collections as well. So now we have all these objects and all these lights and cameras in our scene, and let's say we want to make a backup, but we don't want to really create a new save file. We just want to create a backup of the scene inside this project. So a really easy way to do that is within the viewport, just press A on the keyboard for select all. You can see everything is highlighted. So now I can simply duplicate these items. So I'm going to press Shift D on the keyboard, and I don't really want to move them anyway, so I'm just going to press Escape or right click with my mouse to disable that. So now in the outline you can see they are still selected, and now I can simply right click and say New Collection, and this will then create a new collection for me, and I can then simply drag these ones into that new collection, and I can maybe double click on this collection to rename it, and I'm going to call it Backup. And then you can just minimize it like that. So as you can see, it's really a nice way of working when you're creating collections in your scene, just to organize your scene, to have maybe all your different types of lights or different meshes or maybe cameras in one collection folder, and also very handy for creating backups. So yeah, that is collections in Blender. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at parenting in Blender. So first of all, we're going to start by deleting our light and our camera. So select those, delete them, and then I'm going to duplicate this cube. So I'm just going to select this cube, press Shift D on the keyboard, and then I'm going to press Y to just move it in the Y axis. I'm just going to place it right there. So parenting in any 3D software is a really important function, because you will see what I mean by parenting. Let me show you quickly what that is. So first of all, if you select an object and you shift click on another object, remember we spoke about this earlier, where you have one active object, which is the last object that you selected. So the first object, you can see it's got like a dark orange border around it, and the last object is this bright yellow orange border. So let me just show that again. So I'm going to click on this cube first, and then shift click on this cube. Now if we do a parenting right now, this cube will parent to this last selected cube. Okay, so I'm going to right click. You can right click anywhere, and then go to parent, and then you can select object, and the shortcut for this is Control P for parent. You can also use Command P. So if I click this now, you will see there is this light dotted line between this cube and this cube, and that means there's a parenting constraint set up between these two objects. So now if I take this parent object and I rotate it, you will see that the child object, which is this object, will be rotating with the parent. So if I rotate the child object, nothing will happen to the parent. So that's how parenting works. So let me show you if I create another cube. So I'm going to go Shift A, Mesh, Cube, and it's just on top of this one now. So I'm going to press G to move it around and then X to move it on the X axis, just something like that. Now I want to parent this cube to this cube, or let's parent this one to this child, because currently this is the parent. So if I rotate this, this child will rotate with it. So I want to parent this cube to this cube. So I'm going to first click on this cube, which is going to be the child, shift click on this cube. Now I can see this cube has got the bright outline, which will be the parent, and I'm going to right click, parent, object. So now you can see there's a slight dotted line between this cube and this cube, which means there is a parent-child connection. So now if I rotate this child, you will see that that cube will follow along, because this is the child of this cube. If I rotate this child cube, nothing will happen to that cube. But what will happen if we now rotate this cube? So this cube is the parent of this cube, and this cube is the parent of this cube. So let's have a look. So if I rotate this one, you'll see that all the children will rotate with that main parent. And then if we rotate this one, only that child of that object will rotate with it. If I scale this parent, same will happen. If I scale this one, only the child will scale with. And if I scale this one, the parent, both of the parents won't scale at all. So let's have a look at it in the outliner. So in the outliner, you can see we only have one cube, but it's got this little triangle, upside down triangle with a number 2 next to that, meaning that there are 2 meshes below this cube. So you can see there's a little arrow that we can expand, and you can see there's a cube underneath this one. So if I click on this one, you'll see this is that cube. So the main parent, this one below that one, this one, and if I expand this cube, you'll see there is another cube underneath, and that is this cube right here. So this is the child of this parent, and this is the child of this parent, if that makes any sense. So really powerful way to connect different meshes to each other. Another thing that you can actually use parenting for, which is just a little trick I want to show you before I end this lesson. I'm going to delete everything in the scene. So just press A and then X and then delete. And let's create a mesh. So Shift A, and let's just do a simple cube again. Now let's say we want to have a camera rotating around this object. Now I'm going to go into a little bit of animation now, but don't worry, there will be a lesson just on animation. So don't worry if some of the things don't make sense to you right now. So I'm going to create a camera. So I'm going to go Shift A, and then I'm going to go to camera to create a camera. And you'll see that we have this camera in our scene. So I'm just going to move it out to maybe something like that. Now let's say we want to have this camera rotate around this center or this cube. So there are a few ways we can do this, but I find the best will be is if we parent this camera to something that's right in the center of this cube. I don't want to rotate the cube. I want to just have something that's inside the cube that's rotating, that's linked to this camera. So I don't have to take this camera and try and kind of move it around and then rotate it back to the cube, etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new object, Shift A, and this time I'm going to create an empty. Now an empty is kind of just a placeholder object, so you can use it to link things together, but you can't see it in your renders. So if you render it, you won't see an empty. It's just kind of a placeholder, and you can use it as a parent. So these are the different types of empties you get, and I'm just going to use a normal, let's use a sphere. You can use anyone. So sphere, I can scale it up so we can actually see it. So there is our sphere empty, and now I want to parent my camera to that sphere empty. So I'm going to first select my camera, and then I'm going to shift click on this empty. Okay, and you can see the camera turned dark orange and the empty is bright yellow. So I can now right click, parent, object. And you can see that little line going from the camera to our empty sphere. So now I can select this sphere or this empty sphere and I can rotate it R, and then I'm going to rotate it on the X axis. So I'm going to press X, and now you can see if I rotate that empty, that camera will spin perfectly around the center point of that empty, which will be the same as the cube because this cube is actually in the exact same location. Now what you can do, let's say I don't want this cube in the center of my world. I maybe want to move it to the side, maybe to the side of my scene. Now you can simply parent your cube to this empty, and then if you move your cube around, that empty will follow along and the camera will follow the empty. So let me show you how to do that. So I'm simply going to select the empty first, so that one, and then I'm going to shift click on the cube. You can see the cube has got the bright yellow border, and now I can right click, parent, object. Okay, so now that empty is a child of the cube. So now I can click on the cube and I can simply go, I'm going to move it. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard, and you can see the empty and the camera is actually following along. So I can place it anywhere in my scene. Maybe I want to place it there. And now I can go back and I can enable this rotation on my empty. So if I press R, Z, you can see we still have that 360 camera move around our cube. So that's just an easy way to use parenting inside of Blender. Give it a practice, add some children to some parents and see what you can do with them. And I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at animation and keyframes in Blender. And we're also going to have a quick look at the graph editor, just an overview of the graph editor. So first of all, let's look at how you can add keyframes and how you can animate certain objects in your scene. So I'm just going to delete the light and the camera as usual. So I'm going to just select the light and the camera, press X, and then click to confirm. And then we're just going to leave this cube, and I'm going to show you how to add basic keyframes to this cube. So as you can see right here at the bottom, we have this kind of timeline that you can drag. So you can see the frame numbers. And then here on the right hand side, you can see the start and the end of your animation. So here you can set the amount of frames that you want in your animation. So currently it's set to from 1 to 250. So I'm going to increase or decrease the end. So I only have around 100 frames. So I'm going to click here, and then I'm just going to type 100 to set 100 frames. And you can see if I drag this up a little bigger so we can see what's going on, you can see that it's now highlighting from frame number 1 to frame 100. So that's fine. So here at the bottom, you can also use the same keys or the same navigation controls that you use in your 3D viewport. So if I hold in the middle mouse button, I can move this around like panning. And then if I hold in control with the middle mouse button, I can zoom in and out like that. And then you can also hold in shift with middle mouse, and that's going to do the same thing as just holding the middle mouse button just to pan around, because obviously we can't really orbit in a 3D view here, so you only have those two controls, just panning and then zooming. So let's go back to the first frame. So you can use these controls to go back to the first frame, or you can also use the shortcut shift and then left arrow on your keyboard, and that's going to take you back to the first frame. So let's say we want to just add a simple position and rotation, or just a position animation on this cube. So I'm going to move this. I'm going to press G on the keyboard to grab this cube, and then I'm going to press X to just move in the X direction, and I'm just going to put the cube somewhere like there. And then with this cube selected, I want to insert a keyframe. So with the cube selected, I'm going to press I on the keyboard, I for insert, and that's going to bring up this insert keyframe menu. So as you can see here, we've got different keyframes that we can create: location, rotation, scaling, and then location and rotation and scale, etc. So many different options. So you can go ahead and specify, do you only want to insert a keyframe for the location of this cube, rotation, scaling, or all the other combinations. So for this one, I'm just going to click on location. I just want to insert a keyframe on location. And now if we drag this keyframe or this timeline here at the bottom. I'm just going to drag this to around frame 30. And then I'm going to move this cube just to maybe the center as well, or somewhere around the center. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard and then X again to just bring it back to the center. And then I'm going to press I again and then click on location. So now if we scrub between these 2 points, you will see that that animation has been saved. And for some reason, it's not showing the keyframes now. I just want to zoom in. Okay, it's just out of the screen. So there you can see I just kind of panned up and down here. So you can see we have a keyframe on frame 1, and then also we have a keyframe on frame 30. So now I can go maybe to frame 50, and I can move this around. So I'm going to press G on the keyboard. I'm just going to drag it out to here. Not going to worry about which axis. And now I can see it's not creating a keyframe yet. We have to press I on the keyboard, and then we have to specify what type of keyframe we're going to create. So let's create another location keyframe, and you'll see it's going to create a keyframe here in this timeline. So now we can play it back from frame 1. So just hit space on the keyboard to play back. And then you can see we have our basic animation. And it's just going to keep looping. So what you can also do is you can drag these keyframes around. So let's say you want to have this keyframe and this keyframe spaced out a little bit further. You can simply just click on one of these keyframes and just drag them around to where you want them, to what keyframe you want to set them to. And that will just kind of slow down that specific animation between those 2 keyframes. You can also go in here and you can delete a keyframe. So I can select this keyframe at frame 30. Press X on the keyboard and then just delete keyframes. And now it's going to go straight from frame 1 to this keyframe on frame 80. So I'm going to delete all these keyframes. I'm just going to drag a box around them and then press X and then just click on delete keyframes. And let's do something a little different. So I'm going to put this cube back in the center. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go Object, Snap, and then Selection to Cursor, just to snap our cube back to the 3D cursor, which is in the center. And that's going to snap our cube back to there. So another thing that you can do is you can enable auto keyframes. So here at the bottom, you'll see this little round circle, auto keying. Now, if you enable this, then it will automatically insert keyframes when you move or rotate or scale your specific object. So let me show you how that works. So if we enable this, we always need to set a keyframe manually first, because if I just going to go to frame 10 now and I move this cube away, it's only going to set a keyframe on frame 10. So in order to set a keyframe on the first frame, I'm just going to press I, and then I'm going to set a keyframe location, rotation, and scale, because we want to use all 3 those transform ways to set a keyframe. So I'm going to click on that and it's going to set a keyframe. And then I'm going to go to frame number 20 here in the timeline. And I'm just going to hit G on the keyboard just to move my cube to the side. And as you can see, it automatically created this keyframe here on frame 20. So we didn't need to press I to insert that keyframe. So I'm going to go ahead and on frame 20, I'm going to rotate this cube as well. So just pressing R and just rotating it like that. And let's maybe scale this down as well. So I'm going to press S for scale and then just scale this down to something like that. So now if we go back to frame 1, so I'm going to use the shortcut, Shift and then left arrow. And if we play that back, hitting space, you can see that it's doing the rotation and the scale and the location of this cube. So now we can go ahead and we can maybe go back to, or let's go to frame 50, and we can move the cube to that side, rotate it again, scale it again. And as you can see, it's automatically inserting that keyframe. And now we can play back our animation. And you can see that's working. So another thing that you can do in this timeline, you can copy and paste some of these keyframes. So I can go ahead and I can copy this keyframe at frame 20. So just selecting it like that. And then I'm going to press Control C to copy. And now I can go to, let's say, frame 80, and I can paste it there. Control V. and it's going to paste that keyframe, the same keyframe that it had at frame 20. It's going to paste it at frame 80. And now if we play this back, you'll see that it's going to go to that location, to there, and then it's going to go back to that keyframe that we copied. So this is also a very good way just to copy and paste keyframes from your animation and then to use them like that. So another thing that you can do, let me just delete all these keyframes. So I'm just going to press X, delete, and I'm going to start with a new scene. So I'm just going to go File, New, General. Don't want to save that. And let's delete our light and camera first. And another way that you can insert keyframes is with the Properties panel here on the side. So if you look at your object properties, so I'm going to select this cube, and then you can see under the object properties you have your location and your rotation and your scale. So obviously you can drag and change these properties here. So I'm going to undo that. But what you can also do is you can set keyframes right here inside this object properties. So let me show you what I mean. So let's say we want to have an animation of this cube moving from the center and maybe just moving to this side of the screen. So what I can do is next to location, I can click these little dots to insert keyframes. So if I click that, you'll see it's going to create this little shape and it's going to go yellow. And that means there's a keyframe now on the X axis of the location. So I'm going to do the same with the Y and the Z. And you can see a keyframe was added here on our timeline. So now I can go to, let's say, frame 50. And I can move my cube in the Y direction. So I'm going to press G and then Y. Just pull that out to there. And now we can go ahead and we can set new keyframes. So you can currently see that X and Z did not change at all because we are still on 0 meters on the X axis and also the same with the Z. So technically we can only create a keyframe on the Y axis to create this animation. So you can tick or just click that to set that keyframe. Or what I usually do is I just click all 3 of them to be sure that those values will be set as a keyframe. So now if we go back to frame 1 and I play this back, you'll see that we have that animation. So let's say we want to add a rotation to that animation. So I'm going to go back to the first frame. And then with this cube selected in the properties of the object properties, I can now set a keyframe next to the rotation as well. So I can click these little dots next to rotation. And now I can go to frame 50. And I want to add a rotation on the Z axis. So what I can do is I can either type in a degree here. So I can just click there and say 180. Press enter. And you're not going to see anything happening here because it's actually rotating exactly 180 degrees. So it looks the same, but it's actually rotated. And now I'm going to click this little keyframe button just to set a keyframe on the Z rotation. So now if we go back to frame 1 and we play this back, you'll see that we have that 180 degree rotation. So you can do the same with scale. So I'm going to go back to frame 1 and then I'm going to set a keyframe for both X, Y, Z on the scale. So just tick, tick, tick. And then I'm going to go to frame 50 and then I'm maybe just going to scale this up to like 1.5 on all the axes. So 1.5, 1.5. And then I'm just going to set a keyframe again. Just click that. And now if we play this back, you'll see that we have that scale as well. So you can always go in here and maybe in the center, maybe frame 25. Let's set the scale to 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then we're going to tick these boxes to set those keyframes. And now you can see that it's going from big to small and then to big. Now let's have a look at the graph editor quickly. So currently, as you can see, this window here at the bottom, if I click on this icon right here in the corner, that is currently set to timeline. You can see there's a little clock, so that's the timeline. And we're going to change this to graph editor. So you can just simply click on graph editor there and it's going to take you into the graph editor. Now this is kind of similar, but it gives you a lot more information and data than the normal timeline editor. So you can use your middle mouse button to pan around, and then you can hold in control, and then you can zoom left and right and also up and down. And now you can see all these different curves that our animation is actually using. So what you can do is here on the left hand side, you can see we have our cube, and then you can see we have cube action, and below that we have the transform. So if I expand this transform, you can see all those different keyframes. So you can see the 3 location keyframes, the 3 rotation keyframes, and then also the 3 scale keyframes. So what you can do is you can switch some of them off if you only want to focus maybe on the 3 location. So I can enable those 3, and this will give you only the rotation keyframes. So I'm going to zoom in here slightly so we can see this a bit better. So now you can see that the green line is actually the key or the axis that is changing. And if you look in on the side here, you can see green, that is the X location. And that is exactly what's happening here. So you can see that is our Y axis, and our cube is moving from the middle towards the Y axis, as you can see there. So you'll see it's got these handles, almost like a Bezier curve. So what you can do is you can simply click on this keyframe right there, and you can use the same controls that you're using in your viewport to move, rotate, and scale. So to move it, I'm going to press G on the keyboard to grab, and you can see that I can move that keyframe around to anywhere I want to. You can also hold in control to snap. So the nice thing about Blender is it's using the same shortcut keys, doesn't matter which window you are in. So even using these curves, it will use the same shortcuts. So you can also change these handles. So I can click on one of these handles and then press G on the keyboard, and that's going to change the curve that I'm using, as you can see there. Also click on this one and then click on this handle, press G on the keyboard to move that one around. So currently, as you can see, if I play this back, I'm just going to set my end frame on about 50. So I'm going to go back to timeline quickly and just set my end frames to 50. And then I'm going to go back to the graph editor. So now if we play this back, you'll see that the movement starts off slow, and then it goes quicker, and then it kind of ends slowly again. So let's say you want to have a constant speed of your animation between two of your keyframes. So that will be the handle type. So all of these keyframes has a specific handle type set. So I'm going to right click on this keyframe right here at the end, and you can see that we have handle type. So currently that's set to something like aligned or maybe even automatic, and I'm going to set that to vector. And as you can see there, it's got a very sharp corner. So I'm going to click vector, and now you can see there's no curve right here with this one keyframe. So I'm going to do the same on this one. So the beginning one, I'm going to right click on that one, and let me just see if I can select that. I'm going to hide the X and the Z because we're not using them, and then I'm going to right click on that keyframe, handle type, and then I'm going to set that to vector. Now you can see we have this straight line. So if I play this back, you can see that our cube is now moving at a constant speed. So no curves, nothing like that. And let's say you want to have a curve again on one of these. You can simply just select that keyframe, right click, handle type, and then change it to maybe something like automatic, and you'll see that that curve will come back. You can also use the shortcut key, of course, which is V for that handle. So you just select that keyframe and then you press V on the keyboard, and it's going to come up with this menu showing you which one do you want to choose. So I'm going to set this one to automatic as well. And there you can see we have that nice curve back to or between those two keyframes. So let's quickly look at the rotation keyframes. So I'm going to hide this Y location just by clicking on this I, and then for the rotation, I'm going to enable them. So there you can see we have one curve that goes up because we're only rotating on that one axis, and that's the blue. So if you look at the blue here, it actually shows us that it is the Z rotation that we are using. So we can go ahead and we can hide the X rotation and the Y rotation as we're not using them. And now we can see that that is our rotation curve. So what you can do with these keyframes, you can also use the axis shortcut. So let's say I want to move this keyframe around. I can press G on the keyboard and then I can freely move it. But then if I press Y, it will only move in the Y axis, basically up and down. Or if I press X, it will only go sideways. So obviously you can't press Z because there's no third axis when you're looking at a graph. It's just a flat 2D graph. So it's basically Y and then X. You can also do things like scale. So let's say we have another keyframe maybe right there. So I'm going to set a keyframe on that same rotation. So I'm just going to press I on the keyboard and then just rotation. So you can see we inserted a new keyframe right there. So what we can do is we can either select both those keyframes by holding in Shift, and then we can move them around by pressing G, or I can press R on the keyboard for rotation, and as you can see I can rotate around those two keyframes, or I can press S to scale. So you can see I can scale those two keyframes. So everything you're using in your viewport, you can try and use those same keys in the graph editor, which is really, really nice. So let's say I only want to move this handle up and down. I can press G and then Y, and that will only allow me to move it up and down in a straight line, which is pretty cool. And that's the basics of adding keyframes and animation to your objects inside of Blender. Play around with this and see if you can just create some nice basic animation. I will suggest trying something like a bouncing ball. There are quite a few tutorials on just the basics, how that actually work. But you can go ahead and you can try and create a normal sphere and then try animating that sphere so it's kind of bouncing on something, maybe just a normal plane, and see if you can create like where it touches the ground, it actually squashes the sphere down a little bit, and see if you can create a realistic bouncing ball. That's always a very good example to try and create your first animation. So see how that goes, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at materials inside of Blender. So materials are quite interesting and very fun to work with. So let me show you how you can apply materials to your objects. So first of all, I'm going to delete the camera and the light. So just select those two items, press X and then delete. And then we're going to work with our default cube. So I'm going to zoom in slightly so we have a better view. And then first of all, what we need to do is we need to change over to the material preview mode. So if you look here right at the top, you have your wireframe, and then you have your solid view, and then you have your material preview. So this is just kind of a view. You can also use the render view, but it's a little bit slower. Even obviously if you're using cycles, it will be a bit slow, but you can use Eevee as well. But for this one, I'm just going to use this material preview mode, which is nice and fast, and you can see your actual materials applied to your object. So I'm going to select our cube, and then here on the right hand side we have all these properties panels. You can go to the one that looks like a little sphere with a red and black checker texture or material on it. So I'm going to click on that, and if you point to that, you'll see that it says material properties, and this is where you're going to do most of your material work. There will be a separate lesson on using the material node editor. So we're not going to get into details about the nodes right away. We're just going to look at the basics of using materials and assigning them and changing colors, etc. And then later on in this course, we're going to go and look at the actual nodes that you can use to create more complicated materials. So first of all, by default, there will be a default material called material. And as you can see, if we scroll down here, you can see the base color and all the different properties of that material. Things like the metallic properties, specular, roughness, and all those different things. So we're going to look at a few of them, not all of them. And then just know that there are different shaders inside of Blender. So if you look at the top here, it says surface. That's our surface shader. And this is the name of that shader, which is Principled BSDF. Now that's kind of the default material that you will use probably most of the time inside of Blender, but just know that there are a few different ones. So if you click here, this will show you all the different types of shaders available in Blender. So you can see there's like a glass BSDF, which is quite nice for using for glass textures or materials. And then there's one specifically made for hair. And we also will find one for volumes that we're going to look at later, this principled volume shader. But for now, we're just going to use the normal principled BSDF shader. So let's start by deleting this default material. So I'm just going to make sure this default material is selected. And this is actually a material, it's called a material slot. So we're going to remove this material slot to create a new material. And you don't have to do that. I just want to start off kind of with a clean slate so I can explain better how the slots work and how you can assign them to different objects in your scene. So I'm going to click on this minus to remove that material slot. And now you can see we don't have any materials in this area. So first of all, I'm going to start by creating an empty material slot by clicking on this plus. And I can see it gives us a slot, but it doesn't have any material in it. And now we're going to click on new here at the bottom. So this is where you can give it a name. So currently it says material.001. So I'm just going to click there and let's just rename this to something. I'm just going to call this red. And just like that. And you'll see it's going to rename this material slot to red. And now we can go ahead and we can change some of these properties. So first of all, I'm going to change the base color. So you can see currently it's set to white. And I'm simply going to click on this white and it's going to bring up this color wheel. And you can drag around and set the exact color that you want. So I'm just going to set this to red. Something like that. And you can see our cube turned red. So obviously that is working. And then we can go ahead and we can change some of these properties to see what they do. So if I increase metallic, you can see that we will get kind of a more of a metallic look. So we don't really have anything else that's reflecting at the moment. So maybe we need to add a floor, but we can do that in a minute. So just kind of see that is becoming more metallic. And if there was anything next to this object, you would be able to see the reflection. And so I'm going to bring that down a little bit. And then the same with roughness. So roughness is also one of these settings that you will change quite often. So the less the roughness is, if you set this to 0, then we basically have a perfect mirror. So it will be reflecting anything that is close to it. It will reflect that as if it was a mirror. So you can see it's actually reflecting an HDRI that's on by default. If you're using this view, it's just to kind of preview your materials, how reflective they are. So you can see that is quite reflective. And yeah, you can go ahead and you can increase that roughness again. If roughness is set to 1, there will be no reflection at all. So usually that is not very realistic, because any object, even though you think it does not reflect any light, it will reflect a little bit. So never set this to complete 1 or complete 0 unless you have a very specific need to do that. And then there's some other things here. You can also adjust your emission if you want to have this material actually emit some light. You can set this up in here as well. But then there's also a shader that's specifically designed for emission. And this is this emission right there. So you can either use that, or you can set the emission here. You can click on this black and you can increase this to maybe white or blue or any different color. And then you can also set the alpha and some other things around that. But yeah, I will definitely suggest, if you want to use an emission material that's emitting light, to rather use the emission shader. So for now, I'm just going to set this back to black. I don't want it to emit any light. So we have our first material and it's called red. And let's create a new cube. So I'm just going to move this one off to the side like so, and then Shift A, mesh cube. So we have a new cube. And if we click on this new cube, you can see that it doesn't have any materials assigned to it. So we can now go ahead, we can create a new material slot like that. And then we can create a new material, or we can assign a material that we already created to this material slot. So if you click on this little drop down right here underneath this little sphere, you'll see that we have two materials. So that's our default material and then our red material. So if I click on red, it's actually going to assign that red material we created for this cube. It's going to assign it to this cube's empty slot, and it's going to give it that same name. So now you can go ahead and you can change this, but if you change this, it will change all the objects using or linking to that specific material. As you can see, if I set this to blue, all the objects with that material will change to blue. So just be aware of that. So I'm going to set this back to red, and let's create a new material just for this cube. So I'm going to, with this cube selected, I'm going to click on the plus to create a new material slot. And then I'm going to click new to create a new material. And this one I'm going to name blue. Okay, and now I want to change the base color of that material. So I'm going to click on the white and just change this to a blue color. And now currently you can see this cube is still red because it still has the red material assigned to it. So I want to take this blue material and assign it now to this cube. So very simple to do that. You can either select which one you want to assign right here. So blue I want to assign, and then I'm going to click on this little sphere right here next to blue, and I'm going to drag it out and just drop it on this cube. And now you can see that is active. So let's click on this red cube of ours again, and I'm going to add a new material slot. And now I can say, instead of creating a new material, I can just use this drop down, and I can say I want to assign this blue material to this empty slot. So blue like that, and now I can drag this little sphere onto this one to assign that blue material. So let's say we want to add our red material again. So I'm going to create a new slot, select red, and now I can drag that onto that cube again. So it's a little bit confusing how this works, but yeah, you're basically working with material slots, and then you save your material into that slot. Now let's say you want to only assign the material to a specific area of your mesh. You don't want to assign it to the whole material, to the whole mesh. Maybe only want to assign it to different faces. You can do that. So I'm going to move this cube away, just out of the way, and I'm going to create a new cube. So Shift A, mesh cube, and this time I want to maybe apply the red or the blue only to specific faces of this cube. So you can definitely do that. So with this cube selected, let's first create a material slot by clicking on the plus, and then I'm just going to load in the blue material into that one, and maybe let's add another slot. So I'm going to click on the plus and then the drop down and then red. So we have both the red and the blue materials here. We can add the default as well. So let's do plus and let's add the default material, which is just a white material. So let's say we want to apply a red to some of these faces. So with this cube selected, I'm going to go into edit mode. So press tab on the keyboard and then make sure you're in face select mode. So press 3 on the keyboard, and then you can select which face you want to assign that material to. So I'm going to select this front face, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to select this red material, and with this face selected, I'm going to click on assign. And there you can see we've now assigned that red material onto this face. So we can do the same. Let's change this face here at the back. I want to maybe make this white. So I'm going to click on this material, this default material, and then assign. And you can see, there we go. So let's do one more. Bottom, click on red, assign. And there you can see we have set those to that. So play around with adding different materials to different objects in your scene. And yeah, we're going to go into more details of adding textures, etc. Later on in this course. This was just kind of an overview of the material properties, how to create new materials, how to create material slots, and how to assign them to either a full mesh or to assign them only to specific parts of that mesh. So practice with this until you are familiar with creating different materials for your objects, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at UV unwrapping inside of Blender. Now, UV unwrapping can be quite a thing to get your head around. We can actually make a complete course just on UV unwrapping. But I'm going to try and explain the basics, and let's see how that goes. So first of all, we are going to remove our camera and our light as we usually do. So select those two items, X, and then delete. Now, UV unwrapping basically is you want to unwrap your model that you create in 3D. You want to flatten that model out completely. So imagine taking this cube and creating it out of paper, and then you cut along some of these edges to lay it down flat on the table. And that way, Blender will know when you're applying different textures to your 3D object, it will know then how to wrap that flat texture around your 3D object. Now, by default, if you bring in an object such as a cube or a sphere or a cylinder, those objects will be UV unwrapped automatically. But the minute you start to change this model and you start modeling something else, you will need to make sure that that model has a UV unwrapped that is correct, and that will be able to apply your textures to. Now the problem comes in if you do not UV unwrap your object correctly. Some of those textures might actually be stretched, or it might be aligned in the wrong direction, or most of the time they will be distorted and it won't look very nice. So always ensure that you have the correct UV layout when you are texturing your objects. So let me show you what this cube will look like. So this cube by default has got a UV map already. So now what we're going to do is, with this cube selected, we're going to use these layouts right here at the top. So these are like presets basically that's been saved, or layout presets that's been saved in Blender. So with this cube selected, we're going to go to UV editing right here at the top. And then you'll see we're going to get to this split screen layout. So on the right hand side, we have our 3D viewport. And then on the left hand side, we have our UV unwrap view. So you can use the same controls again here. So if you hold in middle mouse, you can pan around. And if you hold in middle mouse and control, you can zoom in and out. So just those two controls. So as you can see, we have these flat faces laid out on this grid, and this is the UV map of this cube. So as I mentioned before, if you can imagine you are creating this cube from a piece of paper and you're folding that piece of paper to create that cube, then you need some way to unwrap that cube again to place it flat on the table so that you can apply a 2D image or a texture to that flat layout. So this is exactly what you can see here. So it looks like a little cross. And as you can imagine, you can fold this face and this face. You can fold it up. This face you can fold up as well. This face will fold up, and then this face will fold all the way up to the top, which will be the top face then. So what we can do is, here in the 3D viewport, I can go into face select mode. So press 3 on the keyboard, and I can highlight some of these faces, and it will actually show me which face that is on our UV map. Now, I usually prefer to switch on a thing called syncing across, or UV sync selection, and that will show all the faces even if you don't have them selected. So that's all It comes down to your preference if you want to see it like that. So let me show you what I mean. So in the UV section on the left hand side, you'll see these two arrows, diagonal arrows here right in the corner. And if I enable this, you'll see all those faces, even if we don't have them selected. So this is just a nice way of seeing all the faces, and you can even click them inside the UV area, and then you can see which face that is on your model, if that makes sense. Like so. So obviously this cube has been UV unwrapped already, so we're not going to use this. I just wanted to show you what a UV unwrap will look like, and this is perfect because you can see all these faces are exactly the same size. So this will work exactly if you apply a 2D image now to this cube. It won't be stretched, it will be perfect. So let's go back to the layout screen. So right here at the top, I'm going to click layout. And I'm going to delete this cube. So just press X and then click to delete. And I want to start just modeling a very simple shape that we can use as an example. So I'm going to start by adding a plane. So press Shift and A, Mesh, Plane. And then we have a default plane on our grid. And I'm going to go into edit mode just to create a very basic 3D shape. So with this plane selected, I'm going to press Tab on the keyboard. And then make sure you are in face select mode. So 3 on the keyboard. And then I'm going to select this face and I'm going to extrude it. So press E and then just extrude that face like that. And I'm going to extrude it again, maybe like that. And then I want to extrude this side face. So I'm going to click on the side face, extrude to there. And then I want to extrude this side face to there. So it's something like a T. I'm just going to move this face down. I'm not going to extrude it. So I'm going to press G and then Z to move it down in the Z axis. So you can see we have something that looks like a T. So I'm going to go out of edit mode. So press Tab on the keyboard. And now we are ready to go into UV editing for this mesh. So right here at the top, I'm going to click on UV editing. Make sure that your mesh is selected. And then this is going to take us into this UV editing workspace. So you can see by default, our sync is still switched on. So make sure you switch that on if you want that. And now we can see that we have something on the side, but it just looks like a big square. So on the right hand side, I'm going to press 3 to go into face select mode. And then I'm going to start clicking on some of these faces. And you can see on the left hand side, if I click on this face, it only like highlights this line here at the bottom. If I click on this face, it's highlighting this line here on the side. And it doesn't really look like a face. It's just a single line. So obviously we know this is completely wrong. It did not create the UV faces or the UV layout automatically. So we need to do this ourselves. So what you can do it's quite difficult to explain the whole thing behind UV unwrapping, but you can unwrap certain parts separately. So I can go ahead and I can click on these 3 faces at the top, holding in Shift, and I can right click, and then I can select UV unwrap faces, and I can select unwrap. Let's see what that does. So you can see it created these 3 faces for us in the UV layout, and I can now click on them, and you can see these are those 3 faces that we just unwrapped. Okay, so that looks kind of okay, because I can see they are not exactly the same size, but they look like the same size. The proportions between these and these are correct. But let's say we want to unwrap everything at once. So what we need to do is, let's say if I select all the faces on this model, if I just point to my model and then press A on the keyboard to select everything, so you can see all those faces are now selected, I can now go ahead and I can right click UV unwrap faces, unwrap. And this is going to give me something. It's just going to leave it exactly the way it is because it doesn't really know how to unwrap this model. Like if you look at this and you imagine this was made out of paper or cardboard, you can't really just unwrap it. You will need to take a scissor or something and cut some of these edges open to be able to unwrap them and make them flat and place them flat on the table. So we need to imagine which of these edges are we going to cut with a pair of scissors to create a flat UV map for this model. So now it sounds a little bit strange, but that is exactly what we are going to do. So what I want to do is I want to cut this edge and maybe this edge here at the bottom and then this edge here on the side. And then you can flip this face, you can flip that face up to form a flat face next to this face, if that makes sense. And then the same on this side, so I can cut this edge and then this bottom edge and then this edge, and then that face can also flip up. And then we have these three faces, they can just flip up, but I will have to cut there, and then maybe along this edge here, bottom, up, and like so around there. So if we can cut out this whole section there, this whole T can flip up to form a flat face or flat faces next to these three faces, and then the same on this side. So let me explain to you rather than trying to explain without showing. So with my model selected, I'm going to press 2 on the keyboard to go into edge select mode because we want to cut those edges. So I'm going to start with this side and I'm going to cut all along this edge on the side, all along until we get to this point. So I'm going to click on this edge, highlight it, and then with holding shift, I'm going to click on this edge, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay. And now we want to tell Blender that those are the lines that we are going to cut. So I'm going to right click and then I'm going to go down and I'm going to say mark seam. Okay. Because we're marking that as a seam where we're going to cut. And then you're going to see it's going to change bright red, orange. And even if I click away, you can still see that it's red around those edges that we marked as a seam. So I'm going to do the same on the other side. So I want to cut there, holding shift, click, 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 click. And you can release shift. And then I'm going to right click and go to mark seam. So you can see we have that also marked as a seam. So now you can kind of imagine it a little better. So you can imagine we're going to cut there. And this whole side is going to flip up. And then we're going to do the same on this side. So we're going to cut there. And then that's going to flip up. And then we still have these faces around the side. And then also this face right here at the bottom. So we can decide now what are we going to do with those faces. So let's first do a little test and see what happens if we try and unwrap it just like that. So a lot of times UV unwrapping is kind of trial and error to see where you think you're going to cut and then unwrap and see how it works. But let's do that right now. So I'm going to press A on the keyboard to select everything. And then we need to make sure that we are in face select mode, because if you are in edge select mode and you right click, you won't see that unwrap option. So I'm going to press 3 on the keyboard to make sure we're in face mode, and then right click, UV unwrap faces, and then unwrap. Okay, so now you can see something very, very different. You can see if I click on one of these faces, you can see that it did actually try and cut them along those edges, but it doesn't really look right at all. So we need to add more seams, because we need to add more seams to be able to unwrap this correctly. So I'm going to go back into edge select mode, and I'm going to cut this edge right there, and I'm going to cut this edge right there. So right click and mark seam. And then we need to figure out what else we need to cut. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this line here at the bottom and this one as well. Then this bottom face will just be kind of on its own, but that's also fine. So I'm going to mark seam and I'm going to select everything again. Make sure we're in face mode, 3, right click, UV unwrap faces, and then unwrap. Now you can see we're starting to get something a little bit more interesting. So let's select some of these faces just to see what it's doing. So you can see that face there is linked to this face, one next to it, one next to it. And then this one on the side is this face that was flipped up. And then the same on this side. We have this face, which is this one here that's flipped up. And then this face was flipped up from that side, exactly how we imagined. This one flipped up, this one flipped up, and this one was flipped up from there. And then the same on this side. So you can see that T on that side was flipped up from this side. So I hope that makes kind of sense. What you can then also do is you kind of need to try and fit these faces into this area without them overlapping. Because if they overlap with a different face, it's going to have the same texture on two of those different faces that you don't want. So I'm going to highlight, just drag a box around this area. And then you can use the same controls as you normally use in your 3D viewport. So I can use G to move, R to rotate, and S to scale. And you want to make sure that they're all inside this square grid. So what I can do is I can click or press R on the keyboard for rotate, and then I can hold in Control on my keyboard to snap. And you can try and make them as perfect as possible, move them in and make sure they're not overlapping anything. What you can also do is you can select all, so press A, and then you can go to UV here at the top, and you can try and pack islands. Now pack islands will try and make this fit as best as possible. Let's see how this works. So you can see it kind of changed the layout a bit, and it says, or it kind of figured out that this is the maximum size that these faces or these islands can be to fit inside this area. You can also try and use average island scale, and that's also just going to try and average those scales out. So let's see if there's anything else that we can try to make this slightly better. What you can also do is, I'm going to go back into edge mode, and I'm going to do a cut around this top part to just cut that out completely. So I'm going to add an edge or a seam right around this top section like that. Right click, mark seam, go into face mode 3, and then A to select all, right click, UV unwrap faces, and then unwrap. Now you can see we get something that looks like this. So if we click on this face, you can see that's that bottom face right there. And if I click on this one, that should be linked to this one. Like so. And then you get that face right above it, and then the two on the side. Same on this side, you have the big one at the bottom, and then the middle one, and then the two sides. So that's pretty good. And then at the top you have 1, 2, 3, which are those three faces. And then you have the side, which is just a loose face there on its own. This one as well, this one at the bottom, and this one at the bottom. And then you have these two side faces that's also there. So this should work perfectly fine. Just one thing you need to keep in mind as well. Let's say you have a texture that goes around this area like so. You want these faces to be next to each other, because currently you can see they are not next to each other. So this might be a little bit of a problem. So what you can do is you can say, I'm going to go back into edge select mode, and then I'm going to click on this edge right here, and you can see it's highlighting this edge, and then it's also highlighting this edge, which means that's the same edge. So this face is really supposed to be next to this face if you want a texture to flow from this one face to the other face. So what you can do is, with that edge selected, I can right click here, and then I can say stitch. Now that's going to stitch those two faces together inside this UV area. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to right click and then stitch, and you can see that it stitched those two together. And if I select this face and this face holding in shift, you can see they are now stitched together, and I can move them around. I can still move only the one face on its own, but they are now stitched together and the texture should flow between those. I can do the same with this edge here. So I can just go back into edge mode, select this edge, and you can see it's highlighting this edge here at the bottom, and then also this edge right here. So I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say stitch, and you're going to see it's going to bring this face around to connect with this face. So if I select this face, hold in shift, you can see those three faces are now linked together, which is nice. And we can even do the same for this front face if you want them all to share one texture that's going to flow around these. So I'm going to select this face. So this is the face we're looking at. And go into edge mode. I want to select this edge. And you can see that edge should be linked with this edge. So I'm going to right click, stitch. Okay, so now you can see we have this face, this face, this face, and this face all linked together. So you can even do it this way. And then you just need to make sure that you move them into this area. And remember, you don't want them to overlap. So a good way to do that is just to select everything by pressing A and then going to UV and then pack islands. So you can see it's packing those islands for you. Now it might actually mess up our stitching. I don't think it will, because we have those four next to each other and they're still perfectly fine. So that's also a good way to do it. Another way to unwrap is to try and use the smart unwrapping feature within Blender, which sometimes works really well. Sometimes it doesn't work that well. So let me show you how to use that. And with that method, you don't have to specify the seams. It's going to try and figure out the seams automatically. So I'm going to select everything here in my 3D view by pressing A. And then I want to clear all these seams that we have marked. So very easy to do that. Just right click and then you can say, we need to be in edge mode. So make sure you press 2 on the keyboard and then A to select everything, right click. And then we're going to go to clear seam. So now you're going to see all those red lines will disappear and they're all gone. And now we're going to try and unwrap this by just using the smart unwrap and let Blender try and figure out where those seams should be placed. So I'm going to go into face mode, 3, then A to select everything. Then I'm going to right click, UV unwrap faces. And then instead of going unwrap, I'm going to go to smart UV project. So smart UV project is going to give us some options. It's going to ask us the angle limit, island margin, and then the area weight. So the island margin is something that you can use because that will basically space out the UV islands on this side just slightly. So I'm going to set this to something like 0.3, and just to have a little space between some of those islands, and then I'm going to click on OK. And that actually looks pretty good. As you can see here in our UV section, if I click on this face, that's that face right there. Above it, you have this face, and next to it, you have those two faces. Then the same with the other side, we have this face right there, the one above it, and the two next to it. Then you have these three faces, which are those top three faces next to each other. And then you have, which one is this? This one will be this side face. This one will be this side face. And then you have this one, which is this underneath that one. And I think this one will be this face underneath here. And then you have the two side faces, that one. And then this one is right at the bottom. So this is also not a bad way to start, because now you can either stitch some of these together. So let's say you want this face and that face to be together. So you can go into edge mode and you can maybe click on this edge right here, and you can see it's actually resembling this edge right there. So I can right click, stitch, and it's going to bring that one face a bit closer. But now you see we have some issues here where it's overlapping. So this face should be linking to that face, and this face should be linking to that face. So that's not really a good move. So I'm going to undo that. Just Control Z, move that back. Let's see if we can do anything else here. So as you can see, this bottom edge right there, this edge is sharing this face, and this face is obviously sharing that one edge, as you can see there. So I'm going to try and move this island or this section out of the way, and then I'm going to stitch this bottom face to this section, and then I'm going to stitch this section to the bottom face. Sounds a bit confusing, but let me show you. So I'm going to go into face mode, face select mode, which is 3. And I'm going to select all these faces. And I just want to move it out of the way. So I'm going to press G and then X just to move it in the X side direction. Just something like that. And then I'm going to go into edge select mode 2. And then I'm going to click on this edge. And you can see it's syncing, or it's actually sharing that same edge with this face. I'm going to right click, stitch. Okay, then I'm going to click on this edge. You can see that edge should be stitched with this face. Right click, stitch. All right, now we are getting something really nice. So now I can go back into face select mode 3, select all of these faces and just move them in again. So G and then X, slide them in. You don't want them to overlap with anything. Now we can see if we can maybe stitch something else as well. So I'm going to go into edge select mode. And let's see what is happening here. So you can see this edge, or this face, is sharing an edge with this face. And then this edge is being shared with this face. So I'm going to stitch this one. That one will then move to below here. So I'm going to right click, stitch. And it kind of moved everything for us. So I am just going to click on this edge, right click, stitch. And now we can see something is happening. I'm going to go into face select mode. And then I'm going to press L while I'm hovering over this one. L will select all the linked faces. Okay. And then I'm going to move it. So just G, drag it down to there. And then you can just pan that over by middle mouse click. And let's see what else we can stitch here. So I'm going to click on this edge. You can see that edge is resembling this, or it's sharing an edge with this face. So right click, stitch. Same on this side. So I'm going to click there, and that's sharing an edge with this face. So right click, stitch. And let's see where we can, if we can stitch these ones as well. So I can definitely do that. I can stitch this edge with this face. And then this edge with this face. So right click, stitch. So it's looking pretty good. And if we really want to, we can maybe stitch one of these. We can stitch that with the, I wonder if I can stitch multiple. I'm going to try and stitch multiple edges. So I'm going to select these 3 edges, right click, stitch. And I don't think that worked. Let me just see. 3. So that edge, or this face, that's looking good. This face should be on that side. This face is that side. This face is that side. This one is the top middle, and this one is next to it. And then this one should be that one. So that's actually pretty good. So now we can go and we can select everything. So press A, and then UV, pack islands. And you can see it's going to scale it, and it's going to make it fit as best as it can inside of this area. So now you can see that's looking pretty good. Obviously, there's a little bit of distortion going on here. You can see some of these lines are not perfectly straight, and there are a few ways to fix that. So this won't really cause a lot of distortion. As you can see, it's a slight skew lines here. You can obviously go in here. You can go into vertex select mode 1 and select that vertex, and you can move it around and try and kind of straighten it out a little bit like that. But that will not give you a perfect result. What you want to do is you want to try and make this line straight from top to bottom. Same with this line, because we don't have any curves on this 3D model, so everything should be straight. So what you want to do is, because these faces are obviously sharing vertices, what I want to do is I want to straighten this line, and an easy way to do that is just using the scale command. But the problem is now currently, if I go into vertex select mode and I select all of these vertices like that, and I use the scale command and press S and then maybe X to scale them horizontally, you can see we are affecting the other vertices as well, and we don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch off this sync mode, so it's not displaying everything all the time. It will only display the ones that we are currently working with, and that will allow us to change only these vertices and not affecting any of the other faces. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to switch off the sync, and you'll see that we only see the one that is currently highlighted. So I'm going to just press A to see what I want to select here. And I want to select these faces down in the middle. So let me just see, I'm going to drag a box around these vertices like that. And those are the ones that we want to see in our scene. So let me just see where they are, because this is obviously now a little bit of a find. So I need to see that one, this one, and this one, and this one. Yeah, so I'm selecting those faces, and then I'm going to go into this side and select those vertices, just like that. I'm still in vertex select mode there. And now we're going to scale it, and scale it in the X axis. So I'm going to press S on the keyboard to scale, and then X for X axis, and you can see they're only moving sideways. And now I'm going to press 0 on the keyboard to zero that out. And if I press 0, you'll see they will be all in a straight, perfectly straight vertical line. And then I'm going to press enter, or just click to accept that. I'm going to do the same with this side. So I'm going to highlight all these vertices, press S to scale, and then Y to specify, or sorry, X to specify the X axis, and then 0 to zero that out. And then you can just click to straighten that out. So you can go in and you can do the same with these vertices. You can see these are also not perfectly aligned, but I won't really go into too much detail with a model like this. Obviously, if it's a very complex model and you want to get it absolutely 100% perfect, it will be a good idea to go in here and select these two vertices, press S and then Y, because you want to level them out in the Y axis, and then press 0 and then click. And you can see if we have anything else that we need to adjust. No, those are all looking fine. So now I can go into this 3D view and press A to select all. And we can see maybe we need to do something with these vertices along this line. They're also a little bit distorted, and maybe on the edge as well. So I'm going to go back into vertex select mode and just select those vertices. And now we need to deselect everything else. So let me just see if there's an easy way to do this. I'm going to select these, switch on sync, and then only select those faces, and then switch sync off. And then I'm going to go into vertex select mode 1, and then I'm going to select those vertices, and that's an easy way to do it. So I'm going to press S on the keyboard, and then X for X direction, and then 0 to zero that out. I'm going to do the same with this side. Select those vertices, S, X, 0, click. And you can see that's perfectly straight. So now if we select everything, that is looking good. I think we might be overlapping here slightly. Yes, we are. We're going to fix that now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch the sync mode back on so I can see everything always. And now we can just click on some of these faces and we can move them slightly out of the way. So just G and then maybe X just to slide them sideways, make sure they're not overlapping like that. And then I'm going to select everything, A, and then UV pack islands, just to get them all neatly packed inside this area. And then that should give you a very, very good UV map to use for your textures. So that's how you unwrap your model inside of Blender. As you can see, it's quite a complex process, and once you get the hang of it, it will definitely start to go easier, or it will become more easier for you to unwrap your 3D models. Just think of it, you want to unwrap your 3D model into a flat piece of paper that you can then apply a 2D texture or image to. So always remember, you can start off by only selecting a few faces and then right click and then unwrap those, and then it will create a flat unwrap of those faces only. And then you can kind of carry on and maybe unwrap those ones for you to create that. And then you carry on like that, and then you kind of stitch them together inside of this view until you get something that looks nice and not distorted and have straight lines if you have straight lines on your model, All depends on the model. But yeah, play around with that and see if you can unwrap a basic model. Just create something very basic and see if you can unwrap that successfully. And yeah, just practice, 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 and I promise you it will become easier. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to look at the shading node or the material node editor. So in a previous lesson, we looked at how to create a new material and how to assign that to your different objects in your scene, and also how to change things like the color and the reflectivity and the roughness, etc. on that material. So now we're going to take it a little bit further, and I'm going to show you how to add a little bit more of advanced materials to your objects. So first of all, let's start by deleting our light and our camera in our scene. And we're going to leave this cube, and this is what we are going to use to add some materials to. So first of all, I'm going to click this cube, and then I'm going to go to the material tab here on the side, the material properties that we looked at before. And this is where you can set the different colors. So the base color you can change here. And to preview that material in your viewport, we just need to set this right here at the top to the material preview. And this is basically going to change to the EV renderer just so that we can kind of see what is happening in our scene. So it's super fast, nice and smooth, and you can see the color and the reflectivity and all of those things. So let's say we want to add some textures or some images to this material. So with this cube selected, I'm going to click on the shading tab right here at the top, and this is going to take us into the shading workspace. So first of all, you can still use your normal controls to move around the scene, middle mouse click, and then control middle mouse click to zoom, shift to pan, etc. So same keys. So I'm going to zoom in here slightly so we can see the cube a little bit better. And here at the bottom is our material node area where we're going to work with the different nodes, add different nodes, and just connect them and see what we can create. So you can use the same controls again here. So if I do a middle click on my mouse, I can pan around, and control middle click, I can zoom in and out. So very similar to the normal controls that you are used to. So we can zoom in here, and I can see we've got a material output node. So this is just kind of the final node in your node tree. And then we've got this principled BSDF, and this is our shader. So with this cube selected, I'm going to just click on this little material editor or material properties on the side. And this part, this principled BSDF, is exactly the same as all these settings that I showed you earlier. So you can see there it's got the red color. And if I change any of these properties, this will reflect on this side as well. So let's say if I increase my metallic, you can see on the right hand side, it's also increasing on this panel. So this is exactly the same thing. It's just a different way to look at it. And in the node editor, we can obviously then connect different nodes to this node. So I'm going to zoom in here, and I'm just going to set this metallic back to 0, and you can see it's going to update on this right hand side as well. So let's see what we can do. So you can see all these little dots on the left hand side, and this means that these are inputs. You can input another node and connect it to these dots. So we're not going to go into all of these settings and all of the nodes. I'm just going to highlight some of the more popular nodes. So first of all, I'm going to create a new node in this area right here. So to do that, exactly the same way that you create anything in Blender, and that is Shift A. So you can also go up to node, and or you can go to add right here, and you can select your nodes from this drop down. But I just find using this shortcut key is so much easier. So Shift A on the keyboard, and then you can go through all these folders like input, output, shader, texture, color, vector, converter, script, group, and layout. Or you can click on search, and you can just type in a name of the node that you're looking for. So the one we are going to add, so I'm just going to do Shift A again, and I'm going to go to texture. These are all the textures that you can add. So a lot of them are textures that you can actually dynamically create within Blender. So let's see if we add a normal checker texture. Okay, so I'm going to click on that, and it's going to bring up this node, and I can just click to place it anywhere I want to. And as you can see, it's got a color 1 and a color 2, and also a scale. And then it's got these outputs right here. So it's got a color output and also a factor output. Now we're only going to worry about the color output for this node. So I'm going to take my mouse and I'm going to click there, drag a line, and I'm going to connect that to the base color of our shader. So currently the base color is set to red, but we're going to override that base color with this checker texture. So let's see what happens if I connect this color to base color. It's going to update, and there you can see we have a checker texture or material on our cube. So now I can go ahead and we can change these colors. So I can change the white, let's make that blue, and maybe this gray I can change to black, and you can see that's updating in our scene. So we have this texture running into our base color, which is quite cool. So now if we go back to our layout, you can see that our cube has got those properties, and now you can still go ahead and you can change things like the metallic of this material, or the specular, or the roughness. If you want to make it very reflective, you can see that it's nice and reflective. So you can play with these settings still. So let's go back to our shading nodes. I'm just going to zoom out here slightly, and I'm going to move. You can move these things around, so you can just drag it closer and try and make it a little bit neater. So let's see what other textures we can input into our base color. So I'm going to right click or press Shift A again, and then go to texture. So we can do something like a magic texture. Let's see what that does. So I'm going to disconnect this checker node. So I'm just going to take this dot and just drag to release that line, and you'll see it will go back to our original base color. And now this magic texture, let's connect the color to the base color and see what happens. So you can see we have a very interesting looking texture, and now we can try and start playing with these properties of this node. So I'm going to increase the scale or decrease the scale, and you can see how that's changing our texture. And also this number here, you can play around. Also the depth will also change some things around. And yeah, you can see this is why it's called the magic texture. Quite interesting. So let's disconnect that one, and let's see what other nodes we can add. So Shift A, texture, and maybe let's try a sky texture. So I'm going to put the sky texture there, connect the color to my base color, wait for it to update. And now we can see this is supposed to be a sky texture. So I'm just going to play around with these settings. Maybe if we change, I've never actually used this texture before. So let's try something else. I'm going to delete this node. So with this node selected, I'm going to press X on the keyboard. Same shortcut as we use in the normal view to delete anything. So create a new node, Shift A, texture, and let's look at the gradient texture, and we connect that to our base color. Now you can see we have a gradient. So it goes from dark to bright, or dark to light, black to white. And yeah, so that is also quite interesting. And you can change these things from linear to maybe something else. Spherical, maybe. You can add a spherical gradient like that. So let's say we want to add a texture image that we downloaded from the internet. So I'm going to delete this node. So with this node selected, just press X, and we can delete these two as well. So you can just drag a box around them and then just X on the keyboard to delete them. So we want to add an image texture. So I'm going to go Shift A, and then under texture, you'll see image texture. So I'm going to click that, and I'm just going to place it here. Now you can see we've got a new and an open. So I want to open an image file from my computer. So I'm going to click open, and I'm going to go to the folder where I downloaded my textures. And I downloaded this from Quixel, which is a very nice website where you can find materials. And I'm going to go for the wood texture and just this first one that I downloaded. Now here you can see a few different materials that come with this one material. So you'll see things like albedo, AO, displacement, 2 displacements, a normal map, and a roughness map, and then just kind of a preview. Now, this can get quite complicated, but I'm just going to show you some of the basics. So a lot of these different texture maps will do different things to the way your material looks in a 3D application. So for instance, the albedo will just be the color information, just the texture, how it will look like, what is in the texture, and just the different colors. Then you get something like displacement, or let's talk about normal map first. Normal map is a way for a 3D application to kind of fake any bumps in your material. So let's say you have a concrete material, and as you know, concrete is not perfectly flat, so it will have little bumps, etc. And a normal map will try and fake those bumps. So if there's a light that moves across that surface, you'll be able to see little shadows and little highlights, and it will kind of give you the appearance of a material that's not just completely flat. Now, normal map is kind of a way to fake it. It's not exactly adding any geometry to make it bumpy. But then you get something called displacement. And displacement is very similar to a normal map, but displacement actually adds geometry to your model to create those actual bumps. So displacement will add a lot of extra geometry. So if you're creating assets for a game or anything where you need to work with low poly assets, I will suggest rather to use a normal map unless you have permission to use displacement to create all that extra geometry. Then you get something that's called roughness, or the roughness map. Now this will basically tell your material, because if you think of let's think of like a metal type of material or a metal object that you get in real life. Now that metal object might have areas on the metal surface that's more reflective and areas on that metal surface that's less reflective. It's the same material, it's the same surface, but it will have different reflective properties, depends on where on that image you're looking at or on that flat panel. So a roughness map will give you exactly that. It's just a black and white image of your texture, and it will tell Blender or any other 3D application which part of that image is more reflective and which part of that image is less reflective. So it's usually if it's white, it will be more reflective, and if it's black, it will be less reflective, or you can invert that and it will be the other way around. So it's just black and white information. And so we're going to look at some of these. So first of all, we're going to load in our normal albedo map, which is just the color map for that texture. So I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to open image to load it in. And you can see that we have our node in here now, and it's not connected, so we can't see anything on our cube yet. But now we can drag this color and I can connect it to my base color. And let's give it a second to update. And there you can see we have our wood texture on our cube. So you can see it's looking pretty cool, looking pretty nice. And that is basically how that texture looks like. So you can see it's very shiny across it's using the same amount of reflectivity across this, which is not very realistic. And that's what I explained earlier when I spoke about the roughness map that we're going to import soon. So what we can do next is let's bring in another image map that we're going to map to maybe this roughness. So you can now either duplicate this node and then we can just change the file that we loaded, or we can create a new one. So let me show you how to duplicate a node exactly the same way we do duplication in Blender. So you select this node and then Shift D on the keyboard, and that's going to duplicate that node for you. So I'm just going to move this one down here just below this one, and then we want to reload the texture into this node. So I'm going to click on this open icon again. And this time I'm not going to load the albedo, but I'm going to load my roughness map. So this roughness map, which is just a black and white image, and I'm going to open that. Now we can see at the bottom it says color space is sRGB, which means it's normal color information, the red, green, and the blue. But I want to change this to non-color because we don't really worry about the color information of a roughness map. As I said, it's just a black and white image. So we're going to change this to non-color. Okay. And then we're going to take this roughness and we're going to input that or connect that to our roughness value right here. So currently we just use the slider to change the roughness. You can see there in the image, if I increase the roughness, it will be less reflective. And if I decrease this all the way to 0, it will be perfect mirror reflective. So I'm just going to set that back to the center somewhere. So we're going to connect this image to this value. So I'm just going to take this color information and just drag it over and connect it to roughness. And now it's going to use that color information or the black and white information inside that roughness JPEG, and it's going to apply that to this image. So we don't really see a lot of difference, but there is definitely a difference between the reflectivity of some of the parts of this image. Now let's look at a bump map. So remember, the bump map or the normal map is kind of the fake way of adding depth to your models. So I'm just going to move this one out of the way and I'm going to duplicate this. So Shift D, duplicate it to there. Let's zoom in here. And this time I'm going to load the normal map or the normal map. So I'm going to select this normal and then open image. And this time we need to connect it to a normal map node. So I'm going to go Shift A, and this time I'm just going to search. So click on search, and then we're going to type NOR, and you'll see normal and also normal map. So I'm going to select normal map and just place it there. Now we need to connect our normal node from color to color. And then you'll see it's got normal here. And then we also have a normal input value on our shader. So I'm going to take this normal map and just connect it to this normal. And now it's going to update. And you'll see that it looks a little different. It almost looks like it's got depth to it. I'm just going to disable this one to show you the difference. So to disable and enable or hide a node, you can select it like so. And then press M on your keyboard for mute. So M to mute, and you'll see it will go gray, and that will see the difference. And then you can just toggle that on by just pressing M, 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 M. So you can see that's with it switched off, and that's with it switched on. You can kind of see it looks like we have some geometry there, but it's all fake. If I zoom in here, you'll see this is definitely all flat. But it's going to try and fake that. If the light changes, you'll be able to see a slight variation in shadows, etc. So that's also just a nice way to make your models look a little bit more realistic. Now, lastly, I want to show you how a displacement map works. And remember, the displacement map is where it will actually add new geometry to your object to create actual bumps. So to do that, we first need to duplicate one of these. So I'm just going to zoom in here, and I'm going to take this one, duplicate it, so Shift D. I'm just going to move it over to this side. Just zoom out here, and I'm going to place it on this side. Because we don't have any displacement on our shader, we will have to connect it to the material output. You'll see that it's got a displacement connector right there at the bottom. So I'm going to place my image here, and I'm going to go to the open icon. And now we want to load our displacement map. So you'll see currently this material that I downloaded has got two displacement maps. So you can see that one is a JPEG and this one is an EXR. Just two different file types. Doesn't really matter, but I'm going to go with a JPEG. It's a lot smaller and just easier to work with. So I'm going to open up the displacement JPEG. And next we want to input that into a displacement node. So it converts it from color to displacement data. So I'm going to press Shift A, search, and then I'm just going to type DIS for displacement and choose displacement. And there we go. Now we see we've got some things here, and I can take my color and I'm going to connect it to height, because that's the height of that that black and white image basically. So we also don't have to worry about color, so we can change this to non-color. And then the displacement output is going to go into the displacement of our material output. Now you can see nothing is happening because there's a few things we need to do. So first of all, with the EV renderer does not do displacement. So this is currently EV renderer, this material preview that we see here. So currently, if we scroll down here on our material properties, you'll see at the bottom it's got settings, but there's no settings for displacement, and that's because we are using the EV renderer. So we need to switch to cycles first before you can see the displacement settings. So to do that, we're going to go to our render settings. So that's this camera icon on this panel, render properties, and then right at the top it says render engine, and as you can see it's by default on EV. So I'm going to switch this to cycles, and it's going to slow down things a little bit. And because we are still in this material preview shading view, it's not going to change to cycles. We need to be in the render view right at the side. So if you click on this one, it's going to switch over to cycles, and it's going to be a lot slower, but we're going to get more realistic results. So now let's just swap over to a side where it's a little bit lighter. I think we just need to add a light to our scene. So I'm just going to press Shift A and just add a light, point light, and I'm just going to move it out of the cube. So GZ, and I'm just going to move it over to this side and then just make it brighter. So with this light properties, I'm going to make this about 100. Let's make it 300 watts, maybe something like that, so we can kind of just see a material a little bit better. So now let's see if I just get a nice view and I click on this. So now we've got this displacement in here, and if we select our cube and we go to the material properties, if we scroll down to settings, so you'll see there's actually displacement drop down now, but also settings, and we want to go to settings. And now you see that it says displacement bump only. So bump is this normal thing, this normal map that we added here. So that is the bump map, or you can call it normal map. So I want to change this bump only to, you can either do displacement only or displacement and bump. So let's just go with displacement only. We're not really worried about this normal map. We can actually delete that. And now let's see if we can see any changes to our geometry. So I'm going to start increasing this scale on our displacement node. So currently you can see it's set to 1. So I'm going to just up that to about 5. And you can see definitely there's something happening, because if we look at it from the side, you can see that it kind of expanded. But the problem is we don't have enough geometry on this cube to actually create all those little details. Because remember, this cube only consists of a flat face on each side. There's no extra geometry that Blender can actually use to create those bumps. So we need to add more geometry to this model. So an easy way to do that, we're going to go into edit mode. So with this cube selected, press tab, and then make sure you have all your faces selected. So first of all, let's go into face select mode, which is 3 on the keyboard. And then you can just press A to select everything, make sure everything's selected. And now we're going to start just to add more geometry. And to do that is right click and then subdivide. So I'm going to right click subdivide, and I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again. Do it a few times until you have many small little faces, maybe once more. That should be enough. And now we can go out of edit mode. So I'm going to press tab on the keyboard, and instantly you can see something happening. So you can see here on the side of this cube, there's something interesting going on here. It's actually changing the way, and you can see it here at the top as well. And this is called displacement. So it's using that displacement image to actually change the physical geometry of this cube. Now obviously scale 5 is way too much. I'm going to bring this down to about 0.5. And now you can see we have a little bit less distortion or that adding of geometry going on. It's a little bit more subtle, which is a bit more realistic. So if you look at it from the side, you can actually see that it's going kind of in and then out, and you can see what it's doing here. So we can even decrease this a little bit more. Sorry, this size, maybe set it to 0.2, and that will give you just a little bit more realistic looking material. So before I end this lesson, I quickly want to show you guys and girls how our UV editor is looking with this texture, because I think this is going to make a bit more sense what we did in the UV editing or the UV unwrapping and how this material is applied to this cube. So I'm going to go over to the UV editing right here at the top. So just click UV editing, and now you can see we can see our cube. And if I zoom out on this side, you can see we have a texture. So I'm just going to click here to deselect everything, and currently you can see the texture. So if we click here at the top, we can choose which of our textures we're currently seeing. And by default, this is on the displacement one. So I want to change this to show the actual colors of this texture. So I'm going to click on the drop down, and I want to select the albedo or albedo JPEG that we added as our texture. And I can see it's actually showing us our texture. So now what I want to do is I want to select all these faces. So I'm going to press A on the keyboard on this side. And now we can see how these faces are actually placed on this UV editor. Now, obviously we have all these subdividing faces because of our displacement, but I want to try and see if I can just unsubdivide this quickly to make this just seem a little bit easier to understand. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to go to unsubdivide, 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 and now we just need to unwrap this again. So I'm going to right click unwrap, and I'm going to try let's try the smart UV project. Okay, now we get something like that. Okay, and I'm gonna, on this side, I'm just gonna enable material preview. So I'm gonna click this little material preview at the top so we can see our material. And now if I select one of these faces, so let's look at these two faces. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the sync here on the side so we can see all the faces. So if I click on this face, you'll see this is the face on our UV unwrap side here, and this face is right next to it. So you can see these two faces are actually next to each other on our model. Now if I zoom in here, you can see that this texture doesn't really flow from there to there. So it might be that this face is actually rotated. So I'm going to show you what happens if I rotate this face on the UV editor. So with this face selected, I'm just going to press R on the keyboard and I'm going to rotate it, and you'll see what is happening to that texture on the right hand side. So if I just place it something like that, you can see that we changed the orientation, how this texture is actually being projected onto that face. So I'm going to undo that. And I'm going to rotate again, but this time I'm going to hold in control to snap, and I'm going to rotate it all the way around like that. And we can still see that this is not matching up, so I'm going to rotate it further, rotate, hold in control to snap, rotate to there. And now you can see it's still not, that's still not flowing correctly over from this face to this face. I'm going to rotate it again, hold in control to snap. Also not right, and I'm going to rotate it again. Now we're probably back to the beginning, and you can see that's also not right. So a way to figure out what's going on here, I'm going to move this out of the way, and I'm going to go into edge mode. So press 2 on the keyboard, and I'm going to click on this edge, and see which edge is actually sharing these two faces. I'm going to click on this edge right here, and you can see that's the edge on this side of this face and this side of this face. So they're actually the wrong way around. So this face should be flipped around and placed on this side, or this one should just move out, if that makes any sense. So these two edges should be the same edge. So what you can do obviously is you can right click now and you can say stitch, and that's going to stitch those two together. And now I can move these two faces. So I'm just going to go into face mode and select them and move them. Maybe just going to move them somewhere here just to show you what's happening here. Now, if we select this edge right in the middle, you can see that is our edge. And if I go into face select mode 3, you can see this this face is this face, this face is this face. And now if we look at our texture, you can see it's flowing across this edge perfectly. There's no seam there. You can actually see that texture is just continuing on that side. You can see it here as well. That's very nice. So that's how you decide how you're going to place your UVs inside your scene. So sometimes you will just worry about everything around maybe your model, but underneath it doesn't really matter, because obviously you won't be able to have this seamless, or that this texture actually flows around from all edges. It all depends on the texture and what you are trying to do. So obviously here you can see this is kind of working. This is kind of working okay. It's not really flowing perfectly. But then this one is completely different. It kind of, the wood grains go upwards and these ones all go sideways. So you'll go in here again and maybe just rotate this one around like that. Also, a quick way to rotate something is to just click on it and then R, and then you can specify the degrees. So I can just type in 90 and that will flip it 90 degrees. Or you can do R180 and that will flip it 180 degrees. So I just wanted to show you quickly how this texture works with UV unwrapping. So that will maybe make, just explain that a little better. So if we go back to shading, we can see we have all our shading nodes here. And there are so many other nodes that you can use here. So let's say I want to have a RGB curves in here to adjust my color, the brightness and the different colors of this texture. I can do that as well. So I can do Shift A to create a new node. And I think it's under color, but let's just, yeah, so there you can see RGB curves. We've got hue and saturation, gamma or bright contrast. So I'm just going to go with RGB curves. And then I'm going to place this one in the middle of this line. And if I click there, it's going to automatically connect that node into that system. So now I can go and you can play around with these curves. And as I do that, you can see that our image is actually changing. So I can add a little bit of contrast, bring this down maybe like so, and then brighten that up to add a bit of a heavy contrast, something like that. Or you can now go and you can say, I want a little bit more blue. So I can go to the B and increase the blue and maybe decrease the green. So go to G and then decrease the green. And maybe more red. I want to bring some more red in there. So you can have all these controls in your node editor to build complex materials, as you can see, by adding images from externally and piping them into your shader. And then you can also manipulate your images by using curves and adjustment layers or adjustment nodes to control the way your materials will look like. So there you can see we have our material in our normal viewport. You can see it's looking pretty cool. And yeah, go ahead and play around with some materials, add some materials to your scenes, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at how to add fog or volumetric lighting to your scene. So first of all, let's start by deleting our light and our camera as we usually do. And this time I want to add a floor as well. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, Plane to create a plane. And then I'm going to scale it up. So press S on the keyboard and just scale it up and S again, scale it up, something like that. And then I want to move my cube so it's sitting on top of the floor. So I'm going to press G and then Z to move it in the Z axis or the Z axis. And then I'm going to hold in Control to snap, and then just snap it so it's right above that floor plane, something like that. Next, we want to add a spotlight. So I'm going to do Shift A, and this time I'm going to go to Light and then Spotlight. Okay, so it's added this spotlight right here at the bottom, and I'm going to move that spotlight up. So I'm going to press G and then Z, move it up, and maybe something like that. So we have this spotlight shining from the top down. So if we render this now, I'm going to go to my render view, and I'm going to switch the renderer over to cycles. Okay, so I'm going to go to my renderer and change this over to cycles. And as you can see, it's starting to render, and we don't really see anything. I'm going to increase the brightness of this spotlight. So select your spotlight, go to your light properties, and currently it's on 10 watts. So I'm going to increase this to about 400. And now you can see we have that spotlight working. But we can't really see the spotlight. We can just see what it's actually reflecting on, but we can't see any volumetric lighting. And that's what we want to add. So first of all, I want to switch off my world texture or my world HDRI. So I'm going to go to this world properties. And then as you can see, the color is currently set to this gray and the strength is 1. So this is the same place where we add our 360-degree HDRIs. So I'm just going to set the strength to 0 to kind of disable that, so we can see our light a bit better, and there's no other light coming in from the world basically. So we only have this spotlight in the scene. So I'm going to go back to normal flat shading mode or solid mode, and so it's just a little bit faster to work with. So what we need to do is we need to create something with a fog or volumetric material to enable that fog basically. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a cube. So just Shift A, Mesh, and then Cube. And I'm going to scale this cube up quite big. So it's covering this whole area where I want the fog or the volumetric to be in my scene. So I'm going to scale it up, press S, scale it up some more. And then I'm going to move this big cube up. So I'm going to press G, Z, move it up. And just make sure it's kind of covering the whole light and the area of your scene that you want to have fog. So I'm maybe going to expand it a little bit more. So press S again. And this time I just want to scale it in the X and Y, but I want to exclude the Z axis. So what you can do is you can press Shift Z, and that will exclude the Z axis from your scale. So now you can see it's only scaling in the X and the Y direction. So I'm going to maybe make it just a little bit bigger than my floor plane. So now it's covering that entire area. So next we want to apply a specific material to this big cube or this big box. So with this box selected, I'm going to go to my material properties, and I'm going to create a new material slot and then a new material. You can give it a name. Maybe let's just call it fog, just to keep things nice and tidy. And now what we want to do is we need to add a specific shader to this box. So first of all, you'll see there's a preview, and if you click on the preview, it will just give you a 3D preview of that material, but we're not interested in that. Underneath that, you have surface. If we minimize that, you'll see that we have volume, and volume is the place where we want to be. But first, we need to disable the surface material because we don't want to apply a surface material to this box. Okay, we only want to apply a volume shader to this box. So under surface, I'm going to expand surface again, and right at the top you'll see this is the shader that's currently assigned to the surface, and this is a surface shader. It's called principled BSDF. So I'm going to click there, and then I'm going to go all the way up to the right hand side, and I'm just going to remove this material completely, or the shader. Remove, and it's going to remove it remove it from surface. You'll see it says surface, none. Now we can minimize that, and then we're going to expand volume. So currently there's no volume shader assigned, so I'm going to click on none. And this time we're going to use the principled volume shader to create that volumetric lighting effect. So principled volume, and this is where we can set all the different properties of that volume. So first of all, what you can see here is color and color attribute, and then density. Now your color and your density, that's probably the two parameters that you will use the most. So first of all, I'm going to set the density to something a little bit less, because 1 is completely dense and then 0 is zero density. So I'm going to set this somewhere in the middle, maybe 0.5. Press enter to set that. And I'm going to leave the color at just a gray color for now. But still, we can't see anything in our screen or on our viewport because we need to go into render view to see the effects. So I'm just going to click on this render view. And remember, we are still on using cycles. So now we can kind of see something happening in the middle around there, but the density is quite still too dense. So I'm going to bring this density down to 0.1. So I'm going to click there, 0.1, enter. And now we can start to see our volumetrics. I'm just going to zoom in here slightly and just kind of position the camera or the viewport so we can see, and I'm just going to let that render for a bit. And there you can see, you can start to see the actual volumetric lighting around this spotlight. It kind of looks like a fog or a dust, and this is pretty cool because now you can go and you can change your color. You can maybe make it a little bit blue and play with the density, and you can even add some emission strength to this so that it actually emits some light. So let's say if I increase this to about 0.5, okay, that's a bit much. 0.01 maybe, even that's quite strong, so maybe 0.001, and you can see it's actually starting to add light to your scene. So I'm just going to set that back to 0. So you can go in here and you can play with all these different settings and see what they do. But usually color and density, those are the two parameters that you will probably use the most. And then just remember to be in cycles. You can still preview it in Eevee. I'm just going to change my renderer back to Eevee. And you can see some of the volumetric lighting, but it doesn't look that nice. So we can go in here and we can maybe try and change this a little bit. Volume, maybe make the density 0.3. And yeah, it kind of changes the way it looks like, but it's not as nice as using the cycles renderer. So sometimes I will use Eevee just to kind of get a preview of what I'm doing, but then I will always switch over to cycles when I'm kind of doing my final render. So that's how you add fog or volumetric lighting to Blender. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can apply some physics to some of the objects in your scene to create some physics simulations or rigid body simulations. So very simple actually. We're going to start by deleting our light and our camera again. So just select those, X, delete. And then I want to add a plane, a floor plane. So I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh Plane, and then we're going to scale that up. So just S and then scale, S and scale, S and scale. Something like that. And now I want to take this cube and just move it up. So I'm going to do G and then Z, move it up. And I want to rotate that slightly. So I'm just going to press R and just rotate it like that. Just so we have a cube floating right above our floor plane. So now we want to add some physics to this cube. So on the side, you can go down, and if we look at these panels, you'll see there's a physics properties. It's a little dot with a little almost half circle around it. And if we click on that, you'll get all these physics elements that you can apply. So for this cube, we want to apply a rigid body physics. We want to apply the rigid body physics to this cube. So with the cube selected, I'm just going to click on rigid body. And this is going to give us some properties. It's going to tell us that the type is active, and it's going to give us the mass, and then also some other properties that we can work with. So just by doing that, we already applied some physics to this cube. And to play back our scene, we can simply press spacebar and see what happens. So you can see our cube is falling, and it's falling straight through the floor, and I'm just going to press space to stop that. So I'm going to go back to the first frame using the shortcut shift and then left arrow. And you can see that we jump back to the beginning. But now we need to tell Blender that our floor plane is also a physical object. But if I just select the floor and I click on rigid body and I press space, you'll see that the floor is going to fall as well. And that's not what we need. So I'm going to stop that, go back to the first frame. And then with our floor selected, I'm going to change the type from active to passive. So passive means it's still going to be a rigid body, but it's not going to be active. So it shouldn't be affected by gravity. So I'm going to press space again, and let's see what happens. There we go. We can see our cube is falling onto this floor plane. Let me just do that again. And it's kind of bouncing around a little bit. So now you can go and change some of the properties of these two objects. So let's say if we click on the cube, and we go to our, make sure you're on the physics properties, you can see that we can change the mass of that cube. It's currently set to 1 kilogram. And we can also change the shape. So currently it's set to convex hull. And you have all these different options like cone, cylinder, capsule, sphere, or box. So if I change this to sphere, then it will kind of assume that this object is like a sphere, round. Now if we play this back, you'll see that it's going to just kind of fall, and it's not really going to do anything because it's a sphere. It just falls to the floor and it's not going to do anything. So we can either set this to box, because obviously that is a box. And if you are using a more complex model that's not really true to any of these shapes, you can always set it to mesh as well. Now mesh will take a little bit longer to compute because it's actually taking that exact mesh from your model and using that as the inside the physics simulation. So if I run that through, you can see it's perfectly bouncing around the way that cube should bounce around. Now we can go in here and we can change some of the settings. So I'm going to go in and expand this surface response. And you'll see we have friction and bounciness. So if I increase the bounciness, let's increase the bounciness to about 0.9, 0.8, press space. And I can see that it's bouncing a little bit more. What we can also do is we can click on the floor plane and we can increase the bounciness of the floor plane a little as well. Now if we press space, run the simulation, you can see that it's a lot more bouncy. So we can increase this even more on the floor plane, space, and you can see that's bouncing around like crazy. So what we can do is we can also duplicate this cube. So I'm just going to select the cube and Shift D, duplicate it, and maybe move this one up a little bit so it's kind of above this other cube. And let's just rotate it around a bit so it's a bit more random. And let's see what happens. So I'm going to press space. And you can see that those two boxes are actually interacting with each other as well. And this one almost fell off that floor plane. So let's just duplicate this one more time, rotate it around and press space. And you can see they are interacting with each other. So really cool stuff. Let's just duplicate all three of these and just press Z to put them right at the top, and maybe let's rotate them. Let's see how this looks. Space. You can see they're interacting, bouncing around. That one fell off the plane, and that one's going to fall off as well. There we go. So as you can see, it's really, really easy to add some nice physics simulations to your scene. I just want to see if there's anything else here that we can look at. So we can change the mass. So let's say we want to change the mass of just this top cube. I can set this maybe to 100 kilograms, and let's press space. So that one will now interact a little bit different with the other cubes because that cube is so heavy. So it's actually just smashing all the other cubes out of its way, and they are all flying all over the scene. So that's how easy it is to add basic simulations to your scenes inside of Blender. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at cloth simulations in Blender. So really fun stuff. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything in our scene. So I'm going to press A on the keyboard to select everything, then X, and then click to delete. So let's add a sphere. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, and then I'm going to add a UV sphere, just like that. And then I want to add a plane as well. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, Plane, and I'm just going to scale that up. So I'm just going to press S on the keyboard and just scale it up like that. And then I'm going to move this plane upwards. So G, Z, and I'm just going to move it to about there. Now I want to apply a cloth simulation to this plane, and let's see what happens. So with this plane selected, I'm going to go over to the physics properties again on the side, so the little circle with a half circle, and with this plane selected, I'm going to click on cloth. Okay, and now if we press space to play back, you'll see that our cloth is just going to fall straight through that sphere, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to go back to the first frame, shift left click, and now we need to tell Blender that this is a collision object. So I'm going to select my my sphere, and then under physics properties, I'm going to click on collision. All right, and that's going to tell Blender this is a collision object. And now if we press space to play back, you'll see something is happening. Our cloth is kind of just falling on top of our sphere, but it's not really doing anything, and it's not looking like cloth. And that's because we haven't subdivided this plane. So if I select this plane and I go into edit mode, pressing tab on the keyboard, you can see that this plane consists of one big face. And that's not really going to help us because it's not really going to be able to bend that face. So we need to add more faces or more geometry to be able to do that. So in edit mode, with this face selected, I'm going to right click subdivide. And again, right click subdivide, right click subdivide, right click subdivide. Do that a few times, maybe one more, until you have something that's got enough geometry. And then we're going to go out of edit mode. So press tab on the keyboard. And now I'm going to press space to play back. And now you can see we have something that looks a little bit more like cloth. You can still see a lot of blockiness, but that's fine. We can always just add a smooth shade to this. So if I right click and say shade smooth, you can see that is already looking a lot better. Well, obviously I have to add a little bit more geometry to make it nice and smooth. And we will probably just add a subsurface modifier to do that. So let's see how we can create something like a flag. So I'm going to start with a new scene, or I'm just going to delete these two objects. So just drag a box around them, X, and then delete. And first of all, we need to have a flag pole. So I'm going to do Shift A, Mesh, Cylinder. I'm going to scale it down, and then I'm going to scale it in the Z axis. So S and then Z, pull that out, S, Z, pull that out, and then I'm going to move it up slightly. So G, Z, move that up, and that is our flag pole. And now we want to create a plane for our flag. So Shift A, Mesh, Plane, and I'm going to scale that up a little bit, and I'm going to scale it in the Y axis. So S, Y, just pull it out so we have something that looks a little bit more closer to a flag. And I'm going to move that up. So G, Z, move it up to around here. And I want to rotate it around the Y axis. So R, Y. And then I want to rotate it 90 degrees. So I'm just going to type in 90 and then click. And that's exactly 90 degrees. And now I want to move it just so it's kind of on the edge of this pole. So GY to move it in the y-axis to about there, and then GZ to bring it down to about there. All right, so that's our basic flag. And what we're going to do is we're going to click on this plane, go to our physics tab, and then add a cloth physics properties to that plane. And now if I press space, you'll see that our flag is just going to fall because it's not connected to anything, or we don't have any collisions, etc. So now what we want to do is, if you look in this properties section of this plane under the physics properties, and if you go down, scroll down, you've got all these different settings that you can play with, the tension and the compression and the shear and the bending, all of those things. I'm not going to go through all these properties. You can play with them and see what they do. They will just change the way that your cloth actually interacts and will be generated. So what we're looking for is under shape. If you expand shape, you'll see it's got a pin group. And this is a vertex group that we're going to create to tell Blender that these vertices should be pinned and not be able to move around. So what we're going to do is, I'm just going to zoom in here slightly, and I want to hide this pole for now because I actually want to see the vertices underneath this pole. So with the pole selected, I'm going to press H on the keyboard to hide it. And then I'm going to select my plane, and I'm going to go into edit mode, press tab, and then we want to start adding some extra geometry. So I'm going to right click, subdivide, and do that a few times until you have something like that with all these little vertices. So now what I want to do is I want to select all the vertices on this edge right there. Okay. So an easy way to do that is click on one of these side views like X, and that will give you a perfect side view. I'm just going to pan around, zoom in, and then I'm going to draw a box and just make sure that I select those vertices on the edge. And that's going to be where it's going to be pinning or pinned to that flagpole. So with those vertices selected, I'm going to go down to this little upside down triangle. And this is the object data properties. And this is where you can specify vertex groups. So you can see it says vertex group. With those selected, I'm going to click on the plus, and it's going to create a new vertex group, and you can always give it a name. I can just double click there and I can call this maybe pin cloth, press enter. And then you want to assign, you need to assign these or this selection to this vertex group. So I'm going to click assign, that assigned it, and now we can just test it and see if I click on deselect, it will deselect that selection. And with this pin cloth group selected or highlighted, you can now click on select, and you'll see that it will automatically select that selection that you saved inside of that vertex group. So we can go deselect, and I can go out of edit mode, pressing tab. And now we can go back to our physics properties, and we're going to scroll down all the way until we get to shape. And then underneath shape, we've got our pin group. And if you click in this empty area, it's going to show you all your vertex groups that you set up. So as you can see, there's the one that we created, pin cloth. I'm going to click on that. And now if I play back, you'll see that we get something like that. So it's actually pinning all those vertices along that edge. So I'm going to stop that, go back to the first frame, and then I want to unhide my flagpole. So to unhide everything is Alt-H, and that's going to unhide it. And now if you play this back, you'll see that our flag is actually going to fall down the way it is supposed to. So let's say you want to add some forces. Maybe you want to add a little bit of a wind force to this. Very, very easy to do. So first of all, Shift A to create something new. And then we're going to go down to force field. And then you'll see you'll have all these force field operators that you can add. So I want to add a simple wind. So you'll see the second one from the top is wind. Click on that. And currently you can see that the wind arrow is pointing upwards. So that's not really what we want. We want the wind to come from left to right. So I'm just going to rotate that on the x-axis, so R and X, and then 90. 90 is actually pointing the other way, so that's not what we want. We want R, and then X, and then minus 90, and then click. And that's going to rotate it exactly 90 degrees in that direction. And then we can increase the strength, because currently if I play this back, you'll see something is happening, but not really. We need a little bit of stronger wind force. So with this wind force selected under the physics properties, you'll see that we have strength. So currently this is set to 1. I'm going to increase this to about 50. Let's see how that works. So you can see it will change the way that this wind operator looks like. And now we can press play. And let's see what happens. So you can see something is happening, but it's definitely not strong enough. So I'm going to go back to the first frame, increase this to about 200. Let's see what happens. So that's a little better. I wonder if we move this up and maybe just move this towards the back so it kinda is in the same area. Let's see if that makes any difference. No, that's not going to make any difference. So it doesn't really matter where in our scene it is. So we're going to increase this even more, maybe 500. You can also play with the flow, maybe increase the flow a little bit. See how that works. And then you can also maybe increase the noise amount, so it's not always exactly the same amount of wind. So maybe let's increase this to like 1,000. And that's looking pretty cool. So now you can right click on your flag, set it to shade smooth, and let's see how that looks. So yeah, that's starting to look pretty cool. So it's obviously always a good idea to add as much geometry to your cloth simulations as possible. So I'm just going to select all these faces, right click subdivide, and let's see how that works. Obviously, the more geometry you add, the slower the simulation will be. So you can see there it's caching our simulation. Here at the bottom, you can see it's busy caching this blue line. And then that's looking a little bit better. So what you can maybe do is you can rotate this wind so it's not just going all the way perfectly forward, but maybe it blows in a slight angle upwards like that. Let's just move it down, something like that. Let's see how that works. Yeah, so that is looking pretty cool. So obviously once you've cached your simulation, you can scrub through it and you can play it back and see it in real time and see how that works. Every time you change a setting, it's going to start recalculating that simulation from scratch. So that's always just a good idea to let it cache through first, and then you can play it back to preview that simulation. But yeah, as I said, you can select your plane, go into your physics properties, and then change some of these settings and see how that will change the way your cloth interacts with your scene and with the forces, etc. But for now, this is just how you set it up. Really, really simple. And then you can add forces and see how those forces will interact with your cloth in your scene. So that's how easy it is to add cloth simulations in Blender. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at camera settings inside of Blender. So first, let's create some objects in our scene. So I'm just going to duplicate this cube. So Shift D, and then I'm going to press Shift Z to move it on the X and Y axes. Maybe just place it there, and maybe one more. So Shift D, Shift Z to move it on the X and Y. Maybe something like that. So we just have a little bit of depth in our scene, and I'm going to delete this light for now. Let's just hide it. Maybe we'll need it when we do a little test render. So to look through your camera, you can see this is our camera in our scene. To look through this camera, you're going to click on this little camera icon right here. So that will jump into your camera view, and the minute that you move your scene around, you're going to see it's going to jump out of that camera view, and then you are in the normal orbit view where you can orbit around your scene. So I'm going to click that again. It's going to go into that view, and then it's going to just move out whenever we move our mouse around. So there's a way that you can actually adjust the camera view while you are looking through it, because obviously you can grab this camera and you can press G on the keyboard and move it around and rotate it around as you will do with a normal object. But that's usually quite difficult to get the exact perspective that you want. It's easier to look through the camera and then kind of move it around where you want it to go. So to do that is we're first going to go and look through the camera. And then you're going to press N on your keyboard, N for November, and then you'll see this transform tab will appear. And then right at the bottom, you'll see item, tool, and view. And if you click on view, you'll see an option that says lock camera to view. Now, if I click this, it will get this border around it. You can see there it will create that dotted line, and this means now I can now move my camera while looking through it. So you can use the normal keys, the middle mouse, hold in control to zoom, and then hold in shift while middle mouse to pan around. So this is just a very easy way to adjust your camera to exactly the way you want it. Maybe we want to have all three cubes in the center like that. And then just remember to untick this lock camera to view, because you don't want to change your camera view maybe, and then you can just press N again to hide that menu. You can also just click on this little button there to bring it up and just slide it back to hide it again. But using N is just so much easier. So now I've set up my camera view and I can pan around to go out of it and don't have to worry about moving it around. You can also go and you can lock your camera if you want to. You can highlight it like this and maybe go to the filter at the top and enable selectable, and then maybe take off the selectable on that camera so you can't accidentally select it. But we're not going to worry too much about that now. I want to be able to select it and look at some of the properties. So let's look through this camera again. So I'm going to click our camera icon to look through the camera. And with that camera selected, you will see the camera icon appear in the side panel. So if I point to that, you will see its object data properties, and then you'll see a type and also focal length and some other options. So first of all, you have perspective, and you can change this to perspective, orthographic, or panoramic. And usually we'll go for perspective unless you are doing some orthographic renders. So if I click on orthographic, you'll see that there's no perspective. So it doesn't go smaller the further it goes away from the camera. And I'm not sure what panoramic is. I've never really used panoramic, but we're going to set this back to perspective, which is kind of the default camera settings. And then your focal length, this is the type of lens that you have on your camera, how far it's zoomed in or zoomed out, or how wide it is, or how narrow your field of view is. So if we decrease this number, you'll see that we can see more in the shot because our field of view will be a lot wider. And this is like a fisheye lens. And then if you increase this, this will actually just tighten that area of view. So I'm going to set this to about 50. And then you can also do Shift X and Shift Y just to kind of shift the camera around. And another thing that we can do here is we can enable safe areas. So if I enable this, you can change. Let me just zoom in here slightly. You can see those lines very, very slightly around your camera border. This is if you want to enable this, if you have maybe some text in this view area and you want to make sure that it's inside the safe area of your screen. And you can also go in here under, let me just see, under viewport display. And here you can set things like your composition guides. So if I go in here, you can set up maybe a third. So I'm not sure if you can see that really. It's very, very slight, but you can see it's got these dotted lines going through like that and also vertically. So that's just an easy way to set up your shot as well, to compose your shot. Or you can maybe add like a center point. So that's just a vertical and horizontal line. So you can see that's the center of your shot. Yeah, so just many things that you can enable here, diagonal lines, etc., to see just some guides that you can set up. And then we also have something like your depth of field. So let's say you want to have your background blurry and only the objects in front in focus. That is when you will enable depth of field. So let me quickly show you how this works. So it's actually very, very cool. So you can enable this just by ticking that box. And then you can either select on which object you want to focus, or you can set the focus distance manually. Now, I usually like to enable, if I go to viewport display and I enable limits, this will show me where my current focus distance is. So I'm going to go out of this camera view just like this, and you can see this little X here. This is this limits that we enabled. And that is currently where the camera is focusing or going to focus. So as you can see, it's not even going to focus on this first cube, so nothing will be in focus really. So it also depends on the aperture that we're going to set for this camera. So I'm going to go back into camera, and then you can see we have our f-stop, which is currently 2.8. So if you know anything about cameras, the lower that number is, the bigger the aperture will be opened and the more blur you will get to your background or to the foreground, depends on where you are focusing. So I'm going to set this down to something like 0.4. So that's quite small. So that means we're going to get a lot of blur. And then I also want to adjust the focus distance, because currently, as you can see, we don't have anything in focus because that's the focus distance. So I can slide this number around, this focus distance, and you can see that's actually changing where that focus distance is. Or simply you can click on this dropper, focus on object, and you can just say, I want to focus on this cube, and click there, and you can see that that focus distance is automatically going to be updated to that area. Okay, so now if we look through the camera again, and we do a quick render. So I'm just going to go to my render settings, and I'm going to change this to cycles, and I'm just going to change the resolution to 50. So under this little icon, output properties, currently my resolution for my render is HD 1920 by 1080, but for temporarily I'm just going to set this down to about 30%, so it just renders a little bit quicker. And make sure your renderer is set to cycles. Let's just go back into our camera just to make sure everything is cool. So before we do a render, I just want to go to my world settings, and I'm just going to change this background, this gray color. I'm just going to set the strength to 0 so we can kind of see what we're doing. And let's just do a quick render. Now we just need to add a light. So I'm going to unhide this light that we have in our scene, and I think it's bright enough. Yes, so now you can see this first cube right here is sharp and in focus, and you can see the cube just behind it is slightly blurry, and you can see the cube in the far at the back is blurry. So I'm just going to zoom in here, and so you can kind of see this better. So you can see as it's rendering, that background box is kind of fuzzy, and this front one is nice and sharp. So I'm just going to go back to normal solid view, and let's go back to camera, and I'm going to increase, I want to increase my blur even more. So a way to do that is to play with the ratio here at the bottom. So I'm going to decrease this ratio to about 0.5, and that's going to give us an even bigger blur. So let's go back to render view, see what happens. Now you can see the difference quite clearly. So the front one is in focus, the middle one is kind of out of focus, and then the back one is completely out of focus. So that is how to do depth of field. I'm just going to untick that and go back to our normal solid view. Just zoom out slightly so we can see our camera frame. So another thing that you maybe want to do is you want to add an image inside of your camera onto the sensor basically. So to do that, under your camera options, you can go to background images, and I can tick that box, and then underneath that I can add an image, and then you can either add an image or a movie clip. So I'm just going to add an image, open, And let's just add a simple, I'm just going to add this wood texture just to show you how to do that. So I'm going to add that. And as you can see, that's going to overlay into my camera. So this is very good if you want to have a reference image maybe of an area, of a room or something, and you want to kind of see that image overlaid on top of your render or on top of your 3D scene. So this is where we'll do that. You can change the alpha, so you can increase the alpha or decrease the alpha to make it more transparent. You can also change it if it's in front of your objects. So if I increase the alpha now all the way, it's going to be in front of my objects, or you can change it to behind. And then you can also change stretch, fit, and crop to just change the way that it's going to stretch your image to fit your sensor or not to fit it. And then you can also obviously just also offset your image, and you can also rotate it like that and also scale it like that. So usually this is just for referencing a specific image. You can also flip it there. But yeah, that is where you're going to apply a background image to your camera. So that is everything I am going to cover when it comes to the camera in Blender. Play around with that, play around with the depth of field settings and see if you can create some nice renders where the background is out of focus and the foreground images are in focus. And I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, we're going to look at rendering, how to render your final image as a still image, or how to render your animation to an image sequence or a video file. So let's set up a very, very simple scene. So we just have something to look at. So I'm going to create a plane. So mesh and then plane, just scale that up. And then let's create a simple cube. I'm going to move it up. So GZ, hold in control to snap. And maybe let's just create a few different boxes. So I'm going to press Shift D to move it or to duplicate, and then Shift Z to only move it around on the X and the Y axes. And I'm just going to duplicate this one a few times and maybe duplicate it once more, maybe like that. And then let's look through our camera, see what's going on here. So I'm going to click on the plane and I'm going to move it. So I'm going to press G and I want to move it in the X and Y axes. So I'm going to press Shift Z to lock it to those two axes. Place it there. I'm going to scale it up like so. And then I want to move my camera. So I'm going to press N for November. Go to View, lock camera to view. And now we can adjust our camera. Just move it out a little bit, zoom out. Maybe just so that we see our 4 boxes, maybe something like that. All right, so I'm going to untick this lock camera to view so it doesn't stick to it, and then press N again to go out of that. So we have our camera set up and we have our boxes. Maybe just let's add some. So this light, I'm just going to go into the properties of this light and maybe just make it a bit bigger, radius maybe 1 meter. And maybe let's move it up a little bit, so GZ. And if we go into our render view, I just want to see what we're getting. So this is an EV render view, so it's not cycles. So it's pretty fast to move around, but it's not very accurate. So let's look through our camera. Let's maybe apply some basic materials here. So I'm going to select the floor and just click on materials, new slot, new material, and let's create a base color, maybe like a dark gray. And then I'm going to increase the metallic properties, and I'm going to take down the roughness to about 0.1 something, so we get some nice reflections. And then these cubes, I'm going to add a new slot, new material. So I'm going to change this color to blue. And maybe let's just add some materials to these ones as well. So new slot, new material. Let's just make this one yellow. And new slot, new material. Let's make this one red. And that one can stay white. Let's just add an actual material and then make it white. Something like that. All right, now let's say we want to render this. So first let's look at our render settings. So we're going to go to our render settings, which is this little camera. And you can currently see the render engine is set to Eevee. And we want to change this to cycles. But before I do, I'm just going to go out of my render view because it's going to slow everything down. So I'm just going to go back to my normal solid view. We can go to material preview so we can kind of get a little preview of what our scene is going to look like, but this is definitely not a cycles render. So first of all, under your render engine, we're going to change it to cycles. And then you can see that you have your device settings here. If you have a GPU, you can change this over to GPU compute. Unfortunately, don't have any GPU on this computer, so I need to render with my CPU, which is a bit slower. And then under sampling, you can set the amount of samples you want to render this image with. So currently you can see the viewport is set to 32. So it's only going to use 32 samples to render in the viewport here. But your final render will use 128 samples. So you can always increase that, and that will increase the render time, but it will also increase the quality. So I'm going to leave this on default. And then there's also something called adaptive sampling. And this will help with if some parts of your image is noisy, have a lot of noise samples. This will usually help with that because it will spend a little bit more time rendering those problematic areas and to try and reduce the noise. And then other areas where there's less noise, it will use less samples on those areas. So it's kind of a way to increase the time of your renders. But you can play around with that and see what the difference is in your time. So next we also want to go down to this next tab. And this is basically your output properties. So this is where you tell Blender what type of file you want to render, how big it should be, all of that. So right at the top you get your resolution. So this is just your image resolution, 1920 by 1080. And you can set a temporary size like I did earlier. So if I set this to 50%, it will only render this resolution but at 50% of that resolution. So it's just a nice quick way. If you want to do a quick test render and you want to set it to something like 20%, you can quickly do that and get a very quick render that's low resolution just to kind of see what's happening. So I'm going to increase this back to 100 because we want to render at HD. And then we can also go down here and say the frame start and frame end. Do we want to render that whole animation, or do you only want to render the first frame? So you can specify this if you want to render your full animation. And for this, I'm just going to specify I just want to do frame 1 to frame 1 because we don't have any animation. And then you can set the frame rate. Obviously, we don't have to worry about that now. And then under output, this is where you specify where you want to save that render. So I can click here and I can say I want to save this maybe on under Blender and maybe just create a folder here and call it render like that. And if we go into that folder, I can, oh, this is actually a folder that's been used already. So I'm just going to create a new one, call it render 2 and go into that folder, click accept, and now I'll see you'll have your path there where it's going to save it to. All right, then you can also specify the file format. So if you click here, you can see BMP, PNGs, JPEGs, Targas, OpenEXRs, all of those things. Now, I usually prefer to render in PNG, but sometimes if I do things for visual effects, then I will use OpenEXR, which is a much bigger file, but it stores a lot more data that you can use to color correct your scenes a lot better. But for this, I'm just going to select PNG. And then you also need to specify if it's black and white, normal RGB, or if it's got an alpha value as well. So let's say if there's no background and you want to have an transparent background, so alpha channel, then you will use RGBA. But for this, I'm just going to use RGB because there's no transparency in this render. And then you can also set the color depth, 8-bit or 16-bit. Obviously 16-bit will give you better quality, so I'm going to set it to 16-bit. And then you can set compression as well, and that's how compressed your file will be, the file size. So that's pretty good. And everything is looking good. And now we are ready to render our image. So I'm going to go up to render here at the top, and you'll see it says render image, or you can use the shortcut key F12. So I'm just going to click on render image because we're just rendering that still image, and this is going to start rendering. I can actually zoom out here slightly to just get a better view, and I'm just going to fast forward through this render. Okay, so you can see the render is complete, and we can zoom in and zoom out here, same controls that you use inside of Blender. And yeah, now you can either save your image, you can go to image right here and you can save it, or it should be automatically saved because we specified that location. But usually I'll just go as image and then save as, and you can save it from here if you're doing one image. But let me quickly show you if you are going to do an image sequence or an animation. So I'm going to close this down, and let's say we have a couple of frames, maybe 10 frames of animation that we want to render. So first of all I will go back into this properties panel right below the render, the output properties, and I'll set my frame start and frame end. So this will be 10 because I want to render from frame 1 to frame 10. And then we're going to leave that output location. And then you can either do an image sequence, as I mentioned before. You can do PNGs, so it will save a PNG for each frame. Or you will use EXR, which is a better format for that. Or you can do something like a video file. Now, I won't really recommend rendering to a video or a movie file, because the problem with that is, if something goes wrong during that render, you will have to start from the beginning again. If you are rendering an image sequence and something goes wrong, you can just start from the last image that failed, if that makes any sense. So you can set this to FFmpeg video, and then you can go into the encoding and you can change this to H.264, and maybe have this save out a MP4 file, MPEG-4, medium quality or high quality, etc. And then it will render a MP4 video file for you. But I will always suggest rather doing a PNG or a OpenEXR image sequence, and that way you won't lose anything if you maybe have a power failure or the program crashes or your disk is full or anything like that. Then you can just carry on from the last successful render, which makes everything just so much easier. So that is basically how you render from within Blender. I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome back. And in this lesson, which is a bonus lesson, I will show you how to rig a very basic character within Blender. So for this lesson, you will need to install a plugin inside of Blender, which is very easy to do. So we're going to go up to Edit and then Preferences. And in the Preferences window, we're going to go to Add-ons. And then you're going to go to Community. And you're going to search for something called Rigify. So just type in RIG, and you should see Rigify or rigging : Rigify. And you simply need to just tick that box next to that plugin or that add-on, and then that add-on is installed. So once you have installed that or added that add-on, you can close the preferences down and everything should be fine. So first of all, let's delete everything in our scene. So I'm going to press A to select everything, and then X, and then click to confirm. So first of all, we need to add our bones or our armature that we're going to use to rig our character with. So I'm going to press Shift A, and then I'm going to go down to armature, and then you'll see you'll have this human meta rig or meta rig. So I'm going to click on that, and that's going to create this little bone structure for us. I'm just going to zoom in here, and you can see that is what we currently have. So now what we want to do is we want to try and either bring in a character. So you can import a character or a mesh by going to import, and then you can select either FBX or OBJ and do it that way. But I'm going to show you how to actually create a very, very simple, basic, just a block or box character that we can then apply this armature to. So first of all, I'm going to start by creating a cube. So I'm going to go Shift A, and then I'm going to select Mesh Cube, and I'm going to scale that down. That's going to be kind of the middle part of our character body, and I'm going to move that up, so GZ, and I'm going to move it up to around just under, maybe just under the head, something like that. And I'm going to scale it in, so X and, or sorry, then S for scale and X for the X axis, just to scale it in slightly like that. And I want to scale it on the Y as well, so S, Y, scale it down, so we have something like that. All right, then we want to add some loop cuts. So I'm going to go into edit mode on this cube, so hitting tab on the keyboard, and I'm going to add some loop cuts. So Control R, and I'm going to add a loop cut right there, and I'm going to move it up something like that, and maybe let's do another one here. So Control R, and then just move that up to there, and maybe a loop cut around this area as well, so we have something for our enough geometry here to extrude an arm, maybe on this side as well, so maybe something like that. And then we want to do one for the bottom as well, where the legs will come out, so Control R, maybe something like that should be fine for now. And then maybe at the top we need one, we need one for the other leg as well, because I'm not going to use mirroring now. You can obviously use mirroring as well for this, but I'm just doing this very, very roughly. So next we want to start extruding some of these pieces. So let's start with the legs. So I'm going to go into face select mode, which is 3, select this face, and I'm going to extrude that down. So press E to extrude that down all the way to around there. And I'm going to move that to the front, so G and then Y to move it on the Y axis just to about there. And then I'm going to extrude that as well, so E to extrude it down, something like that. And now I want to scale that face in, so S to scale, and then just scale it down, so we have something like that. And then we need to create the foot, so I'm going to do E to extrude like so, and then I'm going to extrude this part as the front of the foot, so E extrude, a very interesting looking foot. And then I want to go into edge select mode, so 2, and then select this edge right at the top of the toe, and then I want to move it down, so G, Z, move it down, something like that. And yeah, we didn't use mirroring, so we need to do this again, which is a bit stupid, but anyway, it will give us some good practice. So we're going to select that face, extrude it down to around there, GY to move it slightly forward in the Y axis, and then extrude again all the way down to around there. We want to scale that in, S to scale, maybe move it back a little bit because you can see that bone is sticking out, so G and Y, move it back slightly, and then E to extrude down, and then we're going to extrude this front face, E to extrude, and then we want to go into edge select mode, select this edge, GZ, bring that down. Okay, so we have our basic legs, and let's do the head quickly. So 3 for face select mode, and I'm going to extrude the neck just up slightly, move it forward, so G and Y, scale it down, S to scale, something like that. And now I'm going to extrude it again, and I'm going to scale it up, extrude again, maybe to around here, scale it up, and then E, just a box head, and then maybe E again, and then S to scale down, just to add a little bit of detail right there at the top. So maybe let's just take this one and hold in shift and select this face. So we have both those faces selected, and I'm going to scale that in the X axis. So SX, and that will scale it in that X axis just to make it a bit fatter like that. And maybe we want to pull it down a little bit. You know what? I think that is actually fine. So let's go ahead and do the arms. So I'm going to select this arm or this face, and I'm going to extrude it like that. And I want to move it down. So GZ, move it down. GY to move it to the back. And we can scale that down. So S to scale, and then GZ to move it down slightly. And now we want to extrude that. So extrude to around there. Then GZ to move it down. GY to move it a little bit forward. And now we need to maybe rotate this face. So I'm going to press R and then Y to rotate it in the Y axis like that. And then we want to extrude that hand, and maybe let's just scale that down and maybe just move that down, something like that. And we can maybe just expand these two sides so we have something that resembles a hand. So S and then Y, maybe something like that. Very, very basic stuff. So let's do this side as well. So I'm going to select that face, and then we're going to extrude E, and we're going to move it down, GZ, and then move it to the back, GY, and then we're going to extrude it, or sorry, before we extrude it, we're going to scale that down slightly, extrude, that's maybe a little bit too far. Let's just extrude that again. Just scale, extrude, GZ to move it down, move it a little bit forward, GY, and then we're gonna extrude the hand like that, GZ, and just rotate that face, scale it down, and maybe move it down a little bit more. This is very, very rough, but it should give you an idea of how to add a rig to a bone system. Okay, so now with that all selected, we are going to select our bone system or our meta rig, and then you'll see some extra options here on the side. So we're going to click on this one that looks like a little man, and this will give us just some of the properties here that you can change and update, but we are not really going to worry about that now. We're literally going to click on generate rig. So we can click generate rig, and it's going to take a little bit of time. Okay, so next we need to parent this rig to our character. So to do that is you need to select your character rig or your character mesh first, and then you're going to shift click onto this rig. Okay, and then you're going to right click, parent, and then you're going to go, instead of object, you're going to go under armature deform. You're going to click on with automatic weights. All right, so that has been parented, and now we can test our rig and see how it works. So to test your rig, you need to go into pose mode. So you can either click this drop down here at the top where it says object mode and then edit mode and then pose mode, or you can use the shortcut control tab, and you're going to see it's going to jump into pose mode. So now I can take some of these objects, like let's say we click on this cube in the middle and I press G on the keyboard, and you can see we are moving our character around. So we can go ahead and we can hide that bone system that's behind it. So you can just click on this meta rig here in your outliner and just hide it so we don't see that. So you can even go in and you can click on these feet controls and G, and you can see that that is working. So if you want to do like a walk cycle or something, that is all connected. And the same with these controls. If I G or maybe press select one of these and just move them up and down, you can see that's working. Same with our hands. We should be able to select these hand controls and move them around. So pressing G on the keyboard, and you can see how that's working. And the same with the upper body. So we can select this control right there, G, and you can see how that's working. Same with the neck. So I can do G, well, that's kind of the shoulders. And yeah, you can go in here. You can even just enable X-ray mode to kind of see some of the controls better, so you can see through your object. And now I can select this head control and I can move that around, and everything is working pretty well. Let's see if this hand is working on this side. G, you can see that's working perfectly as well. So as you can see, it's pretty easy to add a rig to any character inside of Blender. Just remember to add the Rigify add-on, which will make your life very much simpler when it comes to animating characters. So yeah, go ahead and create a very simple rig and maybe see if you can do a simple walk cycle. Congratulations, you have completed the Learn Blender in 6 hours course. Remember, you will only become as good as the amount of time you allow yourself to practice. Go and create some amazing 3D art, and remember, have fun.